Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 151, Design. Lee Sung-hyun called Woo-sung early in the morning. "President Kang, did you do something to offend Dayang?" "Not that I know of. The only thing I can think of is that Blue S did much better than their own smartphone. I got a call from the prosecutors. They said they got an order to investigate Coconut and KND. For what? Embezzlement, felony, and so on." Woo-sung didn't panic. "I guess the usual then." "This could be bad for you. If they try, they can always find something. They tried last time with the tax audit, but I ended up getting a refund. I guess. So this time, I guess I will end up with the prosecutor's apology." Lee Sung-hyun didn't reply. Woo-sung continued, "I have developed new technologies. I am trying to reduce the cell phone cost for the public. I also built factories and hired so many people in this country, yet the government is doing its best to damage my reputation. I am going to have to seriously consider moving my company and factories to another country." Lee Sung-hyun swallowed audibly. Woo-sung was able to successfully list Coconut on NASDAQ. Moving his company to Silicon Valley actually would make sense. Blue S core technology was also being developed in Silicon Valley already. Lee Sung-hyun replied, I don't think you need to go that far. I am fine with any investigation as long as it is done fairly. I will cooperate as best as I can, but when I am found to be innocent, I will not let it slide this time." "I understand. By the way, I would like to start the Yongsan project sooner." "Yongsan project?" "Yes. The bigger my empire becomes, the harder it will be for the prosecutors to treat me like this." Lee Sung-hyun replied uncomfortably. It wouldn't be too late to start after the investigation. The mobile carrier business hasn't even started yet." Woo-sung frowned, but his voice remained neutral. "I understand. All right. I will talk to you soon." After hanging up, Woo-sung called for Jang Gwangchul. "Sir, I just got a call that the prosecutor's office may investigate our company." Jang Gwangchul's eyes widened. Woo-sung continued calmly, "Embezzlement, felony, etc. I guess they could come up with more stuff if they wanted." Jang Gwangchul asked in a trembling voice, What are you talking about?" "I think this is Dayang's doing. They are known to control the justice system." "Then we need to hire some lawyers first." "It's only at the preliminary stage. They will probably start before the decision is made for the mobile carrier selection. Choi Gun-won is down. Choi Gi-tae overdosed. So it must be Choi Tae-min?" Woo-sung nodded and replied, "I think so. Its consortium is interested in the mobile carrier business as well, and Dayang is one of its investors." "Should we bribe somebody too? If we do it now, they will find a way to use it against us. Don't panic when the investigation starts. You just need to focus on the mobile carrier business." Jang Gwangchul felt thirsty. Woo-sung continued, "We haven't done anything wrong, so don't worry." Jang Gwangchul looked at Woo-sung questioningly. Woo-sung knew what he wanted to say. "Don't worry about that. If they make a big deal about it, Dayang will be implicated as well." However, Jang Gwangchul was still concerned. Woo-sung did bribe a government official. Woo-sung assured him that all was fine. Jang Gwangchul finally left. Woo-sung called Mayor Oh-hoon. They now had a close relationship that Woo-sung had his direct number. Oh-hoon answered, "Haha, hello President Kang." "Hello sir, I meant to call you earlier when I returned to Korea. I know you've been busy, so don't worry. Thank you for understanding. Everything went well in America, so I would like to start on the Yongsan project right away." Woo-sung could guess why Oh-hoon sounded uncertain. "Are you worried about the prosecutors?" "Haha, sort of. My father always told me to avoid houses that were on fire." "Really? Because my father always told me that you could learn who your true friend is when things got tough. Couldn't we wait till the investigation is over? It won't be long." Woo-sung thought for a second. He knew why Oh-hoon was acting this way, but he still didn't like it. You know how it will turn out already. But you never know. I understand what you're saying. Haha, thank you for your patience. Woo-sung forced himself to sound light. Haha, alright, talk to you soon. So this is how he repays me. Woo-sung wasn't planning to keep Oh-hoon for long anyway. I will make him regret it. Woo-sung looked through his contact list and found Lee Ari's father's number. Lee Myung-in. He was the current governor of Gyeonggi Province. Woo-sung asked Lee Ari to talk to her father for him in advance. When Woo-sung called, Lee Myung-in answered immediately. Woo-sung explained, I would like to talk to you about the Pangyo project. Lee Myung-in wanted to meet Woo-sung in person right away. Lee Myung-in, a Democratic Party member and the current governor of Gyeonggi Province. You're thinking about moving your headquarters to Pangyo? Yes. I will start with Coconut and then Xfeed, which will be the next mobile carrier. If that's all you want to talk about, then we didn't have to meet in person in such a hurry. You must have another reason? AI. I am planning on an event where AI plays the game of Go with the best professional Go player Lee Sudol. I would like this to take place in Pangyo Techno Building. This will be the game of the century. Lee Myung-in took a sip of water and listened while Woo-sung continued. If you could attend, it will make the event so much more special. After the game, I will announce the plan for the Space Research Lab in Pangyo. It will be a joint venture with SpaceX. Would this be enough of a reason to meet you in person? Lee Myung-in took another sip, as if he was getting thirsty. That should be enough. This was huge. Coconut was compared to Facebook. If it moved to his province, it would attract many other businesses. Not to mention, the game event plus the Space Research Lab. He would be a very well-remembered governor. Woo-sung added slowly, I first offered these projects to Seoul, but it was rejected because there is an ongoing internal investigation on my company. Lee Myung-in paused. Prosecutors were on KND? He wasn't aware of it yet. Woo-sung asked, what do you think? Lee Myung-in thought carefully. This could be the chance of a lifetime or a poisoned apple. Woo-sung asked again, do I look like someone who would be involved in illegal businesses? Lee Myung-in couldn't answer right away. It was a difficult choice. Woo-sung added, a true friend will help a friend in need. I don't trust politicians, but if someone shows me sincerity, I will be a good friend. Woo-sung looked straight into his eyes and added once more, and I have the resources to help in every way. Lee Myung-in knew very well who Woo-sung was. Woo-sung continued, I am not asking for your help. I don't need anything from you other than, I just want fairness. I have heard a lot about you from Ari. She said, you are a very savvy businessman. Are you thinking that I could be the next president of Korea? Is that why you're offering me these projects? Even if I get elected, I won't consider myself to be in your debt. Woo-sung laughed. You haven't even finished your term as the governor, yet you're already talking about the presidential election? Then why are you offering me this opportunity? Woo-sung knew who the next president would be. It was Park Hae-jung of the Liberal Party. She would be the first female Korean president. Woo-sung answered, I thought about becoming the kingmaker, but I realized that the presidency isn't something you can make as an individual. Woo-sung was planning to help Oh-hoon become the next president, but Oh-hoon lost his trust now. Woo-sung added, so I thought of you. After Park Hae-jung, Lee Myung-in would be the president. Woo-sung continued, again, I'm not asking for anything. I just thought that you are a good person and that you could make Korea better for everyone. So, do you want to be on my side? Lee Myung-in continued to stare at Woo-sung. After a few minutes, he finally answered, I trust my daughter. Let's work together. Even with the internal investigation? I am well aware of how the prosecutors make things up to fit their plan. I will always know the truth, and that is enough for me. They shook hands. Chapter 152, LT Design Gi. Xfeed to compete for the 4th mobile carrier position with a budget of $15 billion. President Kang Woo-sung's Coconut under investigation. The media aired the news of Wusung continuously. When Zhang Guangchul arrived at the communication building to file the paperwork for XFeed, the reporters swarmed him aggressively. Is it true that President Kang was involved in an embezzlement scam? There is a rumor that Coconut's fund was illegally used to promote XFeed. Is this true? Do you think this scandal will affect your chance at the fourth mobile carrier business? President Kang Wusung claimed that $15 billion came from his own personal account, but the public is having a hard time believing it. What do you think? Zhang Guangchul was overwhelmed, but he replied calmly, "These are all false rumors and accusations. I trust in our justice system to reveal the truth. All we want is a fair process." Zhang Guangchul then glared at the pushy reporters and continued, "The $15 billion for XFeed came from our president's personal fund. There were no illegal activities involved." The photos of Zhang Guangchul glaring at the reporters became popular online. Wusung laughed and showed them to him. "Haha, look, you're nicknamed the Laser Zhang." Zhang Guangchul blinked. "Let me see." There were several photos from different angles where Zhang Guangchul looked angry. One of the pictures was even used on an article with the title, "Zhang Guangchul declares innocence of his company and CEO." Zhang Guangchul complained, "This is all your fault. You must have been very angry. You saw what happened. The media is releasing biased news and it's working. We may not get the mobile carrier business because of this. As long as the process is done fairly, we will be okay." "You can't be sure." Wusung licked his lips and asked, "Do you remember the most important component on the application form?" "Financial status and ability. We wrote $15 billion and provided the necessary paperwork for proof." "That's useless. Official Choi Gi-jung has huge influences and he is helping Dayang. But this is an open public process. There are many eyes watching. If he does anything, it could backfire." Wusung smiled mysteriously and continued, "It has been a few days since the prosecutors started the investigation, yet they still haven't come to us for questioning or office search. This means that they don't have anything on us." Korea Communications Commission. The judges were looking through the application forms to assess them. "This is definitely the winner, right?" one of the judges asked, and the other one nodded. "It's true. $15 billion budget is the highest of them all. But we were asked to make Dayang's its win. They only wrote down $5 billion though. What should we do? We need to follow the rules or else we will lose our jobs." They were asked by such a high-ranking official for a favor though. If they did it for him, they could get huge promotions. However, one of the judges shook his head. "Don't even think about it. It's not worth it." They continued to do their paperwork late into the night. The final result was sent to Choi Gi-jung. After reading it, Choi Gi-jung murmured in awe, $15 billion. He was shocked at the number and the fact that it was all in cash, and it was truly from Kang Wusung's personal fund. After contemplating, Choi Gi-jung made a call. It was answered quickly. "Hello, sir. How are you? I was reading the report and found something interesting." "Haha, really? You wrote the available fund for XFeed to be $15 billion. It's such a huge amount of money." Wusung replied calmly, "Some may think it's a lot of money, while to some, it's nothing." "Is it really true that it's all in cash? Are you saying that it's not part of your real estate or loan from the bank with collateral?" "That's right. I know how expensive this business can be, so I decided on a generous budget." Choi Gi-jung trembled and replied, "You must be very confident in this project to spend so much money on it." "Haha, I think you must have heard about my business successes, right?" Choi Gi-jung couldn't deny it, but he also knew that Wusung was in a difficult situation. He said knowingly, "When you have such a fast-growing business, you often face difficulties. I am very good at solving these problems, so if you ever need my help, you are welcome to ask." Wusung understood immediately. Choi Gi-jung was asking for a bribe. However, Wusung knew that unless the prosecutors made things up, he would come out innocent in the end. "I would appreciate your advice, but I only trust people who are on my side. Choi Gi-jung became silent. After a few seconds, he replied, "As the head of Korea Communications Commission, I am on no one's side." "Then please call me when you have the result. I am always ready." Woo-sung hung up. Choi Gi-jung frowned angrily. That bastard. However, $15 billion. There was no way he could make Daeang's win this process. Choi Gi-jung made a call to Jang Hyun-ho. Kang Woo-sung wrote down $15 billion. Jang Hyun-ho was speechless. Choi Gi-jung continued, "It's wrote $5 billion. I can't do anything about it unless you have at least over $10 billion. Jang Hyun-ho answered quickly, "That's not possible." "Then all you can do is to wait and hope the prosecutors come up with something bad on Kang Woo-sung. And if that happens, will ITS be chosen?" Choi Gi-jung sighed and replied, "Even if I choose your company with $5 billion budget, the government won't give the final approval. It's just not enough. They may choose not to select any company then." "All right." After hanging up, Jang Hyun-ho sighed deeply. It was becoming more complicated than he thought. Seoul Central Prosecution Special Investigations Min Gi-yoon has been working overtime for the past 2 weeks. He said to his coworker, "I'm worried that we will get in trouble for overzealous and unnecessary investigation. If we haven't found anything, it must be that Kang Woo-sung is running his company ethically. Didn't he also pass the tax audit recently?" "You mean the one where he actually got a refund?" "Yes, and you know how thorough those tax guys are." Min Gi-yoon swallowed bitterly. "But if we don't find anything, we will get in trouble with our boss. Then, should we finally make something up? But if we get caught doing that, we will lose our jobs." Suddenly, another investigator walked in. "Sir, you need to turn on the TV." "Why? What's happening?" "President Kang Woo-sung is making an announcement regarding this investigation. The problem is..." "Yes?" "They just held a game where their AI won the first round of Go against Lee Sedol. Their technology is now proven to be the best in the world. If we continue this investigation unnecessarily, we will be bashed by the public. It looks especially bad because they just recently went through the tax investigation." Min Gi-yoon turned the TV on quickly. Woo-sung was speaking confidently in front of the cameras. "We have made a big step towards an exciting future today. Our AI has won the first round of the complex game against the best human player in the world. I am proud that this technology has been developed in Korea by Koreans. However, with the recent investigations, I am beginning to feel uncomfortable in Korea as a tech business CEO. So after this event, I will be seriously considering moving Coconut and my other companies to another country. If I knew how hard it was to run businesses in Korea, I would have never returned from Silicon Valley." After his speech, Woo-sung left. The reporters screamed their questions, but he was already gone. The media went wild. Chapter 153, LT, Designed D. People were divided in their opinions. Korean government is the worst. All rich people are the same. They make money unethically. AI won the game of Go. This is unbelievable. If you create innovative technology, does it make it okay for you to be corrupt? It is only at an internal investigation stage. It's still possible that he is innocent. Don't people remember the tax investigation? He got a refund. After the game, Lee Myung-in visited Woo-sung. "I asked my party to help you out. They will try to make the investigation as fair as possible." "Thank you." "Unfortunately, the majority of the public still doesn't see you kindly. I guess this is understandable. You are young and rich, and people often feel jealous of people like you. But they will change their minds in time. After the second and third round, they will become shocked and awed." Lee Myung-in frowned and asked, "Are you saying that Lee Sedol will lose?" Woo-sung nodded and replied, "Our AI is continuing to improve every second with the help from my developers. Lee Sedol can't do that. The human limitation is a sad thing." Coconut will win the game. As long as the prosecutors don't make things up, I will be found innocent." Min Gi-yoon bit his lips. His superior sat in front of him and asked, "What did you find?" "Nothing. Are you serious? If I investigate you right now, what do you think I'll find?" Min Gi-yoon knew the answer his superior wanted. Something. That's right. Everyone has something to hide. A big corporation like this should have plenty. But it already went through the tax investigation, so their financials are clean, and we couldn't find any proof that the CEO touched the company funds. Besides, the documents we have aren't enough. We need to get a warrant to search his offices if we want to find something. His superior raised his voice in frustration. Why can't you just make something up with what you have? We need something suspicious to get a warrant. Min Gi-yoon became uncomfortable. He knew what he was being asked to do. Are you telling me to illegally plant something? Don't you want a promotion? I am giving you a chance, so just take it. If you don't, you will be demoted and relocated to a small province. Min Gi-yoon was frustrated. He didn't become a prosecutor to do such an unethical and illegal thing. He felt angry. This wasn't the way he wanted. He replied, I can't do what you are asking. It's wrong, so do whatever you want to do to me. If you have nothing more to say, I have to go. He quickly stood up and left. What the hell? Who do you think you are? But Min Gi-yoon was already gone. When Min Gi-yoon arrived at his own office, there was a man in an expensive suit waiting for him. Min Gi-yoon asked rudely, Why the heck are you here? Haha, is that how you treat a good friend? What friend? The man took Min Gi-yoon to a quiet place and asked, How long are you going to work here with such a meager salary? Why are we still talking about this? $1 million. You will be given $1 million as a signing bonus. Your yearly salary will be $400,000 for the first 5 years. In 5 years, you will be making $3 million. As a Dayang lawyer, you will be respected everywhere you go. I said no. Gosh, you're an idiot. If you will keep talking about this, don't bother coming. You got my phone number, right? If you change your mind, call me. This world is run by money. The government may change, but the rich will always remain rich. That's how it works. After the man left, Min Gi-yoon sat down and murmured, I can't give up my morals. Coconut Eye wins the second game as well. 3 out of 5 rule applies. If this AI wins the next game, it will be the ultimate winner. Is AI really the future? The entire world was watching the game. America's CNN, China's CCTV, England's BBC, France's AFP, and Japan's NHK. They all gathered to live stream the game between the AI and the human. Despite the internal investigation, Coconut's stock price continued to soar. And finally, on the 3rd day, it happened. Just as Woo-sung predicted, the AI won the game. Woo-sung was interviewed afterward. Some say that humans lost, but I don't think so. Coconut, I was created by humans, so I consider this a victory for the humankind. With this, we are one step closer to a better future. The possibilities for Coconut Eye are endless. Woo-sung continued calmly, and as I promised before, the rest of the scheduled game will continue. There are still 2 more games left, so stay tuned. After his speech, there was a QA session. International reporters asked about the future of AI, but Korean reporters were more interested in the ongoing investigation. One reporter asked, Do you have an official statement regarding this internal investigation? I have never done anything illegal. Woo-sung felt slightly guilty for lying. Another reporter asked, Are you confident that the result will be in your favor? Yes, and if they find something on me, then I guarantee that they made it up. It would be a conspiracy against me. As you know, Coconut underwent tax investigation very recently. And what was the result? We got a refund. Woo-sung paused for a breath and continued. Some people may be wondering where the fund for X-Feed came from. I know there is a rumor that I illegally used the company money, but it's not true. It came from my own personal account. I haven't used any company money. More reporters raised their hands, but Woo-sung had already left the stage. After returning to his room, Woo-sung was greeted by Lee Myung-in. I just got a call that the prosecutors are panicking. Makes sense. You were right, President Kong. I think they are being pressured to make something up. I am 100% innocent. Lee Myung-in looked at Woo-sung proudly. He has met many businessmen before, but Woo-sung was the first one that seemed ethical. Woo-sung's phone rang. Excuse me. His phone has been ringing for a while now. When he checked the caller ID, it was Lee Sung-hyun. Woo-sung answered. Before he could say anything, Lee Sung-hyun explained frantically, I used all my connections to find out what's going on, and I learned that they indeed are trying to make something up. Now, it gets even more interesting. The main prosecutor in charge is being pressured, but apparently, he is resisting it. So this means that you are innocent. Didn't I already tell you that? Haha. And of course I believed you from the beginning, but I was just worried about the whole situation. Alright. Lee Sung-hyun could hear the coldness in Woo-sung's voice. He asked, Are you upset? Not really, my businesses are going great. The only thing is... Yes? I realized how hard it is to build trust. Lee Sung-hyun remained quiet for a while. Finally, he asked, Is that why you're spending time with Lee Myung-in? Woo-sung laughed. Haha, it's just for business. Shouldn't you be talking to me about those businesses? All right. We should meet in person. After arranging a meeting, Woo-sung hung up. When he returned to the room, Lee Myung-in asked, Was that attorney Lee? Lee Myung-in had a very good intuition. After a brief hesitation, Woo-sung replied, Yes. He wants to work with me again. Work. So I told him that as long as the investigation is completed fairly and transparently, I will work with him. Just then, Lee Myung-in's assistant walked in. Sir, it's time to announce the Space Research Lab project. All right. Lee Myung-in turned to Woo-sung. Let's go together. Woo-sung stood up. While watching TV, Oh-hoon suddenly stood up. Lee Myung-in was on TV with an announcement. Today, we witnessed the success of Coconut AI. We are now closer than ever to the future where helper robots are available to everyone. AI is the key technology for the future, and Gyeonggi Province will be the place where it will be developed. The primary Pangyo is already the place of various tech companies. The secondary Pangyo will also become the next space research center thanks to President Kang Woo-sung. This was what Woo-sung offered to Oh-hoon before. Oh-hoon gritted his teeth and threw his smartphone on the ground. Chapter 154. LT Designgi. Woo-sung met with Lee Sung-hyun. There was only one more game left between Coconut Eye and Lee Sudol. The entire nation was talking about this event. Lee Sung-hyun was also interested. He said to Woo-sung, Even my father is enjoying the game. He is wondering who will win the final game. My system won't lose. So Coconut will win? Yes. Well, if you say so. Lee Sung-hyun looked at Woo-sung quietly. He licked his lips. I heard that you put down $15 billion as your budget for the mobile carrier business. I guess it makes sense that you have that much cash available. The Coconut stock price was continuing to climb, which meant Woo-sung's wealth was increasing fast. Lee Sung-hyun continued, I also heard KND is worth over $80 billion. With all your other businesses, you're probably the richest businessman in Korea. I am flattered. You are such an amazing businessman, and on top of that, you are also ethical. I am pleasantly surprised again. I can't believe the prosecutors couldn't find anything. I believe in transparency when it comes to running a business. Haha, I like it. Now, do you know the budget Daeyang submitted on their application? I know it can't be $15 billion. Lee Sung-hyun nodded. That's correct. If things go smoothly, X-Feed will be selected, but Lee Sung-hyun glared at Woo-sung and continued, I don't like what I'm hearing about you nowadays. Are you referring to me spending time with Lee Myung-in? I'm just being a smart businessman. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Lee Sung-hyun continued to look at Woo-sung in the eyes. His expression was unhappy. Woo-sung continued quickly, Ha, I think you have misunderstood the situation. I understand why you did it as a company, but what does it matter at this point? What really counts is the present situation and what we do with it. I am a businessman. I give and take as needed. I think you're overthinking the situation. Do you blame me? Our approval rating is dropping. The media and the public are starting to see my party negatively. President Lee Park-sung's approval rating was now below 40. Lee Sung-hyun continued, "This fourth mobile carrier business can help my party, if we can drop the cell phone bills for the public." I feel the same way. Lee Sung-hyun lowered his voice and murmured, "And I thought that is how things would happen, but it feels different now. Our relationship doesn't feel positive." Woo-sung knew how to answer. "I have been very busy lately, so perhaps I haven't been as attentive as I should have been. That's why I prepared something special for you." Money. Woo-sung was right. As soon as he mentioned the bribe, Lee Sung-hyun brightened. "Ha ha ha, really? You shouldn't have." Woo-sung hated him, but this was how things worked. He added, "And I have one more thing to tell you." "Ha ha, go ahead. You can tell me anything." Woo-sung thought darkly. "I need to end this relationship soon." Next was a meeting with Oh-hoon. He also looked unhappy. "I saw the news. The deal you offered me is now given to Lee Myung-in. Technically, it's not the same deal. I am not planning to develop any housing in Pangyo. But the main thing was the space research lab. That was the most important part." Woo-sung smiled mysteriously and replied, "But I have an even better option for you." Oh-hoon brightened a little. "Can I hear about it?" "What technology is the center of attention in Korea right now?" "AI. I think it is the best option for Seoul. To be honest, a space research lab requires a huge piece of land, and Yongsan was not quite big enough." Oh-hoon became excited and asked, "So you're offering to build the AI development complex in Yongsan? And also robotic development. I think this is a better deal. What do you think?" He couldn't help himself. Oh-hoon grinned widely. "Ha ha ha, of course, it's going to be sensational." "So now you believe me?" Oh-hoon flinched. He replied quietly, "Ha ha ha. I looked into the investigation, and it turns out you are indeed innocent. I am amazed at your ethics." "So you didn't believe me at first?" Oh-hoon looked at Woo-sung awkwardly. Woo-sung continued, "Every business requires trust for it to succeed. I thought I helped you enough during your last election to gain your trust." "Ha ha, I know how hard you worked for me. But your recent treatment of me has been very unpleasant." "Ha ha, I believed in you, but I was just worried about the prosecutors." "Give and take. I told you how our relationship should be when we first met. Do you remember?" Oh-hoon nodded. Woo-sung continued, "So I think it's your turn to show me something so you can gain my trust." Oh-hoon's eyes wavered. After a few seconds of silence, Oh-hoon asked, "What can I do for you?" "Do you know the Hyundai apartment in Apgujeong?" Oh-hoon nodded. It was where the wealthiest of Korea lived. It was an old building built in the 70s, but inside was renovated luxuriously. It was also where Woo-sung currently lived. "What about it?" "The plan for rebuilding it keeps coming up, but nothing has come out of it so far." Oh-hoon frowned. He knew what Woo-sung would ask. "You want me to get you this project?" "It will be good for Seoul. With a new apartment, it will stabilize the housing market further. It will go hand in hand with the Yongsan project." "You want both the Yongsan and Apgujeong project?" Woo-sung smiled and replied, "I will be incorporating the latest AI technology to make it into the newest smart home. Wouldn't that be amazing?" Oh-hoon swallowed and asked, "But you said before that you aren't familiar with the actual construction business." "I am planning to buy a construction company named Daenim Constructions." Woo-sung had answers to all of Oh-hoon's objections. When Woo-sung returned to his office, Jang Guangchul asked, "How did it go?" "Very well. They were both interested. So, after we get selected as the fourth mobile carrier, we will buy Daenim Constructions for about $3 billion. With this company, we will carry out Pangyo, Yongsan, and Apgujeong projects. Daenim is currently undergoing bankruptcy, so we should be able to buy it cheap. What would happen afterwards then? Such big construction projects can fail so easily. If we create solid smart homes, it should be very profitable. If it goes well, we can even start an international construction company. You're thinking about going into China and America? Southeast Asia too. With our NK Entertainment celebs, we can promote our businesses easily and effectively. Zhang Guangchul whistled. Wow, this is getting big fast. We will eventually become one of the biggest companies in the world. Are things working out as you saw in your dreams? Yes, and I am telling you that 2011 will be even busier for us. You better get ready. 2010 was almost over, and Woo-sung knew many big events that would occur next year. Chapter 155. The main game begins. Choi Tae-min was unhappy. The mobile carrier business and the embezzlement investigation on Coconut were all going wrong. Why can't people do their jobs right? I paid so much money for them. Choi Tae-min's primary assistant Chun Gisu responded, "We are continuing to pressure the prosecutors." As for the mobile carrier selection, Choi Gi-jung informed us that there is nothing he can do about it. He is continuing to let us know what is happening with the process, though. Choi Tae-min said to Chun Gisu angrily, "Do you think I called you in to hear that? Get me the results I want. Get them done." The budget difference is too big, sir. It's wrote down $5 billion while Xfeed wrote $15 billion, so... Chun Gisu couldn't finish his sentence after Choi Tae-min kicked him in the knee. He bit his lips to endure the pain silently. Choi Tae-min said to him angrily, "Get the judges to change the scoring system so the available fund isn't as important. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Choi Tae-min was asking the whole judging system to change so its could win the process. Chun Gisu nodded in pain. Choi Tae-min continued, "And as for the investigation, if they refuse to do our bidding, get rid of them and get new prosecutors. We are Daeyang. We should be able to do anything. The main prosecutor named Min Gi-yoon who refuses to do what we say. Who cares? Why are you telling me this? Just get it done." Choi Tae-min got angrier and angrier. Chun Gisu replied quickly, "Yes, sir." "And about Coconut's AI. Why aren't we doing anything like that at our company?" "Currently, we did order our Daeyang Central Research Lab to start a similar project. The thing is, however, it's only at a beginning stage, so it will take a while to see the result." "Why didn't you start it earlier then?" Choi Tae-min kicked him again. He yelled, "Get them done now!" Chun Gisu left the room quickly. His knee was bleeding by the time he left. Min Gi-yoon was shocked at the news. "You want me to quit this case?" "Yup, sir." "What?" "You can't do this." Min Gi-yoon couldn't hide his anger. His superior consoled him. "I have no choice. I was ordered to do this." "How could you, as a deputy prosecutor, have no choice?" "Just quit." "No." "Min Gi-yoon!" "You will have to fire me or send me to a different department. I won't quit." "Gosh, why can't you?" Min Gi-yoon lowered his voice. "What will you do when a different party takes over the government at the next election?" "What? We'll go to a private sector?" The deputy prosecutor became quiet. Min Gi-yoon glared at him. "I won't. I will never leave this job. In time, different powers will take over this government, and this investigation will be forgotten." "I know. I am a proud prosecutor of the Korean government. I vowed to be ethical and just for this country." "I know. Just stop." However, Min Gi-yoon didn't stop. "We both vowed to serve this country. We promised." "I know. Then why are you acting this way?" The deputy was torn. Daeyang promised to make his life easy, a promotion and also a guaranteed high-paying position when he retired. Min Gi-yoon knew this, so he suggested, "If you go against Daeyang and act ethically, I'm sure you will be compensated by Coconut's CEO. Kang Woo-sung will see you favorably. Law firm Hwajung is hired by KND, so maybe they will even offer you the same deal as Daeyang did." The deputy started to think carefully. He asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Be fair. Follow the law. Do what you should be doing as a good civil servant." "But what I should be doing is following orders." "No, in the handbook for the Civil Servant Code of Conduct, there is a regulation that says you can choose not to follow orders if they are illegal or unethical." "I am not so naive that I believe justice will always prevail, but this doesn't mean we shouldn't even try. Don't you want your parents to be proud of you? Don't you want to be an exemplary civil servant for your children?" The deputy massaged the back of his neck. He sighed deeply and replied, "Fine, I got it. I have a plan to resist Dayang's pressure." "What?" "Dayang is full of corruption. I will do a little investigation and take care of it. You just pretend you don't know anything about it." "All right." Min Gi-yoon warned his classmate and one of Dayang's lawyers, Kim Jae-jun. "If Dayang doesn't stop pressuring us, we will start an investigation on Dayang too." Kim Jae-jun quickly arranged a meeting with Chun Gi-soo. If this happened, Dayang would be in trouble. When Kim Jae-jun explained the situation, Chun Gi-soo frowned. "Did he say anything else?" "That was it." "Who does he think he is?" "He is one of those righteous people. Even his coworkers and superiors don't like him. It sounds like he will be demoted to a small province eventually. Should we hold off on this investigation for now? But this needs to happen before the mobile carrier selection process." Kim Jae-jun had no answer. Chun Gi-soo added, "How the hell did he know about Dayang's corruption so much? Who spilled? Who gave him the approval to investigate Dayang? I think the prosecutors are just trying to resist our pressure, and this is how they are doing it. Min Gi-yoon is being used as the front." Min Gi-yoon. He was known for having unbending principles. He could not be pressured or bribed by anyone. Korea needed someone like him. Even Kim Jae-jun felt that way. All prosecutors needed to be like Min Gi-yoon. Chun Gi-soo was frustrated. Choi Taemin would be furious. Suddenly, Kim Jae-jun's phone rang. Chun Gi-soo said to him, "Answer it." When he checked the caller ID, it was Coconut and KND's main lawyer Hong Min-wook from Huijung Law Firm. When Kim Jae-jun answered, Hong Min-wook greeted pleasantly. "I hear you are very busy." Yes. "Could I speak to Chun Gi-soo? I know he is with you." Kim Jae-jun said to Chun Gi-soo in confusion, "It's from the Huijung Law Firm. He wants to talk to you." "What?" Chun Gi-soo took the phone. "Haha, hello there. I am Hong Min-wook from Huijung." When Chun Gi-soo didn't reply, Hong Min-wook continued, "You must already know that I represent Coconut and KND. The problem is I keep hearing some unpleasant rumors about you." Chun Gi-soo knew this was bad and things would get worse. Chapter 156. The main game begins. "What do you mean?" "Let's not feign ignorance here. I want this to resolve quickly." Chun Gi-soo's hands trembled. He went through so much to get where he was right now. If this didn't go well, it could all crumble down to nothing. Hong Min-wook continued, "Did you really think Dayang is the only one with connections in the prosecutor department? If you keep pressuring them, I'm telling you that we will have no choice but to fight back. We don't want things to get worse." Chun Gi-soo tried to pretend again. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Well, I guess I should show you then." Beep. Beep. Chun Gi-soo's cell phone rang. The caller ID indicated that it was from the director of the white-collar crime department. This was someone Chun Gi-soo already knew. He answered pleasantly, "Oh, hello, sir." But the response was cold. "Hello, this is No Sungmin. We have a problem. I keep hearing Dayang is involved in illegal and unethical activities, and this needs to stop now. If not, I will have to get involved and stop you myself." "What are you talking about?" "Dayang can't treat us prosecutors like its employees." "Ha ha ha, of course not. We have never felt that way." "Good. This is a confusing time in this country. Things need to settle down quietly." Chun Gi-soo had no choice. He answered, "All right." After hanging up, Chun Gisu went back to the call with Hong Min-wook. Hong Min-wook asked, "What will you do?" Chun Gisu tried to think of something, but there was nothing he could come up with. Kim Jae-jun asked Chun Gisu, "Are you okay, sir?" Chun Gisu murmured, "This is bad." Coconut, I won the final game. It was a perfect win. Coconut's stock price soared to a higher point than Facebook and Daeyang. More than 50 of Koreans were using Coconut Talk. The number of international users increased fast too. Jang Guangchul and Hong Subum couldn't stop smiling. This is unbelievable. We will catch up to Facebook very soon. And that would mean our stock price will go up even more. Of course, we may even become comparable to Apple. Hong Subum looked excited. Jang Guangchul grinned and asked, "You must be very happy." That's an understatement. You have 1.4 of the company, so that would be over $1.5 billion. It's not just the money. Think of the power and influence we have over the world. Haha, right? How do you feel, President Kang? Fine. This was supposed to happen, so I don't really feel much different. You are so boring. Woo Sung replied evenly. The fourth mobile carrier, frequency auction, and MA of Daeonam Constructions. Afterward, Pangyo, Yongsan, and Apgujeong projects. We still have a long way to go, so it's not time to celebrate yet. Your greed is never-ending, President Kang. As for the mobile carrier business, we pretty much won at this point. If the investigation has been unproductive so far, I would say it's over. But it's so strange. I thought they would have done something to us by now, but we haven't heard anything yet. I thought it was because you took care of it. Woo Sung replied with a frown, but still, it's Daeyang we're talking about. They should have more influence and authority than this. Woo Sung did ask Hajing law firm to pressure Daeyang, but he didn't expect it to be enough. If it was, then Daeyang was not as formidable as Woo Sung believed. This meant it would be even easier to accomplish his revenge against Choi Gi-chul. Jang Guangchul said confidently, "We are now an internationally renowned company. No one can touch us now. We can relax." Woo Sung nodded. Broken computer, keyboard, pens, and paper were everywhere on the floor. Choi Taemin was panting and screaming. So X-Feed will be selected? And the prosecutors stopped their investigation? At Choi Taemin's scream, no one could answer. He continued, "So will we just sit and watch X-Feed win?" Choi Taemin's eyes were red. He looked psychotic. Jang Hyun-ho, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, replied slowly, "Some say that Daeyang would do better by focusing on smartphone and semiconductors, not to get involved in the mobile carrier industry. KND's smartphone is doing better than ours. China will probably take over the semiconductor market soon. So what the hell are you talking about?" Jang Hyun-ho became quiet. Chun Gisu replied instead, "If prosecutors won't, why not ask NanoI's National Intelligence Service? If we can steal the national core technologies from KND and Coconut, then we should be able to create our own AI. If we hold their technology as a hostage, maybe we can make them give up the mobile carrier business too. Do we have any solid connections in NIS? We have a few employees in our information department who retired from NIS." Choi Taemin started to calm down. He looked interested. He turned to Chun Gisu and asked, "You think you can do this?" "I will try my best." "Go do it. We don't have much time left, so I don't care how much money you need to spend. Make it happen now." After the meeting, Jang Hyun-ho took Chun Gisu to a quiet place and said, "Nis, if it doesn't work out, you will be in huge trouble." Chun Gisu bit his lips. He replied quietly, "I know." Jang Hyun-ho asked seriously, "You could end up in jail. Daeyang will not save you if it happens. You can't sacrifice your life for this company." Choi Taemin. Chun Gisu shushed him quickly. Jang Hyun-ho replied, "Don't worry. I had the area checked for any tapping devices." Chun Gisu relaxed. Jang Hyun-ho continued, "Just be careful. Things can end up very badly for you." "I know, but what else can I do? I started this, so I need to finish it." "What will you do if K&D contacts you?" Chun Gisu's eyes widened. He was one of Choi Tae-min's main assistants. His salary and respect from others rivaled any CEOs of smaller companies. He has reached the highest level a salaryman could reach in a company. However, with Choi Tae-min's increasingly abusive behavior, Chun Gisu was starting to feel differently about Dae-yang. He asked, What are you trying to say? I'm just saying it's a possibility. You never know. We used to be the former chairman's men. We can never know what Choi Tae-min may do to us. I'm concerned for both of us. I met many people recently, including a high-ranking member from XFeed. Chun Gisu looked surprised. After Chun Gisu left, Jang Hyun-ho took out one of his cell phones, a blue S2. It only had one number saved. He dialed, CEO Jang, this is Hyun-ho. Hi, how did it go? I asked, so we'll see. And Dae-young is planning to use NIS to steal your core technologies. NIS? Yes, and it may really happen. All right, I will look into it. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I won't forget about you. Haha, no problem. We are working together for the same goal. Of course. Choi Tae-min is now uncontrollable. Dae-yang will soon collapse because of him. Good, and when that happens, you will take over the company. Jang Hyun-ho replied quietly. Thank you. We are continuing to buy bulks of Dae-yang shares, so it will not be long. Chapter 157. The main game begins. The government is proud to announce XFeed, our new fourth mobile carrier. We expect that the public will soon enjoy lowered cell phone bills. XFeed's CEO is the infamous Kang Woo-sung, who also owns Coconut and KND. He applied with an astonishing budget of $15 billion for this project. Soon after, Woo-sung took over Daenam Constructions. Daenam used to be the third biggest construction companies in Korea, but due to the financial crisis, it was suffering from minimal profit. Woo-sung managed to purchase it for $3 billion. The media suggested that Woo-sung may have made a mistake, but he replied, I have enough money to buy anything. The problem is that there aren't many companies I want to buy. The next step was the frequency auction. Woo-sung needed frequencies in the 1.8 GHz. It was called the golden frequency. It was the most used frequency for LTE in the world. Jang Guangchul asked Woo-sung, I assume that you will continue bidding until you win. Woo-sung nodded. I'm thinking $5 billion is my limit. Jang Guangchul hid his shock. In the past, the highest bid was by TK, who won with $990 million. Woo-sung would not let TK win this time. Jang Guangchul said to Woo-sung, Hey, you know what auctions are like. The richest wins. But we just used $3 billion to take over Daenam. We will have to spend a lot more on Pangyo and Yongsan. We also spent $15 billion on the mobile carrier business. If we get desperate, we can sell more of KND shares. You know how much money we can generate with that? If Woo-sung sold just 10 of his shares, he could generate $8 billion. Jang Guangchul murmured, I know. KND and Coconut. Jang Guangchul's shares of both companies exceeded $10 billion. It was an amount he would have never made had he not met Woo-sung. Woo-sung continued, I plan to write down $500 million as my first bid to show TK that we mean business. Oh, and by the way, there is one scenario where it might be okay for us not to win. What? Winner's curse. If TK wins but suffers from the winner's curse, because they spend too much money, it will be even better for XFeed. What are you planning this time? This auction should be fun. The entire country will be watching. Woo-sung murmured mysteriously, which made Jang Guangchul shiver. TK Telecom headquarters, inside Jun Tae-won's office. XFeed wrote down $500 million for the first round. Jun Tae-won gritted his teeth at his assistant's report, so he is confident? His total budget is $15 billion, so he isn't worried about money. He also got the equipment for cheap from KND. So he has plenty of money. Jun Tae-won was worried. After thinking for a few seconds, he continued, "The most we can spend is $1.5 billion. However, if we don't get 1.8 GHz, it will be a problem." That's correct. Jun Taewon sighed deeply. He couldn't come up with a solution. Just put down $600 million and we'll see what happens. His assistant nodded and made a quick call. Meanwhile, Jun Taewon noticed the commercial on TV. X-Feed is the only option if you want 4G. The fastest internet 4G in Korea. Blue S3 4G available, choose X-Feed. The auction was just beginning, yet X-Feed was airing commercials as if it already won. Jun Taewon couldn't stand it. 2 days later, Jun Taewon's assistant ran into his office. He was sweating as he announced the news. $800 million. He wrote down $800 million. Jun Taewon bit his lips. He's crazy. We are only in the third round. The auction was still at a beginning stage, yet Kang Woo-sung was raising the bid too quickly. It was already getting close to Jun Taewon's limit. How are the others doing? It looks like KG gave up on the golden frequency. Their budget was probably under $1 billion. We can go up till 1.5. Jun Taewon decided. Write down $1 billion. Let's see how high he can go. Sir. And raise more funds. We need to win this. Yes, sir. The next day. Will the winner suffer from the curse? The bid is now up to $1 billion and it has only been 4 days. Who will win the golden frequency? It was the talk of the country. Jun Taewon paced around nervously. He was sweating despite the cold weather. He kicked the desk in anger and frustration. Finally, his assistant ran into the office. Kang Woo-sung made a bid of $1.5 billion. Jun Taewon closed his eyes. 1.5 was his highest limit. Bastard. Should we write down $1.6 billion? The assistant's voice was trembling. They couldn't afford this amount, but Jun Taewon nodded. Do it. But if they give up afterward? It's fine. We can afford it. If we get a loan, we can even go up to $2 billion. Jang Gwangchul swallowed. 2 billion. We're almost there. The curse will happen. Woo-sung rubbed his chin. The bid was now up to $2 billion. In his previous life, TK won the 1.8 GHz for a little less than $1 billion. Woo-sung replied, "This frequency can really be advantageous in this industry. We may have successful companies like Coconut and Blue S, but we are still a newbie in the mobile carrier business. TK owns half the market so far, which means we need this frequency to steal those customers. With the golden frequency, we will gain a lot of attention and free publicity." That's right. We will gain new users quickly. Jang Gwangchul nodded in agreement and replied, "We haven't even started the service, but we already have over 10,000 new X-Feed users. I think people are expecting us to win." They needed this frequency. $2 billion was too much. Jun Taewon paced around nervously. 2 billion, 2 billion, that crazy bastard, $2 billion. I think he may be thinking to go even to $3 billion. Jun Taewon gaped. For a frequency? It will attract a lot of customers. They know this. Jun Taewon closed his eyes. He kept pacing around. What should he do? Should he bid more or stop? Suddenly, the assistant's cell phone rang. It was from Dayang. "Hello, this is Chun Gisu from Dayang." "Yes. I heard that you are currently having some difficulties with the frequency auction. I was wondering if Dayang could help." Chapter 158. The main game begins. Jang Gwangchul asked Woo-sung as he pointed at the newspaper, "President Kang, did you talk to someone from Goryeo newspaper? Why is there an article about us? X-Feed wins over TK." According to an official from X-Feed, the company has an unlimited amount of fund. This means that it is unlikely for TK to win the golden frequency from this auction. Which official did they talk to? Do I have to get involved? Woo-sung grinned mysteriously and replied, "I think the reporter just made it up." "Did you do this?" Woo-sung didn't answer, but Jang Guangchul didn't probe. He changed the subject instead. "Fine. Anyway, the bid is at over $2 billion now. What will you do now?" Currently, they were at the 8th round and the current bid was $2.3 billion. Jang Guangchul asked, "You realize that $2 billion is a huge amount, right?" Woo-sung knew, but he wasn't worried. The only thing he had to decide was whether to actually purchase the frequency or just raise the bid and let TK buy it at a ridiculous price. Winner's curse. If the bid went over $3 billion and TK won, it would have no choice but to increase the cell phone bill to cover this expense. This would cause many of the customers to leave this company. Which scenario will benefit Woo-sung the most? Jang Guangchul misunderstood Woo-sung's silence as his concern for the money, so he offered, "If you really feel like we need this frequency, then I will help you with the money. Don't worry." Woo-sung grinned. "Haha, I'm not worried about the money. I'm just wondering how high I should raise the bid. Obviously, we should try to buy it at the lowest cost possible. But what if we raise it high and get TK to buy it?" "What?" "TK is a huge company that can afford up to $2 billion, but if the bid goes over $3, $4, or even $5 billion, they probably could still buy it, but it will be damaging to their company." Jang Guangchul swallowed. He asked, "But will TK follow us?" "That's why I'm concerned." "So that news article was your way of testing the water?" "Exactly." "But what if they give up?" "I'm looking into it. It's not just other companies that plant spies in rival companies." "What?" Next day afternoon. The result of the 9th round was announced. Jun Tae-won frowned. $2.5 billion? What the assistant replied. "It looks like Xfeed wants it at any cost. What should we do?" "Go with $3 billion. This was beyond what TK could afford. If they won with this amount, they would have to raise the cell phone bills starting next month. The assistant hesitantly replied, "We will then have to raise the fees. We have done a survey recently, and it sounds like if we raise it, the customers will protest." "I know that. And if we raise it, it would mean that we are going against the current President Lee Park-sung's wish to decrease the fees for the public." Jun Tae-won nodded. "So whoever wins this frequency would suffer from the winner's curse. If 2.8 is too much for us, it must be way over Xfeed's budget too. Yet they still want this frequency. To be honest, we do not know how much President Kang Woo-sung can really afford. We don't know the exact amount of his assets, and what kind of technologies he has." The assistant took a deep breath and continued, "He is the first one in Korea to commercialize 4G. His coconut is worth over $100 billion. A few billion dollars may mean nothing to him." Jun Tae-won replied lightly, "You know what? Just raise the bid. Are you thinking Daeyang will help? It will be a good investment for them." "But your father, the chairman, may disagree." Jun Tae-won kicked the desk angrily. The assistant flinched. After a few seconds, he continued, "Then, we need to decide on our plan. Are you saying that we don't plan on purchasing the frequency now, but just raise the bid so Kang Woo-sung buys it at the highest price?" Jun Tae-won nodded. "Then we will get started. Don't worry about the money." The assistant nodded and left the room. $3 billion. That was the bid at the 10th round. The media was starting to mention the possibility of increased cell phone bills if the bid kept increasing. When the auction first started, Korea Communication Commission wanted to make as much money from this as possible, but this was going too far. Meeting at the Korea Communication Commission office. Xfeed's Jang Guangchul, TK's Park Ji-ho, and Korea Communication Commission official met together. This could become very controversial, and that is why we arranged this meeting. $3 billion is not an appropriate amount for this frequency. Jang Guangchul smiled and replied, "It's all about the demand. We don't think $3 billion is a big number." Park Ji-ho frowned and added, "I guess I agree. TK won't give up either. We need this frequency." The official looked at both of them and asked, "Is there any way to arbitrate this situation? If this continues and TK wins, you will have to increase the cell phone fee. Don't you think that this is unfair for your customers?" The official turned to Zhang Guangchul, and if Xfeed wins, it will still be too much money to spend on a single frequency. Zhang Guangchul smiled. Xfeed will not suffer from lack of funds. You know this. President Kang has significant personal funds besides Coconut and KND. We are not worried at all. It should be TK who should be concerned. Park Ji-ho frowned. The official sighed deeply. Korea Communication Commission is willing to offer another frequency to resolve this situation. If there is a frequency you are interested, please let me know. Zhang Guangchul replied. We only want 1.8 HGZ. We need this. TK feels the same way. It's 1.8 or nothing. Park Ji-ho said the same thing as per Jun Taewon's order. The official sighed again. So there is no solution? When both nodded, the official finally announced. Then from now on, whenever a company bids, it will have to prove that it has 50 of the bid in cash available immediately. As the bid increases, the percentage will go up as well. Park Ji-ho froze. This meant that for a $3 billion bid, they would need to prove that they have $1.5 billion in cash. If a company can't prove it, they will have to pay a penalty. Zhang Guangchul nodded comfortably while Park Ji-ho looked anxious. Chapter 159, The Main Game Begins. After the meeting, Zhang Guangchul returned to the office and said to Woo-sung in excitement, "It sounds like TK won't give up." If the new rule required participating companies to provide a 50 cash availability, this would benefit us. Exactly. The government is worried that this will cause the phone bills to alleviate. Understandable. Based on our calculation, any bid above 3 billion will require at least a 5 increase of the phone bills. So the game is getting even more interesting. Woo-sung nodded. Who will give up? Zhang Guangchul continued. We need to make sure TK doesn't steal our information and plans, or else this can be very bad for us. Woo-sung nodded. Zhang Guangchul added in a low voice, I heard from our spy in Dayang. There was a huge kerfuffle after Xfeed won the mobile carrier business, and NIS couldn't do too much for them. Zhang Guangchul looked thrilled as he continued, so Chun Gisu was blamed for everything, and now he feels like he's done with Dayang. So is he interested in coming to us? Probably not to KND right away, but maybe he can start working at Xfeed as a consult? What do you think? But that would make Dayang even angrier, and they may do something drastic to us. Then what should we do? Why don't we create a consulting company and get him to become the acting CEO? I will fund the whole thing, and after we take over Dayang, we will place him as Dayang's new CEO. Okay, let's try that. Get him to sell his Dayang shares to us. Zhang Guangchul nodded and left the office. $3.3 billion. It was the amount from Xfeed for the 11th round. They had to prove that they had 55 of this amount available in cash. Xfeed sent the appropriate documents and passed with flying colors. After hearing this, TK was in a panic. This was beyond Jun Taewon now. He went to his father, the chairman, Jun Young-hae. His father asked, $3.3 billion, and you want to write a bigger bid? Jun Taewon replied confidently, yes, we need Xfeed to pay as much as possible for this so that we have a chance. Jun Jung-hee asked coldly, and what if Xfeed suddenly gives up and we end up needing to pay the amount? It's a high risk and high return situation. Why should we take on this risk? Why not other mobile carriers? The others are too small and I was able to get an investor who can cover us if necessary. If I didn't have this, I wouldn't have started it. Jun Jung-hee massaged his temples and asked, so you used up all of our company's available fund. If it goes over 3.5 billion, we won't be able to bid. But this investor will provide us with more funds. I'm confident we can come up with the money. If you're right, then this would indeed be a win-win situation for us. But do you even know why this investor is helping us? It doesn't matter. TK will win no matter what. Jun Taewon explained with confidence. Jun Jung-hee saw himself in his son when he was younger. Jun Jung-hee began with nothing. He took high risks, and that was how he came to own the biggest mobile carrier in the country. Jun Jung-hee asked finally, "Are you sure about this?" "Yes." It was all Kang Woo-sung's fault. Dae-yang was going downhill all because of him. They took the mobile's carrier business. We couldn't find anything about his companies, even with the help of the NIS. Blue S is doing well. They are about to win the golden frequency. Choi Tae-min screamed. Chun Gi-soo remained silent. "Why can't you do anything?" "I apologize." "Do you think apologizing will fix anything?" "How much did you get paid last year from this company?" $2.1 million, including the incentives. "And do you think you did enough to deserve that?" Chun Gi-soo couldn't hide his displeasure. Choi Tae-min sneered. "Are you angry?" "No, sir." "Bring me result then." "I will." "You better, or else." After leaving the room, Jang Hyunho called Chun Gi-soo for a private meeting. "Did you think about it? You know our careers are over in this company." Chun Gi-soo nodded unhappily. He was sure now. He asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Help me with the TK situation. If things go well, they promise to make a consulting company for us." Chun Gi-soo didn't seem happy with the offer. "Just a consulting company? It's just a smokescreen for the bigger plan. It's only temporary. Ultimately, we will come back to Daeyang, but not as assistants." Chun Gi-soo murmured, "I see. We can have the chance to run this company. We deserve it." Chun Gi-soo nodded. Jang Hyunho quickly picked up his cell phone. Jang Guangchul went to Woo-sung. He called. "TK accepted Daeyang's help. So TK is reaching its limit." "Yup. It's almost time." "Daeyang offered 1 billion, right?" Jang Guangchul nodded. "I'm guessing they could probably bid up to 5 billion if they use every resource they have. I just hope they keep continuing to bid. They are probably worrying about the same thing." Jang Guangchul sighed deeply. If they give up, what are you going to do?" Woo-sung replied slowly. "There is one huge difference between TK and Xfeed. Do you know what it is? They don't have as much money as we do." "That's right. They don't have money, so they are borrowing from everywhere, including Daeyang." Jang Guangchul nodded. He asked, "So what do you think will happen tomorrow?" "TK will probably bid $3.5 billion. We will then go up to 4 billion. They will probably go even higher." "Yes? Then we will go higher again. It needs to go beyond anyone's expectation." "So how much are you thinking?" $7 billion. "What? Do you think TK can come up with that kind of money? Unless they are crazy, they won't go that high. They came this far, so they are already crazy. At this point, they are making their decisions based on their emotions. They want revenge against us. Why do you think Daeyang is helping TK? Because they hate us?" "Precisely. We will continue to air our obnoxious ads on TV. Their pride will be damaged every time they watch them, both Daeyang and TK." "But what if they give up?" "Our government is corrupt, as you already know. TK is probably getting information from the government officials about us, so what we'll do is feed the officials wrong information about us. They are probably guessing our limit to be $7 billion. Jang Guangchul sighed again. "I really hope it works out just as you say." Woo-sung looked calm, but his hands were sweating. This was not something that happened in his previous life, so he had no way of knowing if it would work. He was worried, but he replied evenly, "It doesn't matter even if it doesn't work out. $7 billion. It was a lot of money, but it wasn't an amount Woo-sung couldn't afford. On TV, Xfeed commercials continued to air. Xfeed service will outperform every other mobile carrier. 20 cheaper and 20 faster. Choose Xfeed. Chapter 160, richest of them all. The mocking TV ads made Jun Tae-won crazy. Should I give up? Or should I keep going? Give up? Keep going? He murmured like this all day. Should he stop now or go a little bit further? The bid was now at $5 billion. Sir. They had only 1 hour left until they had to make a decision. Xfeed's last bid was $5.2 billion. TK had to decide whether to raise it or give up. The new rule also stated that if they wanted to bid, they had to prove 80% of the bid was available in cash. This meant that they needed $4 billion in cash. This was too much. Did you look into short-term loan options from the credit unions? Right, Capital is the only one that replied back to us, and they said they are willing to lend us money. How much? Up to $5 billion. Jun Tae-won's eyes widened. $5 billion? Yes, as long as you use your company shares as collateral. Is it a trustworthy lender? I looked into it, and yes, it has enough money. It even has a hedge fund in the US. Jun Tae-won sighed deeply. I guess we can do this then. 4:30 p.m. They had to make a decision in 30 minutes or else it was over for them. Daeyang wants us to go for it. They lost the mobile carrier business to Xfeed, and they are angry. They appear to want to help us in any way possible. Daeyang told us that Xfeed will probably go up to $7 billion, right? Yes, and our own TK Research Lab has confirmed this number. That is why Daeyang wants us to go up to $7 billion. But $7 billion, that would mean we need to have about $6 billion in cash ready. If we borrow money from Right Capital, it's possible. If we can really make Xfeed spend $7 billion for this frequency, it would be great. Jun Tae-won sighed again. What should he do? Finally, Jun Tae-won replied slowly, how do other mobile carriers feel? Both KG and LU want us to go for it. If Xfeed becomes successful, it will affect all of them negatively. They also promise that they will let us have the best frequency at the next auction. $7 billion. It was a huge amount. If Xfeed gave up before TK did. If this doesn't go as we hope, it will be detrimental for us. It's true. We will have to charge additional fees to our customers. Thankfully, if it happens, KG and LU promise to cover the extra fees for us for a while. If we end up with the golden frequency, Xfeed will be in trouble since they won't be able to use their 4G. They have been advertising a 20 faster service. Were we able to steal their 4G technology yet? Not yet. We are trying, but it's not going very well. 4:45 p.m. It was time to decide. The assistant looked at Jun Tae-won. He bit his lips and finally told his assistant the amount. The auction was at its 20th round with the bid of $6.5 billion. The public thought both companies lost their minds. The media claimed that whoever wins this auction would be paying way too much. Woo-sung couldn't believe it was going according to his plan. He was excited. Jang Guangchul looked at him nervously and asked, We're done, right? You will back out now? Woo-sung clenched his fists. He asked, If we back out now and let them win, what will happen to TK stocks? It's at about $200 and it will immediately drop to $150 or even $100. And they will have to increase their fees? Yes, at least 5. It will be great for us. We don't have to go any further. We won. Haha, I know. So you will stop now, right? Woo-sung walked to the window and replied slowly, $6.5 billion. It's a lot of money for a person. It's a lot even for any company. Stop this nonsense and make a decision. I'm dying here. Just tell me you will stop. Do you really think we should back out now? Yes. Then why are they expecting us to bid again with a higher amount? It's because you fed them fake info. They think we will go up to $7 billion. It worked too well. So what? Stop second-guessing yourself. 4:30 p.m. They had to make a decision in 30 minutes. Woo-sung finally replied, This is it then. So we're done? Woo-sung nodded. Yes. Call them. Zhang Guangchul stood up. All right. $183. $179. $162. TK stocks declined quickly. 1.8 gigahertz was purchased by TK for the final price of $6.5 billion. Winner's curse. $158. Right after the auction, a piece of breaking news was announced. Xfeed develops a new band technology to increase its speed. Golden frequency is unnecessary. 20 decrease in fee and 20 increase in speed plan still on. The number of users leaving the existing 3 mobile carriers increased quickly. TK Xfeed, 35,133. KG Xfeed, 21,418. LU Xfeed, 10,951. They were losing customers to Xfeed. Another reason for Xfeed's popularity was because it was the only company that offered the brand new Blue S3. Meet your new Blue S3 only at Xfeed. 2 GB memory, LTE included. Qualcomm Snapdragon included. The commercials worked wonders. More and more people left their own mobile carriers to join Xfeed. 300,000 people. 500,000 people. 1 million people. 3 million people. In only 3 months, over 10 million people joined Xfeed. Finally, in January 2011, Xfeed owned 20 of the Korean mobility market. TK still owned 35, but it was decreasing fast. Many users were waiting for their contracts to end with TK. The TK stock also continued to decline. $143. $131. Xfeed hasn't listed itself yet, but its value was nonetheless increasing exponentially. TK was worth $10 billion. Xfeed was now valued at $5 billion. It was only a matter of time before Xfeed became bigger than TK. Jun Tae-won was frustrated. He said to his assistant, "Is there anything we can do to improve this situation? Are we going to just watch our customers leave us? We have other problems. We paid $3 billion so far for the frequency, and within the next 5 years, we have to pay back the rest of the $3.5 billion. If we lose any more customers, it will be very hard for us to make these payments." "Are you saying we may go bankrupt?" The assistant hesitantly nodded. Bankruptcy. He never thought he would have to worry about such an event. "I can't believe this is happening." Jun Tae-won wished he could go back in time. If he did, he wouldn't have entered the auction at all, but it was too late. The assistant asked, "What did the chairman say?" "Nothing, which is even worse. If we sell our assets, we might be able to get by for a little while, but what do we do after that? Xfeed's new band technology will ruin us." Exactly. The other companies probably feel the same way. In the past, the 3 companies have been operating in harmony, but now it's a dog-eat-dog world. It's a war. More like a massacre by Xfeed. Jun Tae-won sighed deeply suddenly. Chairman Jun Young-hee stormed into the room. Behind him was the man Jun Tae-won hated the most in the world. It was Xfeed's Kang Woo-sung. Chapter 161, Richest of Them All. Jung Jung-hee led the conversation. "You have met each other before, right?" Jun Tae-won nodded with a frown. Woo-sung smiled and offered his hand. "Nice to see you again." Jun Tae-won didn't shake Woo-sung's hand. Instead, he turned to his father. "Chairman, what is going on?" "I am trying to clean up your mess." Jun Tae-won flinched at his father's anger. Woo-sung watched quietly. Jun Jung-hee looked at both young men in front of him. He asked Jun Tae-won, "President Kang is interested in our IT company. I think we should have him take it. What do you think?" "You mean TK Communication?" Jun Jung-hee nodded. TK Communication included the music streaming service Grapefruit, the SNS service called T-World, the AN online store 10th Avenue. "We need the funds to pay for the frequency. You know our situation, right?" Jun Tae-won's voice faltered. "Sir, why are you talking about our situation in front of an outsider?" Jun Jung-hee glared at his son. President Kang is now in the mobile carrier business, so he is part of the same industry. We need to help each other. Jun Tae-won didn't like it at all. Sleeping with the enemy. Jun Jung-hee said to Jun Tae-won, "Don't let your emotions control you. Be objective and think only of the company. Have you already forgotten what I taught you?" Jun Tae-won bit his lips hard. Woo-sung looked at both of them and offered, "I am willing to offer a fair price. It will be based on your company's current financial status." Jun Jung-hee added, "He has offered $1.5 billion for the entire TK communication." Woo-sung knew Grapefruit alone would become worth over $1.6 billion in the future. T-World will fail, and 10th Avenue will become a mediocre online mall. But if I get involved, I can make them become successful. Woo-sung planned to combine Grapefruit and Spotify together. He was also considering incorporating T-World and 10th Avenue to Coconut. Jun Jung-hee asked his son, "What do you think?" This was humiliating, but Jun Tae-won had no choice. He answered, "It's not a bad offer. Oh, and I saw that you borrowed money from a hedge fund called Right Capital. You know how much in interest we are paying, right? $10 million per month just in interest." Jun Tae-won nodded silently. $1 billion won't be enough to take care of it. If you give me time, I can fix this. When would that be? After our company goes bankrupt? Jun Tae-won couldn't reply. Jun Jung-hee asked angrily, "Do you even know how much cash we have right now?" Jun Tae-won knew, but he remained silent. $0. They had nothing. Jun Tae-won hated his father for humiliating him in front of his worst enemy. Chairman Jun continued, "So President Kang will be taking over our new semiconductor company Annex for $4 billion. In total, we should be getting $5.5 billion, and with this, we should be okay for now." Jun Tae-won stood up and shouted, "Father! It's a fair price for both sides." Woo-sung grinned. "This is working out easier than I expected." Annex. It was only a small company for now, but in a few years it would be the biggest part of TK. This was an amazing deal for Woo-sung. He was surprised Jun Jung-hee agreed to this deal so easily. They must have been desperate. Woo-sung thought curiously, "And I can't believe he would talk to his son like that in front of me." Jun Jung-hee was trying to teach his son a lesson. He wanted his son to learn the consequences of his actions. Jun Jung-hee actually told Woo-sung of his intention before walking into the room. Just as Jun Jung-hee asked, Woo-sung said to Jun Tae-won, "Just think of it as a price for a good lesson. I won this game." Jun Tae-won's eyes reddened in fury. Woo-sung glanced at Jun Jung-hee, who was smiling in satisfaction. "Weird old man." Jun Tae-won screamed at Woo-sung, "You think you will get away with this?" "Well, let's do the math. TK Telecom's stock price is $110 today. It means TK is going down, and if you don't accept my offer, it will be over very soon. Think carefully." Woo-sung sat down on the sofa comfortably. This was exactly what Jun Jung-hee asked him to do as part of the deal. Jun Jung-hee looked at his son and asked, "Now it's your decision, right? Just think of the company." Jun Tae-won paced around the room. He was panting like a bull. Jun Jung-hee said sharply, "This is the consequence of your poor decision. You can't blame anyone else. You're the loser here. President Kang is the winner." Jun Tae-won glared at his father, who continued, "You can't always win. That is how business works. Do you now understand the responsibility of being a leader? Your decision affects the entire company. Look at President Kang. With his smart and quick thinking, he created successful companies like Coconut, KND, and Xfeed. Learn from him and work with him. This is just business. Don't be so emotional." Jun Tae-won finally stopped pacing around. He murmured quietly, "All right." He approached Woo-sung. "I apologize for being so childish, President Kang. I will try my best not to embarrass myself from now on." Jun Tae-won bowed. Woo-sung's eyes widened. Jun Jung-hee watched his son proudly. After they left the room, Jun Tae-won said to Woo-sung with a smile, "Thank you so much for doing me this favor." "Not at all. It is a good deal for me too." You are as amazing as I expected. You're not so bad either, sir. Ha 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 ha. Jun Jung-hee laughed loudly. It's nice to talk to someone so frankly. I suppose with your status, not many people would dare to talk to you bluntly. It's true, Gunwon was my only real friend, but after what happened to him, I have no one to really talk to. Jun Young-hee frowned and murmured to himself. Only if he raised his sons right, it wouldn't have happened. Woo-sung's heart pounded. He pretended to be calm and asked evenly, You raised your son well at least. Ha ha ha, you think so? Well, compared to the 3 Choi bastards, absolutely. Ha 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 ha, Choi bastards, you're funny. It's a well-known fact. I suppose, but not many would have the guts to say it out loud. You must not fear Daeyoung. Woo-sung nodded and replied, They bought their status with money. Now I have more money than them, so why should I fear them? Jun Jung-hee looked at Woo-sung enviously. Confident. Bold. Intelligent. Kang Woo-sung was a perfect businessman. Suddenly, Jun Young-hee realized he needed to beware of this man. It was just IT and semiconductor for now, but someday this man could take over the entire TK. When Woo-sung returned to the office, Jang Gwang-chul was waiting for him. How did it go? Very well. TK Communication and Annex for $5.5 billion. So now we should be able to supply semiconductor from Annex for Blue S. We need to take over Qualcomm and ARM as well. Alright, now, we will finalize the purchasing of Landhome Mart tomorrow, right? Woo-sung nodded. We will control the offline shopping with Home Mart and online shopping with 10th Avenue and Coconut Mall. Our company will do everything including finances, constructions, communications, electronics, and IT service. Alright, we will go as far as we can. Jang Gwang-chul raised his fist into the air. Chapter 162, Richest of Them All. Dunham Construction. Annex Semiconductors. TK Communication. Home Mart. As Woo-sung promised, he continued to grow his empire quickly. A report was released which ranked the biggest companies in the country. 1 Daeyoung net worth, $230 billion number of subsidiaries, 78. 2. KND net worth, $220 billion number of subsidiaries, 27. 3. TK net worth, $98 billion number of subsidiaries, 52. 4. Daeyoung net worth, $89 billion number of subsidiaries, 34. Only the top few companies were invited to the national business meeting with the President of Korea. In January of 2011, Woo-sung got a call from the Blue House. Jang Gwang-chul asked Woo-sung, President Kang, I heard you were invited to the Blue House? Yes, for the national business meeting. Wow, our company must be doing very well. The Blue House. Haha, we are number 2 in the country. For the personal asset category, I rank at the top. I am also within the top 10 in the world. It's not a surprise I was invited to this meeting. Jang Gwang-chul swallowed and asked, Will you refuse to attend? Woo-sung thought carefully. In 7 years, President Lee Park-sung will be arrested. Should he keep his distance now? Or should he use the president's power a little while longer? Jang Gwang-chul obviously didn't know the situation, so he suggested, You should really consider attending. If you don't, you may fall out of favor. What if they do another investigation on our company? Then I will get a different president elected. What? Jang Gwang-chul couldn't believe his ears. Woo-sung looked out the window silently. Jang Gwang-chul continued, did you see something in your dream? Will something happen to the president? It's nothing like that. I'm just saying we are no one's servant. Woo-sung turned to Jang Gwang-chul and continued, Sir, we are now a big company. We are responsible for many employees now. We need to be strong. We can't be affected by the government. No matter which party runs this country, we need to be constant and stable. Jang Gwang-chul was still curious. So you dreamt something? Not yet. I will let you know when it happens. Zhang Guangchul sighed deeply. Gosh, you scared me. I thought something big would go down. So will you attend or not? I will go for now, but I won't make any serious acquaintances. From now on, if any government official contacts you for anything unethical or illegal, just refuse. Zhang Guangchul nodded. All right, I will. President Lee Park-sung. He started as the CEO of Hyun Construction and became the mayor of Seoul. Afterward, he won the election and became the president of Korea. He said to his son, Lee Sung-hyun, "So, do you really believe we need Kang Woo-sung? Is he that great? You have no idea. He may have more money than Bill Gates now, and he is continuing to make more money as we speak. He must be a great businessman. After all, he is the founder of KND and Coconut and Xfeed. He also took over Danam Construction and a semiconductor company." Lee Sung-hyun frowned. "I am beginning to get worried. It feels like I'm starting to lose my control over him." Lee Park-sung frowned as well. It can't be easy to run so many companies. When you're involved in so many big businesses like that, you can't help but be involved in illegal activities. Kang Woo-sung told me that he makes his major business decisions based on data analysis. He was able to predict the North Korean incident a while back. That was really amazing. When he comes for the meeting in the Blue House, watch him carefully. We need to learn what his weaknesses are. It will help us. Haha, help you to become the next president? Lee Sung-hyun grinned. Father and son both becoming presidents. Wouldn't that be amazing? Lee Park-sung laughed proudly and replied, "By the way, we have another weapon that can help you regain control." Lee Sung-hyun thought carefully. Prosecutors. Korean Revenue Agency. NIS. What else? Oh, you mean the FTC Korea Fair Trade Commission? That's right, this agency is one the businessmen fear the most. But we need to be careful or else it might backfire. KND has a lot of influences. If we do something, and Kang Woo-sung plays the media and public against us, it could be bad. Besides, if we start any investigations, we will have to do it on all the companies, and we both know Daeang, TK, and Ahyun are all involved in illegal activities. Lee Park-sung smiled. What we can do is to use the media in our advantage. We can get them to report a false rumor about KND. And then, we act like we are forced to do an investigation. Exactly. Let's see how he does at the meeting, and we will decide. Lee Sung-hyun bowed. Late night, Woo-sung sat in front of the computer and thought out loud. I am collecting bitcoins at a much faster rate than expected. At this rate, I should have 10 million of them by next year. The ASIC developed by Woo Jiren was better than he could imagine. Almost half of all the available bitcoins in the world are mine. Woo-sung now owned over a third of all the bitcoins in the world. Once I have 10 million of them, I will make the price go up, and when it hits the highest price. Woo-sung grinned. He planned on making the price go as high up as possible. In his previous life, it peaked at $20,000, but perhaps he could even get it to reach $50,000 this time. And why wait till 2017? Woo-sung owned the cryptocurrency dealership equipped to deal with any kind of cryptocurrencies including Ethereum and Ripple. In his previous life, the cryptocurrency prices peaked in 2017, but this time, he didn't have to wait till 2017. I will collect Ethereum and Ripple and then get Choi Gichul to get interested in them. Daeang. Woo-sung had to destroy Daeang. Everything he did was to achieve this goal. Blue House Business Meeting. Most businessmen were in their 50s and 60s. Among them, one young man stood out. He was in his 20s. He was wearing a clean suit, but nothing fancy. His watch and shoes were all clean but nothing expensive. Yet among all the men in their luxurious outfits, this young man stood out the most. The meeting was aired live on TV. When it was Woo-sung's turn to shake hands with the president, all the cameras zoomed in. Make sure to get a good shot of Kang Woo-sung. Lee Park-sung greeted Woo-sung. Haha, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Park-sung. Congratulations on your successful launch of Xfeed. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, President. Haha, I didn't do anything. It's all because of your hard work. Haha, thank you. They shook hands for 30 seconds with bright smiles for the cameras. Afterwards, the president shook hands with the rest of the businessmen. Among them was Choi Tae-min. Woo-sung and Choi Tae-min's eyes locked. Woo-sung grinned. Choi Tae-min smiled politely, but it didn't reach his eyes. When Woo-sung's expression turned mocking, Choi Tae-min's face became rigid. However, they were in a public place. Choi Tae-min couldn't show his anger. Woo-sung approached him and shook his hand. Long time no see. Vice President Choi. Choi Tae-min could barely hide his hatred. Long time no see. I'm sorry to hear about the chairman and your younger brother. I don't know what to say. Woo-sung studied Choi Tae-min's face carefully. Choir Tae-min's brows were flinching. He was also sweating. Woo-sung thought, TK chairman knows something. Choi Gi-chul's reaction to my call was also strange. Woo-sung added quickly, I used to have conversations with Choi Gi-tae often. I am sad to hear what has happened to him. Woo-sung paused and glared at Choi Tae-min. He continued, Choi Gi-tae used to tell me he is afraid. He said he felt like someone was out to get him, and this happened. Did he say anything to you by any chance? Choi Tae-min replied bluntly, You are very interested in my family business. Haha, I was just worried because we were close. Suddenly, a waiter came by to lead them to the next room. Woo-sung followed him while Choi Tae-min gritted his teeth. Chapter 163. LT, Richest of Them Algate. The CEO of Ahyun, the biggest auto company in the country, Jung Man-ho, TK's Jun Jung-hee, Daeyoung's Choi Tae-min, MG Group's Gu Bon-ho, the biggest names of Korea were gathered in one place. President Kang recently purchased Home Mart and TK's 10th Avenue, which means KND may soon rule both the online and offline markets. President Park, you need to watch out for this young man. Chairman Park Hee-jin. He was the owner of Shinro Group, which was known for its Shin Marts. Park Hee-jin turned to Woo-sung and joked, Haha, please be kind to me. I am the one learning about this business, so I hope to learn from you, sir. Park Hee-jin laughed and asked, Haha, I heard a rumor that you are using the same IT technique as Amazon to reduce the price point. Is this true? Daeyoung's rival MG Electronics CEO Gu Bon-ho added, I also heard you will be incorporating the Coconut Pay to make it even more convenient for the customers. Is your plan going well? These were all business secrets, but they were already well known to everyone. There was no way to protect the confidentiality of these strategies. Woo-sung replied, I'm working as hard as I can. Ahyun Auto's Jung Man-ho joked, if you're going to get involved in the auto business too, please let me know in advance so I can prepare myself. TK's Jun Jung-hee laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! If President Kang was that nice, I wouldn't have gotten into this frequency auction mess. Jung Man-ho narrowed his eyes and nodded. I suppose, I just hope you didn't already start developing the self-driving cars. He looked at Woo-sung for any reactions, but Woo-sung replied neutrally, I'm considering it. As you know, I recently purchased a large portion of SpaceX. I am also looking into investing in Tesla. Jung Man-ho swallowed nervously. Park Hee-jin asked, Are you working with Amazon too? Woo-sung replied lightly, Haha, gentlemen, you can't ask me these top-secret questions. TK's Jung Jung-hee said to everyone, This young man is someone we should all fear. He just got into the mobile carrier business and he already owns 20 of the market. He also took over a few of TK's businesses. Jung Jung-hee looked around and added, If you don't want to be eaten by this guy, you better watch out. I'm guessing MG Electronics was also affected by Kang Woo-sung, right? MG's Gu Bon-ho replied, Very much so. At least MG's main business is appliances, so it wasn't as bad for us as Daeyoung. Everyone looked at Choi Tae-min, who replied quietly, We are okay for now. Daeyoung's foundation is very strong. Woo-sung quickly added, Haha, then us in KND need to work harder. We are working on adding Coconut Eye into Blue S3. The customers will go crazy for it. I'll do my best to win against Daeyoung. Jung Jung-hee joked, Wow, you're scary. Woo-sung continued quickly, and with Danem Construction, we will be building smart homes. All of my companies, KND, Coconut, and Danem, will help each other. Everyone quieted. All the CEOs showed respect. They knew everything Woo-sung said and planned would affect them. Lee Park-sung looked around the room. I know better than anyone how hard it is to run a business. Lee Park-sung was the CEO of Ahyun 20 years ago. Jung Manho added, but it has gotten easier for all of us thanks to you, President Lee. Haha, I'm glad to hear that. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to come to me. Thank you. And when the president hesitated, Jun Jung-hee encouraged him. Please, President, feel free to tell us anything you need. Lee Park-sung nodded and continued. Recently, we have noted that the economy has been deteriorating. The employment rate has been declining. He was asking for the CEOs to increase employment opportunities. Everyone nodded. Jung Manho answered quickly, we will try our best. Others added, why don't I start the next quarter's employment plan now? I will order to increase the number of job openings by at least 10. It was a joke. Everyone jumped at the president's words. Lee Park-sung smiled and replied, I am so lucky to have all of you. I am especially thankful to President Kang, who achieved the decreasing of the mobile phone fee for the public. Woo-sung answered quickly, not at all, President. Lee Park-sung quickly glanced at Jung Manho and added, the only thing is, President Kang, you need to stop expanding so fast. It is causing everyone problems. You need to focus on one area. Please take this advice. Woo-sung knew what he was trying to say. He replied quickly, I will consider it. Jung Manho grinned, but the other CEOs looked unhappy. And I heard that you are interested in developing the Yongsan project? When Woo-sung nodded, Choi Tae-min frowned. At present, Daeang Construction owned a large portion of the Yongsan project. What does Daeang's vice president Choi think? Daeang can do this project. Don't you think switching to a different company will be too risky? Lee Park-sung said firmly, Daeang is great at developing new technologies, so perhaps you should focus on that. It would be too much for you to get involved in the constructions too. Besides, the project hasn't been going well anyway. Choi Tae-min sighed lightly. I will think about it. This is for the good of the country. Everyone needs to make small sacrifices for the better future. After the meeting, Choi Tae-min remained. He was ushered into a reception room where Lee Sung-hyun was waiting. Sorry for such a short notice, but I needed to talk to you quickly. Lee Sung-hyun was the second son of the president. Choi Tae-min couldn't refuse such a request. He replied, what is so important that you needed to see me right away? I think you probably have been having an issue because of Kang Woo-sung, right? Choi Tae-min bit his lips and nodded. Lee Sung-hyun continued, that is why I contacted you. Is this about Yongsan project? I already told the president I will think about it. Lee Sung-hyun laughed. Haha, not that. It's something else. I have heard that you are concerned about Kang Woo-sung and his companies KND, Coconut, and Xfeed. The prosecutors and the revenue agency couldn't find anything wrong with his companies. I heard NIS also tried, but nothing. Choi Tae-min remained silent. Lee Sung-hyun continued, haha, the government is also worried about Kang Woo-sung's expansion rate. The problem is, we can't find anything on him at all. So we are thinking of getting the FTC involved, but it can be a bit tricky as you can imagine. Choi Tae-min flinched. Lee Sung-hyun took a sip of his tea and continued. We need help from the media, but the government can't do that. We have no control over the media, and it just won't look right. I think the show's 60 Minutes or The Watchdog should air an investigative episode on Kang Woo-sung's business expansion. I thought the government was on Kang Woo-sung's side. Haha, we are on nobody's side. As you know, the government should always remain objective. Choi Tae-min nodded. Chapter 126 1/6 of them Algate. The next day. Promises made during the CEO's business meeting were quickly reported on the news. Ahyun Auto plans to hire 10 more workers than last year. MG Group increases RD budget by $2 billion. Daeang Group plans to increase their employment opportunities by 20. Jang Guangchul asked Woo-sung, shouldn't we announce something too? Like how many people we will hire? Release a number that is bigger than Daeang. RD budget should be about $10 billion if we combine all of our companies. It should be more than Ahyun, MG, and TK combined. Woo-sung thought for a second and continued. The headline of the news article should be this: KND to have bigger budget and employment number than all 3 other big companies combined. Haha, good one. If we get into the auto business, we will be on the top of the food chain. Auto. Yeah, I was thinking about Sungyang Auto, but the workers' union in that company is too strong. They go on strike all the time if they don't get what they want. Isn't Sungyang the one that got its technology stolen by China? That's right. There was a rumor that President Lee Park-sung was involved in it. What? Really? A rumor, but with no basis. Did you learn this from your dream? Haha, no, anyway. If we take over Sungyang and work with Tesla to create electric cars, it would be incredible. And that's not the end. Jang Guangchul knew what Woo-sung was thinking. We will use Coconut Eye to develop a self-driving car? Woo-sung nodded. It will of course be difficult to release anytime soon, but just the fact that we are planning on it will be a great promo for our company. Jang Guangchul nodded in agreement. Woo-sung continued. We could become bigger than Ahyun Auto. All right. I will look into it. It shouldn't be hard. Sungyang just filed bankruptcy recently, so they will be happy to get rid of it. I would say $500 million is a fair price. President Kang Woo-sung takes over Sungyang Auto for $500 million. He plans to turn it into an electric car specialty company. All Sungyang employees who were let go to be rehired. The media went wild over the news. In just a year, Woo-sung bought 4 companies: Dynam Constructions, TK Communication, Annex, and Sungyang Auto. Finally, the show 60 Minutes released the preview of a special episode. President Kang Woo-sung. The truth about his success. It was a provocative title. The producers were given a strict order of keeping the content a secret, but Woo-sung still managed to unravel the content of this episode. However, Woo-sung didn't stop it from being aired. When the preview was released, the internet went wild. Still, Woo-sung didn't do anything about it. The government, however, saw this as an opportunity. The FTC announced that it will be investigating KND. KND headquarters was hectic. Jang Guangchul asked worriedly, the tax audit prosecutors, and now this. This isn't fair. 3 investigations in a year are not normal. Well, we did grow faster than any other companies in history. I know, but still. They're obviously intimidated, especially since I have been spending a lot of time with Lee Myung-in. Gosh, it's so hard to run a business in Korea. Then should we finally move to America? Huh? Move the headquarters to America. US would welcome us with open arms. Jang Guangchul raised his voice worriedly, but that would make us a traitor in Korea. Are you okay with that? Haha, why? We will move because we are being treated unfairly. We have a good reason, the public will understand. Besides, our company isn't dependent on the Korean market. We can afford to lose it if necessary. Jang Guangchul swallowed and replied, You are serious about this. This is the only way the government will realize how angry we are. With the recent purchase of Sungyang, our company is the center of the Korean economy. If we move, it will be a huge deal. Who do you think the media and the public will side with on this battle? Us or our corrupt government? Jang Guangchul didn't say anything. It sounded like Woo-sung was right. He ordered the PR department to announce the news. 11 p.m. Woo-sung invited Lee Sung-hyun for a quick meeting. Lee Sung-hyun complained, Such a short notice. Where are your manners? You will lose all your friends if you continue to act like this. Haha, that's okay. I'm making lots of money, which is more important. What? And from now on, please show a little more respect. I think I deserve it now. Behind Woo-sung were bodyguards who were all clad with bulging muscles. They all looked at Lee Sung-hyun sternly. Lee Sung-hyun looked away nervously. Woo-sung asked, "So you have used the revenue agency, prosecutors, and now FTC to find dirt on me. Did you really think I wouldn't know you're behind all this?" Lee Sung-hyun just stared at him, dumbfounded. Woo-sung continued, "I am as big as Dae-yang now. Probably not as politically influential, but I still have very good sources for information." "Oh, I think you misunderstood. I know exactly who was behind the 60 Minutes episode." Lee Sung-hyun suddenly felt thirsty. He was shocked and speechless. Woo-sung continued, "So how can I trust you and work with you? I have been patient, but this has gone far enough. So you will really move your headquarters to US? Probably the American government is very interested. By the way, did you see the recent research poll? The public is on my side." Lee Sung-hyun stuttered, "See, come on, you are scaring me. I did all I can. If the government continues to treat me this way, there is nothing more I can do. I will have to go somewhere else." President Kang. "The official announcement will be made tomorrow. The public will criticize the government harshly. As you know, losing me means Korea will lose brands like Coconut Talk, Blue S, Space Research, and Coconut Eye. You will also lose the benefit of reduced mobility fee. It will all be because of you and your father." Lee Sung-hyun had to stop this. If he didn't, the Korean economy would be in huge trouble. Chapter 165, LT Richest of Them All leak. KND's sales reached $150 billion. Its profit was at $18 billion. These numbers were slightly less than Daeyang, but very close. Daeyang and KND composed 30% of Korean GDP. Daeyang, however, was declining fast, which meant that very soon KND would be on the top. If KND left Korea, Lee Sung-hyun begged, "President Kang, you are being irrational. We need to talk this out. We already talked more than enough. The government is busy trying to find my weaknesses. If you did find something on me, you wouldn't be nice to me like this. I would have been arrested by now." Lee Sung-hyun bit his lips. Woo-sung was bang on. Lee Sung-hyun quickly lied. "No way. That would have never happened. I would never let it happen. I know you." Lee Sung-hyun started to pant. He was starting to feel upset. He had to change his tactic. Lee Sung-hyun was the second son of the president. He was destined to be the next president of Korea. He replied, "So you think you can win this game? If we do a more thorough investigation, you will feel differently." "Do you think I'm an idiot? I know the investigation has already started full force, and I know you will find nothing." Lee Sung-hyun murmured, "Bastard! Tomorrow, I will announce that my company will leave Korea. Let's see who wins." Press conference in a hotel in Seoul. Woo-sung stood in front of the platoon of cameras surrounding him. The owner of so many companies including KND, Coconut, Annex, and Sungyong Auto. If he left Korea, tens of thousands of people could lose their jobs. "I am here not as a businessman, but as a Korean who hopes this country will improve its ways. In less than 2 years, I have been harassed by government agencies thrice. It was insinuated that I was involved in illegal and unethical activities." Woo-sung took a sip of water and continued, "But nothing was found. The FTC investigation hasn't finished yet." "Where did you get so much funds for your business?" "Billions of dollars. It's impossible to make that much money so quickly unless you did something illegal." The reporters shouted out questions, but Woo-sung ignored them and continued, "It's true that I started out as a humble salaryman, but you can't use that against me. I have run my companies with transparent policies. I have done nothing wrong. I wanted to prove that the Korean dream exists and that it is possible for anyone to succeed in this country. I worked and worked to get where I am right now. I started from the very bottom, and I have accomplished so much. However, it appears that there are many people who don't approve of my success," Woo-sung said emotionally. The announcement was being aired live, and the internet went crazy. All he did was work hard. Yet here is what Korea does to an honest working man. Obviously, the rich don't want an average Joe to join their ranks. The government is so corrupt. Yes, go to America. He did so much for the country. Yet this is how he gets treated. Woo-sung continued slowly. I thought about this day and night. What should I do? I just started the AI technology, and I'm about to launch the space research project. I'm also considering the electric car business, yet here I am being harassed by the government when I should be focusing on my work. Therefore, I have decided. My headquarters will be moved to Silicon Valley where I will be treated fairly. Woo-sung sent an email to every employee. It was straightforward. If any of the employees wanted to immigrate to America, the company would help as much as possible. If not, they could still remain and work in Korea. This was more of a legal move, and the company only required a few employees in US. Woo-sung, Jang Gwangchul, and Hong Subum's phones rang non-stop. Hong Subum asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Yes. Coconut is already listed in NASDAQ, so I think it makes sense. I have the company lawyers working on the details, and it seems like everything should work out smoothly." Jang Gwangchul asked, "Are you going to list KND on NASDAQ as well?" Woo-sung nodded. "Yes, I think KND will be appreciated more in US. "You! What are you thinking? Are you really going to do this? You can stop now." The government got the message. It's not enough. Then what? We need to find out why things like this keep happening, don't you agree? Jang Gwangchul glanced at Hong Subum when Hong Subum left the room. Jang Gwangchul asked, "I asked the assistants from Dayang, and they refused to tell me. They said if certain things became public, they could end up in jail. Choi Taemin only ordered them to do things. If they get good lawyers, they should be fine. But they are still worried. Then promise them to give the entirety of Dayang. They will have full control over it. You will give them the chairman position?" "Yes, they deserve it." "Gosh. I want to destroy the current Dayang. This is our chance. Dayang Electronics especially needs to be stopped. Their smartphone department is doing poorly, but their semiconductor sector is still doing great. You're worried?" "Yes. We will grow Annex as best as we can, but Dayang Semiconductor is the best in the world. We need to destroy it." "All right, I will try to convince them. I already have the media ready. We just need something big on Dayang." Jang Gwangchul nodded gravely. Woo-sung met with Lee Myungin. Lee Myungin asked, "So this is all Dayang's doing?" "Yes, I have documented proofs. They have been trying to get rid of me. And you're letting me know about this because Dayang probably has the prosecutors and the government on its side?" "That's right. If I submit my proofs to the government, they might just disappear. We need to clean out the government." Lee Myungin closed his eyes. If this was true, it was a huge deal. He, as a high-ranking government official, could process these proofs fairly and get them available to the public. He replied, "My party may object, but I will take care of it. I will try to protect you as much as possible, too." "Thank you. So when do you think I should do it?" "Soon. Some of the main personnel from Dayang will be making some big announcements in a few days or so. That will be your chance." Woo-sung handed him a folder filled with reports. It was packed with the details of corrupt activities in Dayang. Jang Hyun-ho and Chun Gisu provided all these information provided. Chapter 166, Richest of Them All. Will the truth about the 60 Minutes episode be revealed? A small article appeared on the internet. It wasn't read by many until Woo-sung tagged it on his SNS. He tagged it with various hashtags. Truth, fact-check Dayang government, FTC prosecutors, revenue agency unfair treatment, rich people KND coconut. Woo-sung had huge followings, so the number of article views increased as well as the relevant comments. Is this all Dayang's doing? So FTC was pushed by Dayang to do this investigation? We need to find out the truth. If this article is true, this is serious stuff. Can't trust our government. I support KND moving its headquarters. Many were still skeptical of the article, but most supported Wu Sung. The article was about how Daeyang was behind all the unfair investigations on KND. When the public began to protest, the producers and the broadcasting station of 60 Minutes finally admitted the truth. It's true. The episode on KND was created due to the pressure from the top. The broadcasting station and the producers were promised incentives and ad opportunities from Daeyang. Daeyang quickly released an official follow-up statement denying everything. "We have never done such a thing. We are unaware of this deal with the producers and the station. We will be filing a lawsuit for defamation of character. Legal actions are underway. Truth will be revealed." Daeyang hired the best law firm in the country, Joseon, to sue the broadcasting station and the producers. Wu Sung announced quickly following this news. KND will pay for the lawyers to defend those from the broadcasting station. Things were going according to Wu Sung's plan. Good versus evil. The public now saw Daeyang as the evil against Wu Sung, who was the heroic good. While the lawsuit was taking place, a report consisting of 20 pages was released. Corruption in Daeyang. It was a detailed list of bribery Daeyang gave to different agencies, government officials, and the media. The list went on and on. It was sensational news that shook the country. This gave courage for those who were suppressed by Daeyang to surface. Daeyang frequently abuses small companies, late payments for the materials, and pressuring to lower unit prices. Daeyang interfered with the labor union formation. Choi Tae-min screamed, "Who the hell released this information? We believe Chun Gi-soo and Jang Hyun-ho did it. Bastards!" Choi Tae-min felt dizzy from anger. He sat down. His secretary continued, "They are nowhere to be found. We have our security department searching for them right now." Choi Tae-min gritted his teeth. He yelled, "Find them! Use everything we have to find them. Get the police and the NIS involved if necessary." Yes, sir." "You don't even have to bring them alive. Kill them. Make it look like a suicide. Understand?" Yes," the secretary answered nervously. "A private room in a Seoul restaurant." Wu Sung asked Chun Gi-soo and Jang Hyun-ho, "Are you guys ready?" Both hesitated. Wu Sung continued, "I will have the best bodyguards to protect you. You will also be provided with the best lawyers in the country. I am ready to spend unlimited funds to protect you. What you do for me will be worth it." "Eh? Are you sure we will be safe?" Wu Sung nodded and replied, "Yes, and I always keep my promises. I know what Choi Tae-min is like. I know how he treated you and what he is capable of, yet are you still loyal to him? What do you think would have happened in 2 years if you haven't left Daeyang? I thought you left because you knew Daeyang was about to dissolve anyway. If you remained in that company and something happened to Daeyang, who do you think Choi Tae-min would blame? You two would have ended up in jail instead of him." This seemed to convince them. Jang Hyun-ho sighed deeply and asked, "What about our families?" "My security team is on it already. Nothing will happen to you or your families. If you want, I will arrange for new secret houses your family can use. I can move your families to America too. Your children will be sent to the best schools there." Jang Hyun-ho nodded. "All right, let's do this." Wu Sung turned to Chun Gi-soo. "What do you think?" Chun Gi-soo bit his lips. He was confused. He didn't know what to do. Wu Sung asked, "Do you really think Chairman Choi Gun-won's stroke was by a natural cause?" Chun Gi-soo gulped down cold water. He knew that it was Choi Tae-min's doing, his own father. Wu Sung continued, "If he could do that to his father, do you think it will be hard for him to do it to you guys?" Chun Gi-soo finally answered, "I'm ready." Wu Sung smiled. The staff started to prepare the room. A camera was placed within the room as well. "Hello, my name is Chun Gi-soo, and I used to work as a high-ranking official in Daeyang. I worked for this company for many years, but I could no longer allow myself to be involved in such atrocious activities." Chun Gi-soo took a sip of water and continued, "The documents recently released are all true. These corrupt actions were directly ordered by the previous chairman and the current vice president. I felt guilty and horrible. He paused for a breath. So, I decided to give myself up. I wanted the truth to come out. I will provide further details to the prosecutors. The next video released revealed Jang Hyunho, which had similar content. Hello, my name is Jang Hyunho and I used to work at Daeyang for many years. While I worked there, I have learned some horrible things about this company. Anytime there was a problem, Daeyang always used money to make it go away. I was always in fear of my life. I finally decided that enough was enough, and that is why I'm standing in front of you now. Jang Hyunho's video went on for a few more minutes. The number of views of these two videos went up quickly. 10K, 210K, 1M, 10M, 100M. On February 7th, the two men voluntarily visited the prosecutors. Daeyang's stock prices declined to its 52-week lowest. Chapter 167. LT Richest of Them Algate. Choi Taemin screamed, "What the hell?" His secretary flinched. Choi Taemin continued, "I can't believe the bastards made those stupid videos. Fix it now. You are such an idiot." Choi Taemin was getting even more abusive. The secretary has been working for him for many years, but he still had a hard time enduring it. "I apologize." Choi Taemin panted in anger. The secretary continued quickly, "We need to come up with a solution fast. Our connections in the government can't deal with this." "Why not? We paid a lot of money to them so they can take care of things like this." "The Liberal Party may stay quiet, but the Conservatives probably will make a lot of noise about this. This could turn ugly." Choi Taemin gritted his teeth. "Did you get in contact with Lee Myung-in's people?" "We are trying, but they won't respond." "Do we know any of his weaknesses so we can use them against him?" "We tried, but we couldn't find any dirt on him." "What? How is that possible?" "He is a rare case. Most politicians are corrupt, but it appears he is clean." "Then are you suggesting that we just don't do anything?" "The best we can do is hire more lawyers and hope we win the case. We can argue that those weren't bribes but donations and sponsorship. You won't be involved at all no matter what. The plan was to frame someone else in the company if necessary." "Fine. Contact all the lawyers. Hire as many as possible." "Yes, sir." Woo-sung met with Hong Min-wook from Hwajung Law Firm. Hong Min-wook explained, "Other than Joseon, we were able to get most of the other law firms on our side. We also got cooperation from retired lawyers, prosecutors, and judges who used to have prominent positions. But Joseon, you will have to meet with the current owner to make it happen." "So Joseon won't help us?" "They have a long-standing relationship with Daeyang, so they are very hesitant." Hong Min-wook lowered his voice and murmured, "They will need a very solid reason to change side." "Can we do it without Joseon?" "Waejung is a fast-growing law firm, but Joseon is still #1 in this field. There are many big names there. We could still win without them, but if we get Joseon, we will have an 80% chance of winning." Woo-sung frowned. Hong Min-wook continued, "If we get Joseon on our side, Daeyang will have difficulty hiring lawyers, which will be in our advantage." "All right. I will meet with him." "Good. He is waiting in the other room." When Woo-sung nodded, Hong Min-wook left the room. Within a few seconds, a man walked in. It was Go Gyung-suk, the CEO of Joseon Law Firm. Go Gyung-suk was in his late 50s. He had gray hair but no wrinkles. He asked, "So you want to hire our lawyers?" "Yes, as many as possible." "That would cost you a lot of money." "Haha, money is not an issue. KND is the richest company in the country. You can't buy justice with money." "Then can I buy victory with money?" Go Gyung-suk laughed. "Ha ha ha." Woo-sung continued, "I don't want to buy justice. I want to win." Go Gyung-suk's eyes sparkled. He stared at Woo-sung and said, "I got a call from Daeyang as well. I already know Joseon has been representing Daeyang for a long time. Then why did you contact us?" "As my companies got bigger, I need more legal help. Huazheng alone is not enough anymore. I wanted the best law firm in the country. Ha ha ha. As you know, KND is bigger and better than Dayang now. I think it's a good reason for you to change side. You can't last long in this field without loyalty. But you were loyal to the previous chairman. Do you still feel the same way about the current vice president Choi Tae-min? Go Jung-suk rubbed his chin and answered, "Wow, you talk like a lawyer. Very convincing. If you felt loyal to Choi Tae-min, you wouldn't have come here for this meeting." Go Jung-suk flinched. Woo-sung continued quickly. "I realize that it may take a long time to distance yourself from Dayang. I'm okay with you representing both Dayang and us to start. I will pay 1.5 times your normal fee. I will also pay incentives to the lawyers who represent us." Go Jung-suk sighed. "This may cost you tens of millions of dollars. Will that be fine with you? If you come to represent us, that would be a small price to pay." Ha ha ha. Woo-sung could feel that the negotiation was going well. He offered his final deal. "If you say yes right now, I will double my offer." When Go Jung-suk swallowed and stared, Woo-sung added, "But you need to decide right now. As you know, Dayang will down either way. What will you do?" KND hires over 100 lawyers. The long legal battle begins against the government and Dayang. The public supports KND. Dayang's stock price declines. The won sales drop significantly. Woo-sung's plan was working. Woo-sung called Alex in US. "Nikkei index will drop. You know what to do, right?" Alex answered in excitement, "Of course. Go full in this time. Use every available cash we have." Haha, I assume it will be huge. Yup. March 12, 2011. A tsunami will occur in Sendai, Japan. Towns will be wiped and the Fukushima nuclear power plant will be affected. It will cost the Japanese government over $300 billion. After the call, Woo-sung called in the Red Angle's team leader Ban Ji-won. "You will have to go to Japan." "Yes, sir. I realize Korea doesn't have a warm relationship with Japan, but these are innocent lives. Please save as many as possible, but I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. I don't want any of our people getting hurt." Haha, I understand. You will have to be extra careful. The nuclear power plant may explode. Ban Ji-won's smile disappeared. Nuclear power plant? Yes. Please avoid that area at all cost. Focus on the suburban areas. All right. After the meeting, Woo-sung checked the Nikkei index. It was reaching 10,700 now. In a few days, it will go below 10,000. He will make billions of dollars again. Chapter 168. LT Richest of them Alget. Hello. I am reporter Kim Gi-min from SBC. I am standing here at the Gwanghwamun Park where a protest is underway against the alleged corruption in the government. Tens of thousands of people have gathered here to make their voices heard. They are demanding a transparent investigation on the involved government officials who were accused of receiving bribes from Dayang. The reporter approached one of the protesters and asked, "Why did you attend this event?" "I couldn't take the fact that our government is working for Dayang rather than the people of Korea." "Do you believe the released documents then?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" "Some believes that only part of the report is true. That is most likely a rumor created by the government as a cover-up." Another protester who was walking by yelled, "SBC is funded by Dayang too. It's Dayang's slave. Go away. Media can't be trusted. Get out." The cameraman and the reporter started to be swarmed by angry protesters. The camera got turned off quickly and the screen changed to the news anchor. "It appears we have some technical difficulties. We will go on to the next news report." The online forums went crazy. "SBC needs to be investigated too. I will never watch SBC again. Broadcasting stations work for Dayang. Don't trust it." Woo-sung's office. Woo-sung turned off the TV. This is getting bigger by the minute. The public is demanding the government to get rid of 13 of the members. Woo-sung grinned. This is great for us. I'm worried this is getting out of hand. I heard there are tens of thousands of protesters out in the public. I hope no one gets hurt. Wusung just smiled. There will be much bigger protests in the future and no one would get hurt. He wasn't worried. Zhang Guangchul continued, there is even a rumor that if it gets any bigger, the government may declare martial law. Wusung's eyes widened. Martial law. Wusung has seen it happen in the future, but he couldn't see it being used at this point. I don't think that will happen. But what if hundreds of thousands of people gather? The government may have to get the military to control the situation. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. How? U.S. Zhang Guangchul's eyes widened. Wusung continued. I have connections in U.S. If you looked at my phone contact list, you would be shocked and impressed. Really? I have been offered a U.S. citizenship as well. I see. I can't order around the U.S. government, obviously, but they will help me to some extent if I asked. I have enough financial power. What we need to focus on is taking over Dayang. Its stock price is continuing to decline and the public is giving it a cold shoulder. The one sales are going down too. This is our chance. So we will go for it with an unlimited budget again. Wusung nodded. Yes, it's okay because I'm expecting a huge opportunity soon. I'm thinking I will make at least $1 billion, maybe even $2 billion. Zhang Guangchul swallowed and asked, see, could I invest too? Haha, you made billions of dollars so far, yet you want more? You can never have too much money. This time, it will involve a disaster. I will be making money off from other people's misery. I don't want you to be a part of it. Zhang Guangchul's voice lowered. Something big would happen. So it will be huge again. You will be shocked. Many people will get hurt and many could die. Today is March 1, so it will happen soon. Well, then I will focus on the Dayang situation. As a matter of fact, I got a call from a group of Dayang's primary partnering companies. There are about 190 or so of them, right? 195 to be exact. We need many of those companies to support Annex, so I will try to get at least 50 of them on our side. Do your best. Lee Park-sung said to his son Lee Sung-yoon. The situation is getting worse. The investigation on Dayang and the relevant government officials could affect us too. I will, of course, try my best not to get you involved, but some people close to you may end up in jail. We still don't know who is behind all this, so get ready. Lee Sung-hoon sighed. I think it might be Kang Woo-sung. Don't you agree? President Kang? Yes, he hates Dayang. He told me about it before. I see. He is too big for me to control now. It has been estimated his company will make up 20% of Korean GDP. He is the king of the business world now. Then, if we take care of him, this situation will be resolved? Probably, but it won't be easy. He has become arrogant. Bastard. We have no choice. Whoever has the most money has the power. The public loves him too. Lee Park-sung murmured, I think I need to meet with him again. If the conversation goes well, it would be great, but it could get worse. You have already played the bad cop, so what do you think you can do? I can play the good cop this time. I can make good offers on Yongsan project, self-driving cars, tax deductions, whatever he wants. I'm not sure if it will work. As you said, money can make anything happen. Why would he refuse these financial benefits? Because he will still make a lot of money even without your offer. I am not sure if he will find your proposal attractive. Then, they both became quiet. There seemed to be no solution to this. Tokyo. Fukushima nuclear plant monitoring agent made an emergency call. We need to evacuate everyone and close down this plant right now. However, his superior refused the call. He was asked to continue monitoring and be ready. If they close the plant, they will lose hundreds of millions of dollars. Suddenly, the internal CCTV started to shake. The alarms went off loudly. Everything turned red. Emergency! 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 All the monitors went wild. The monitoring agents paled. The core was starting to melt. This meant there could be a leak to the outside. The CCTV cameras turned dark. One agent quickly turned on the TV. A piece of breaking news was being reported. Breaking news: Fukushima nuclear power plant explosion. Breaking news: nuclear radiation damage expected. Breaking news: 30-kilometer radius evacuation ordered. The next day, the Nikkei index dropped by 10. Alex exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 169. Richest of them all. Alex followed Woo-sung's order and the profit they made was incredible. Alex called Woo-sung in excitement. "Boss, it's done. Do you know how much we made this time?" Woo-sung replied evenly, "About $15 billion? Ha ha ha, $18.5 billion actually." "Wow, really $3 billion more?" "Liam helped me this time. He is good. It must be his experience at the hedge fund. I was going to sell a little earlier, but he encouraged me to wait a little longer, and that's how we made an extra $3 billion. So, Liam did great." "Yup. He deserves a bonus." "All right. I will think about it." "Good. Now, should I put the money into stocks and real estates again?" "Amazon and Apple. Real estates in New York, please. Keep 50 of it in cash. So we will have total cash of $14 billion. I have something I need to buy and it will be expensive." "It will cost $14 billion? Ha ha, possibly more." The news of Fukushima shocked Korea. Travel to Japan banned for now. Any imports from Japan to be closely examined. Slowly, the news about Daiyang disappeared and replaced by the tragedy in Japan. The government announced its focus on the safety of Korean nuclear plants. Woo-sung murmured in frustration. "It's so obvious that they want to bury the Daiyang situation." Jang Guangchul replied, "The public gets tired of the same news anyway. By the way, is the Japan situation what you dreamt about?" "Something like it. I saw explosions, people in despair, and so on." "And that is why you sent the Red Angels?" Many TV channels covered a live stream of Red Angels saving people. On the uniforms of these rescue agents were KND logos. The photos of the rescues reached the world and had a great marketing effect. Woo-sung nodded and replied, "Yes, and that's why I had them ready for it. I hope they all return safely." "So how much did you actually make?" Woo-sung answered honestly, "Over $10 billion. Jang Guangchul gaped in shock. $10 billion? Did you say 10 billion? Haha, why are you so shocked? This isn't the first time we made this much money." Jang Guangchul jumped. "So much money. Just how rich are you planning to be?" Woo-sung grinned and joked. "Maybe trillion?" "Trillion? Haha, at this rate, don't you think it's possible? Bill Gates is worth $100 billion, so you think you will have 10 times more than him? Yup, so you just focus on taking over Daiyang and don't worry about the money." Woo-sung took a deep breath and continued, "Shift in focus to Japan is a good chance for us. I don't think we can take down Daiyang completely right now. We just have to do as much damage as possible." Jang Guangchul nodded firmly. 11 p.m. Woo-sung visited his Bitmain office. It was time to entice Choi Gi-chul into getting involved in this business. Woo-sung collected enough bitcoins to control the cryptocurrency market, and Daiyang was failing. Woo-sung was ready. When he entered the office, young Jin-sup was alone, working late into the night. Woo-sung grinned. This reminded of the hard time he had while working at Bitmain in his previous life. He used to go home past midnight. Woo-sung wanted young Jin-sup to experience the same agony. No personal life, only work for a meager wage. He approached Jung Jin-sup and asked, "Sir, you are still working?" Jung Jin-sup turned around. His skin was rough and his lips were cracking. His eyes were half closed from fatigue. "I will, but I have a lot of work left to do. We have so many users now." "But it's past 11 p.m. now. You are working too hard." "It's my job." "Finish it tomorrow. Let's go for a drink. I have something to tell you." Drink? Jung Jinsup's eyes widened. Yes, I was able to talk to my mentor recently and I want to tell you something. Really? Yes, my mentor knows your hard work as well. Oh, and you are friends with Daeang's Choi Gichul, right? Do you still talk to him? I do, but not often because of my situation. Why don't you call him right now? The three of us can go for a drink. I have something I want to tell Choi Gichul about Daeang too. It might be better for you to call. Haha, as you know, things between Choi Gichul and I are a bit strained due to the recent development. If you arrange this, I will owe you. Jung Jinsup nodded reluctantly. All right, I will try calling him. Then let's go. I want to go, but could you let your friend know it's you who is asking me to go? I still have a lot of work left to do, and if they are not done, I might get in trouble. Haha, all right, I will take care of it. Woo-sung grinned. Woo-sung took Jung Jinsup to a bar called Venetian. It was a Greek-themed place where the waitresses wore sexy togas. Jung Jinsup exclaimed, "This is awesome! I haven't been a good friend to you lately. I will do better." Haha, it's okay. You are busy. Oh, and Choi Gichul just texted me and he said he'll come. He might be a little late though. Haha, good. Why don't we start without him then? Jung Jinsup drank heavily. He became red quickly and groped women constantly. Woo-sung watched in distaste while barely drinking himself. The only reason for arranging this meeting was to meet Choi Gichul. 2 a.m. Finally, Choi Gichul walked in. Woo-sung stood up and greeted him. Ha ha, long time no see. Choi Gichul frowned. Yes, President Kang. Behind Choi Gichul, Choi Taemin followed. Haha, nice to see you again, President Kang, Gichul said. There is a good party, so I followed him. Woo-sung took his hand and laughed. Great, there was something I wanted to tell you too. Chapter 170, Richest of Them All. Choi Taemin took a sip of his drink. I hope I'm not intruding. Haha, not at all. I'm glad we get a chance to clear the air. I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. Choi Taemin laughed at the word misunderstanding. He replied, I heard you are getting ready for the battle. You hired every lawyer in the country. Haha, I need to protect myself. Choi Gichul drank silently. Last time, it seemed like Choi Gichul was Choi Gitae's slave, but it appeared that Choi Taemin controlled him now. Choi Taemin placed his arm on Choi Gichul's shoulder. Choi Gichul flinched. Choi Taemin asked, So you wanted to talk to Gichul about Daeang? Yes, but now that you are here, we can all discuss this together. All right, go ahead. So firstly, we need to accept the situation. I understand your dilemma, Vice President. I'm not interested in playing the blaming game. Woo-sung ate a piece of sushi and continued, How many are you thinking? Choi Taemin took another sip of his whiskey and asked, Haha, I don't understand. What do you mean? Then I will have to be more specific. How many of Daeang's subsidiary companies? Jung Jinsup was sleeping. Choi Gichul glared at Woo-sung. Choi Taemin's face hardened. You are asking me for my company's subsidiaries. You want to take them? Do you have any other choice? Daeang's sales are declining fast. Daeang is fine. Come on, let's be realistic. Your stock price is plummeting. Your performance this quarter is awful. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Woo-sung grinned mockingly. Haha, sir, I am Kang Woo-sung. My words are always true. Woo-sung then suddenly turned serious. Choi Taemin swallowed. Choi Gichul kept sighing. Choi Taemin asked, I can't give you any. Can we come up with something else? Then, Woo-sung glanced at Choi Gichul. He suddenly thought of something. When Woo-sung hesitated, Choi Taemin encouraged him. As long as it's not something ridiculous, I will cooperate. Choi Taemin was desperate. After a few more seconds of pause, Woo-sung added, I want to create a foundation similar to FKI Foundation of Korean Industries. I would like Choi Gichul to consign his Daeang shares to me in good faith, so I can use them to make this foundation. This agency will provide a platform for the businessmen to negotiate and work out the differences before seeking the legal route. Woo-sung continued quickly, I will, of course, provide half of the necessary funds. I will be the CEO and Choi Gi-chul can be the vice president. When the Choi brothers looked confused, Woo-sung added, currently, FKI is useless. I want to make an agency that will work and benefit all the businessmen. It was not a bad deal, but consigning Choi Gi-chul's shares was concerning. Woo-sung explained further, Choi Gi-chul has 2 of Daewoo Electronics and 15 of Daewoo Life. I realize this is a big deal, but that is why it would be great. It would represent your trust in me and this idea. Choi Tae-min asked nervously. That's it? I want Choi Gi-chul to be part of my team. That means I want you to get rid of his bodyguards. I want my bodyguards on him. The reason Choi Tae-min knew of this meeting was because he had people watching Choi Gi-chul. Choi Tae-min bit his lips. Choi Gi-chul looked at Woo-sung in surprise. Choi Gi-chul was like a prince imprisoned in the castle run by Choi Tae-min. It appeared Woo-sung knew this situation. Woo-sung added quickly, this is a better deal than giving up your subsidiaries. Choi Tae-min glared at Choi Gi-chul. He suspected this was Choi Gi-chul's doing, but Choi Gi-chul was innocent. He explained, Tae-min, this wasn't my idea. I have been using only the cell phone you gave me, and I'm monitored 247 by your bodyguards. How could I plan anything like this? Choi Tae-min relaxed. It was true. Everything Choi Gi-chul did was reported to him. Suddenly, Choi Tae-min remembered. Chun Gi-soo. Jang Hyun-ho. Choi Tae-min asked, and this will end the current troubles? Woo-sung nodded and replied, yes, I will drop the defamation lawsuit. I will also stop those annoying TV ads, and make an official announcement that KND will not be moving its headquarters because we came to good terms with Daewoo. Choi Tae-min took another sip. What should he do? Why was Woo-sung interested in Choi Gi-chul? So many thoughts crossed his mind. But there is no proof. Choi Tae-min decided quickly. He suspected Woo-sung knew about Choi Gi-tae and his father's recent demises. However, there was no proof. Testimony from Choi Gi-chul alone would never be enough in the court. He replied, all right, let's do it. Woo-sung laughed. The Choi brothers couldn't understand why Woo-sung looked so happy. Woo-sung offered his hand to Choi Tae-min. Ha ha ha, good deal. He also turned to Choi Gi-chul. I hope we work well together. Choi Gi-chul shook his hand. The next day. Everything promised was done quickly and efficiently. However, despite KND's effort, Daewoo's controversy didn't die out. It certainly lessened, especially due to the Fukushima disaster, but the investigation by the prosecutors continued. Some from Daewoo also ended up in jail. However, Chun Gi-soo and Jang Hyun-ho remained safe. As expected, Choi Tae-min wasn't even questioned. Woo-sung's reputation was golden. He was now known as the man who forgave his enemy. Red Engel's work in Japan also helped in promoting Woo-sung and his companies. The public saw Woo-sung as the hero. Blue's sales and the number of coconut users continued to increase. Many would have been happy with such a success, but Woo-sung remained hungry for more. He asked Choi Gi-chul, how is it going with our Korean business agency? We recently completed the purchase of an office and are in the process of hiring. Woo-sung asked in annoyance, couldn't you get things done faster? At this rate, we won't be able to start this year. Choi Gi-chul bit his lips and answered, yes, sir, I will try. Woo-sung had no intention of extracting any information from Choi Gi-chul. Woo-sung's only goal of this relationship was to stress Choi Gi-chul out, just like Choi Gi-chul did to him in his previous life. Chapter 171, Richest of Them All. Choi Gi-chul gritted his teeth and answered, yes, sir. Woo-sung ordered him around rudely, this isn't Daewoo, remember that. Choi Gi-chul sighed deeply. His assistant from Daewoo texted quickly to Choi Tae-min. Relationship worsening. No signs of changes. The final compromise from Choi Tae-min was to have one assistant from Daewoo follow Choi Gi-chul around. The rest, including Choi Gi-chul's cell phone and bodyguards, were all provided by KND. Choi Gichul had no choice but to follow Woo-sung's orders. If he didn't, Choi Taemin would be angry. Yes, sir. Choi Gichul left quickly. Woo-sung grinned. Jang Guangchul, who was also in the room, asked, "Are you a sadist? Why are you so mean to him?" Haha, I have a good reason. By the way, is the Korean business agency going well? Yeah, many IT businesses have asked to get involved. Some mid-sized companies too. Ahyun Auto wants to think about it. Other bigger financial and communications companies don't seem interested though. I expected that. So why are you making this? We don't need it. To become more powerful and influential, I will need fairer business laws as I buy more companies. Having this agency at my disposal will make it easier for us in the future. Well, I trust your judgment. This will benefit all the other companies too. I want the business world to become more transparent. I see. And now, it's time for us to start shopping for businesses in Japan. What? We should invest in Japan with the money I made from the Japanese disaster. What are you planning? Dobashida, which has the patent for NAND flash memory. If we have this company on top of Annex, we will become #1 in the semiconductor sector. As you know, Dobashida invested heavily in nuclear development. After this recent disaster, its stock price has declined sharply. This is our chance. They produce DRAM, right? That's right. If we have Annex and Dobashida, we will rule the IT industry. I guess. I can't stop you anyway. So we should visit Japan. Choi Gichul returned home with a bunch of reports. Bastard, does he think he owns me? He threw the papers on the ground. The assistant, who was following him close behind, hurriedly picked them up. I will take care of the reports. Damn it, he said he would quiz me on them. Oh, then you can watch me do them. Choi Gichul glared. What? I apologize. You think apologizing is enough? Bam! The assistant closed his eyes. He knew what was coming. Every punch was worth $5,000. Punch! Wham! It was painful, but the assistant's contract guaranteed payments for physical abuse, so it was endurable. Finally, after a few more punches, Choi Gichul stopped hitting him. Get everything done and prepare a summary of everything for me. Yes, sir. The assistant left quickly. Choi Gichul went into his room and took out a cell phone. It was a secret prepaid phone he hid from everyone. He called Jung Jinsup. Jung Jinsup didn't answer the first time, but the second time worked. What's up? Jung Jinsup sounded nervous. Choi Gichul grinned. Hey, why do you sound so anxious? I'm just really busy. What's going on? How's working at Bitmain? What do you do there? This is a cryptocurrency dealership. We maintain Coconut Mall too. Yes, sir. Jung Jinsup's suddenly hung up. Choi Gichul called out Jung Jinsup's name a few times, but there was no answer. What the? After a few minutes, a text message arrived from Jung Jinsup. As you know, my company is gone and I need the money. Thanks to Woo-sung, I got this job. Choi Gichul quickly replied. Why did you agree to it? If you asked me, I would have gotten you a position at Daeang. I need to learn how Kang Woo-sung became successful. I need to know his data analysis technique. Technique? Yee. That was the end of the conversation. Choi Gichul stared at the phone in frustration. When Woo-sung arrived in Japan, he visited the KND branch and met with the manager Park Jin-myung. Did you find out what I asked? Yes, as you predicted, they are trying to hide the fact that they have a huge loss by split accounting. I knew it. In Woo-sung's previous life, Dobashida suffered from big losses. They came close to filing bankruptcy. In the end, they ended up selling the memory department to make up the loss. Can we steal their information? I want to use them if possible, so we can take over this company quickly. You plan to reveal their split accounting to further deteriorate their stock price? That will make it easier for us. We have been buying their stocks for a while now in preparation. If we can make the stock price fall further, wouldn't it make it easier for us to take over the company? True, in Japan you are seen favorably. But even then, the Japanese public will still protest against losing their company to a foreigner. We need to make sure to weaken this company before we buy it. Park Jin-myung finally understood what Woo-sung was asking him to do. Do you want me to trail the high-ranking officials from Dobashida? I expect that there are a lot of corruptions in this company. If we can get the proofs and release them to the media. It won't be easy. I don't care how much it costs. I will fund it with my personal money. Don't use the company fund. Park Jin-myung nodded. Yes, sir. Did you know that Dobashida is making money from the cleanup of the recent nuclear explosion? Park Jin-myung's eyes widened. Pardon? The Japanese nuclear damage compensation law states those that maintained and operated the nuclear plant gets compensated, not the one that developed the plant. This is why Tokyo Electric Power Company may go bankrupt, but Dobashida is making money from it. Does that make sense to you? Park Jin-myung shook his head. Use this info too. Nomura Finance's Sato Ichiro couldn't understand. Someone made a lot of money on Nikkei Future by mass short positioning right before the nuclear disaster. It didn't make sense. He looked at many indexes including the US interest rate, crude oil future, and different countries' exchange rates. None of them suggested that the Japanese economy would decline. Then did someone predicted the earthquake? How about the Fukushima nuclear plant explosion? There were so many strange things about this. There was no way someone could have predicted nuclear plant involvement. Did this mean someone was involved in this disaster? Did someone purposely make it happen? It was unthinkable. Ichiro swallowed nervously. He quickly became furious. Who would attack Japan like this? Someone was out to get his country. Chapter 172. Richest of them all. Japanese Financial Service Agency. After getting a call from Nomura Finance's, Director Watabe Shota pored over the future market records from early to mid-March. As Sato Ichi suggested, a strange order was made at the beginning of March. There was no other explanation for this other than a huge unknown force in works. Shota started investigating to unravel where the purchase was made. Using his authority as a member of the Japanese Financial Service Agency, he managed to track it back to Right Capital from US. The profit appeared to be over $1 billion. The positions this hedge fund took were incredible. It was as if someone knew the future. $18 billion were made in less than 2 weeks. Over $1 billion a day. How? Who was behind this? How could someone know a tsunami was coming, and it would affect the nuclear plant? Further investigation was necessary. Watabe Shota made a quick call. Japan's National Integrity Index was 8.1. It was much higher than Korea, but it didn't mean the Japanese government was completely free of corruption. Garo Yukimura, the chief financial officer, laughed. Ha ha ha, I can't keep up with you, sir. Not at all. I learned a lot from you today. Ha ha, I don't want to keep you for too long. Let's get to the business. Woo-sung took out an envelope and replied, Please have a look at this first. Yukimura read over the report silently. As he continued to read, he turned serious. His smile disappeared and his face hardened. He exclaimed a few times as well. Woo-sung watched and explained, It is a report on Dobashida's corrupt ways. Dobashida used split accounting to hide its huge losses. Briberies were made among many high-ranking officials too. Where did you get these? I don't seek this kind of information out. They usually come to me. As you know, I run a huge corporation and many interested parties offer me information. If this becomes public, Dobashida's stock price will plummet. The company will be in a huge trouble. I came to you first because I wanted to give you a chance to make it right before it happens. You are interested in NAND flash memory? Yes. If your agency approves this deal and gives me this company, I promise to keep 100 of the current employees and invest in building factories in Japan. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Sir, it's Watabe Shota. You may come in. Yukimura introduced Shota to Woosung. Say hello. This is Right Capital's CEO Kang Woosung. You have heard of him, right? Shota swallowed hard. His current cell phone was Blue S. He cheered for Red Angels during the disaster relief effort. Everyone knew who Kang Woosung was. Oh, this is. Have a look at this. Yukimura handed him the report. After examining it, Shota paled. It was the same reaction as Yukimura's. This. You need to closely examine it, Shota asked hesitantly. Then what about the case on Right Capital? Woosung answered instead of Yukimura. Did you find anything from your investigation? No, but... Do you think if you continue, you will find something on me? This didn't seem like the case. Shota couldn't answer. Woosung continued quickly. It was Sato Ichiro from Nomura Finances who reported this, right? Shota nodded. Woosung grinned and continued. You will soon get a call that he made a mistake. Please have a good look at that report. It is very important. At Woosung's emphasis, Shota's eyes widened. Woosung added, very important. If this doesn't work out, it could cause a lot of problems. Shota had to nod. Afterwards, Woosung called for the waitress. Do you have what I asked? Quickly, a table was brought in. On it was a beautiful naked woman with fresh sushi arranged on her body. Nyotai Mori. Shota's eyes widened again in surprise. I have ordered some great drinks as well. Let's enjoy. After a few days. The news on Dobishita was released, but Japan was still grieving from the recent disaster. The news did not receive much interest from the public. However, the corrupt ways of the executives were still criticized harshly. The stock price declined. The company didn't know what to do with the current situation. Woosung visited the office. Did you make a decision? He didn't have to explain. He just placed a document on the table. Open it. The executive swallowed and examined the document. Fukushima Nuclear Parts Delivery Company List. Dobishita. The executive's eyes widened. Currently, Dobishita is abusing the recent disaster in Japan to make a profit. In addition, it is now suspected that the nuclear plant was built without necessary safety precautions for a possible earthquake, which is always a strong possibility in Japan. If this report reached the media, the company would be destroyed. I thought about taking this report NHK, but I decided to come to you first. Do you think you can blackmail us? It's not a threat, it's the truth. Besides, I am now a major shareholder of Dobishita. You can't be rude to me like this. The room silenced. Woosung murmured, no wonder your company is failing. Do you treat all your major shareholders like this? Dobishita's CEO Yamashi Daichi finally replied, how much are you offering? $10 billion. I think it's a fair offer. I assume you have all the necessary paperwork done? Did you get the approval from the Japanese Financial Service Agency? Woosung grinned. Of course. Daichi looked devastated. There was no other option. All right. Annex CEO takes over the Japanese Doshibata. Annex will largely benefit from NAND flash. Kang Woosung does it again. Woosung was becoming even more popular in Korea. He became the most beloved businessman in Korea. Another news quickly developed. Daenim Construction Yongsan project confirmed. Daenim Construction announced the beginning of both Pangyo and Yongsan projects. Coconut's newest AI technology will be incorporated into the Yongsan project to build smart homes and offices. It was the era of Kang Woosung. Chapter 173. Two Sides of the Same Coin. Jang Guangchul grinned widely and teased Woosung. I heard you were voted the most eligible bachelor in Korea. Woosung grinned. Haha, too bad you're only in the 7th place. What? I told you to strive to be number 1. I mean, I realize it will be hard to beat me, but you could have at least been number 2. Zhang Guangchul closed his eyes and shook his head. Wusung continued, "Haha, I'm still in my 20s, but you are so old. When will you get married?" "Hey! Your parents even told me how worried they are." Zhang Guangchul started to sweat. "Gosh, that's none of your business. I will get married when I'm ready." "Whatever." Zhang Guangchul knew he couldn't win an argument against Wusung, so he changed the subject. "I heard you will be interviewed by the Times magazine." "Yes. They also want to use me on the cover page. I have been selected as the Young Business Leader of the Year." "How do you feel about that, Times?" "I don't feel anything. What I am actually interested in is perhaps taking over the Times magazine company." "You want to buy everything in the world? Is that it?" "Haha, don't you think I could do it?" "Don't worry, I won't. I don't have the time anyway." Zhang Guangchul shook his head. Sometimes he couldn't understand Wusung's jokes. Zhang Guangchul changed the subject again. "We are making hundreds of millions of dollars every day. So what's next?" Zhang Guangchul was curious about Wusung's plan. Wusung replied, "I think it's time to focus on Sungyang Auto." "How?" "Grow it into an electric and self-driving car specialty company. To do this, I'm thinking about hiring many more AI experts. And I don't have the specifics, but I want to buy a few more companies and introduce Bitmain at the Times interview." Zhang Guangchul asked doubtfully, "Will Bitmain really become a profitable company?" "It will be bigger than you can ever imagine." Bitcoin. Wusung planned on popularizing this cryptocurrency soon. When appropriate, he would get Choi Gichul involved. Then what? The end of dollars. What? Wusung didn't answer. He just looked out the window. He wasn't ready to talk about it yet. Korean Business Agency Office. Choi Gichul frowned as he looked at the Times magazine. Why does everyone think he is so great? The man that will lead 2011. The god of money. Kang Wusung. It was the nickname Times gave to Wusung. God of money. Choi Gichul stared at it unhappily. Suddenly his landline beeped. When he answered, it was Wusung. "Please come to my office." Choi Gichul frowned nervously. Wusung's office was on the 10th floor. Choi Gichul sat down anxiously. Wusung read the report in front of him and glanced at Choi Gichul. Wusung sighed deeply. Choi Gichul's stress level was soaring. His position was precarious. If he got on Wusung's bad side, it could have a bad reflection on Dayang. Wusung finally said to him, "This report is better. Why couldn't you do this before?" Compliment. This was the first compliment he got from Wusung. It didn't feel bad. Choi Gichul almost smiled. "Good work. The introduction and the main parts are all very concise yet detailed. I can't find anything to correct." Choi Gichul had to stop himself from smiling widely. He calmly replied, "Yes, sir. Keep up the good work." Yes. Wusung was most likely the richest man in the world now. He was by far the fastest growing businessman. Choi Gichul couldn't help but feel ecstatic at the compliment from such a great man. Wusung laughed after Choi Gichul left. What an idiot. This was the technique he learned from Choi Gichul in his previous life. Criticize and punish until they hit bottom, then compliment them a few times. They will feel grateful for these rare praises. Wusung felt great. Sweet revenge. This is just the beginning. I will get him to invest in bitcoins and then destroy him. Wusung started to laugh hysterically. Ha ha ha, it's going to be so fun. After getting back to his seat, Choi Gichul looked at the magazine again. Wusung didn't look as bad on the cover now. He even smiled a little. Choi Gichul turned the pages to Wusung's interview. What did he say to the Times? As expected, it was mostly about his business and his future plans. One word caught Choi Gichul's attention. Bitcoin? He remembered Wusung mentioning this word in the past. It was also one of the cryptocurrencies dealt at Bitmain. AI, self-driving car, and blockchain are the future. Through the currency called Bitcoin, blockchain will continue to improve. Bitcoin will someday destroy the current monetary system and will become the most popular digital currency in the world. It will happen sooner than you expect. Please remember the two words, blockchain and Bitcoin. Choi Gi-chul quickly searched these terms on the internet. They were already the most searched terms online in Korea. He called Jung Jin-sup for more information, but he didn't answer. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Autoscale in progress. Autoscale in progress. Autoscale in progress. Autoscale in progress. After the pop-up, another server was created within only a few minutes. Front-end 3, back-end 5, completed. Connection delay has been fixed. We will upload the announcement right now. The call center is going crazy with all the inquiries. The Bitmain office was busy. The employees stared at the monitors worriedly. Sir, this isn't enough. We need more servers. If this continues, the servers will shut down again. Park Jong-hyun glared at Jung Jin-sup, who continued nervously. This is a structural problem. It needs to be fixed if we want things to improve. Do you know how much it costs to maintain a new server? $400 per month? $400. Jung Jin-sup replied, I'm sorry. We have a sudden increase in the number of users because of the Times magazine. We will eventually get to more servers, but right now, what we need is program improvement. Got it? Yes, sir. Let's get going then. Woo-sung watched the scene secretly from his office. When Park Jong-hyun walked into his office, Woo-sung praised him. Friend, I'm impressed. You are so good at dealing with the employees. But things are becoming awkward now. As you know, we hired a lot of people for Bitmain. When Woo-sung nodded, Park Jong-hyun continued, people are feeling sympathetic towards Jung Jin-sup. People hate me. But you don't treat other people like you do Jung Jin-sup. People see how I treat him. They talk behind my back. Is it really okay for me to continue like this? Well, I think you've done enough. The only thing you need to monitor now is to make sure the employees don't trade bitcoins on the side. If they are ever caught doing it, they will either lose their salary or get fired. Don't worry about that. I have made it into an official office rule. Haha, good. Woo-sung grinned evilly and glanced at Jung Jin-sup. But Jung Jin-sup will get involved. He has to. Park Jong-hyun saw Woo-sung's expression and flinched. Chapter 174, Two Sides of the Same Coin. Midnight. Jung Jin-sup was still at work. He worked on weekends nowadays. It was all because Woo-sung mentioned the word Bitcoin at the Times interview. The price of Bitcoin jumped from a few dollars to over $10. All because of Woo-sung. Some people made a lot of profit already. People thought $10 was too expensive, yet they continued to buy them. It quickly went up to $20. The number of transactions at Bitmain increased exponentially. The amount of work for Jung Jin-sup increased at the same rate too. Jung Jin-sup sighed deeply and leaned back. He has been staring at his computer all day and now he's tired beyond any measure. He placed some eye drops to remedy his dropping eyes and went back to his screen. He murmured, "How did I get here?" Only a year ago, he was one of the richest men in Korea. Why did he end up here like this? He couldn't understand. I'm so tired. So tired. He wanted to quit right now, but he also wanted to meet Woo-sung's mentor who taught him how to analyze data. He also needed the money. I'm so poor now that if I don't have this job, I will be in trouble. Jung Jin-sup sighed again. After 1 a.m., Jung Jin-sup finally turned off his monitor and left the office. When he got to the street, he noticed a familiar man. This man was talking on the phone. Yes, so you're saying it will go up to $50 next week? All right, I will take care of it. It was Woo-sung. He continued, haha, not at all. It's enough. Your data analysis technique is way better than mine, of course. I trust you. Jung Jin-sup hid behind the building and continued to eavesdrop. Is he talking to his mentor? the analysis expert? Woo-sung continued on the phone. Of course, I will mention the Bitcoin again. Yes, yes. Woo-sung finally hung up and got into his car. When the car drove away, young Jin-sup murmured, "It's $20 now. If it becomes $50 next week." Jung Jin-sup took out his phone and turned on the Bitmain app. Bitcoin price was indeed rising slowly. Jung Jin-sup couldn't help himself. I'm sure I won't get caught. The office rule strictly forbade anyone working at Bitmain was to trade. However, young Jin-sup's finger clicked the buy button anyway. The next day, Jung Jin-sup called in sick and stayed home. He sat in front of his personal computer. He bought the bitcoins at 2110 and now it was 25.22a. He invested $100,000 and now it was $120,000. Only in 2 days. However, this wasn't enough. $20,000 was nothing. According to Woo-sung, it would rise to $50 in the following week. He had to invest more money. Jung Jin-sup currently had $1 million in cash and $1 million in properties, $2 million in total. The only problem is he couldn't sell his assets right away. He didn't want to borrow money at high interest from loan sharks. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Choi Gichul. If I explain, he might loan me $5 million. Jung Jin-sup quickly picked up his phone. Bitcoin reaches $30. Will cryptocurrency take over the world? Bitcoin gaining popularity quickly. The truth about Bitcoin. Bitcoin became the most popular topic in the media. New articles about it popped up daily. Jang Guangchul asked after reading a few of them. Should I invest as well? If you want to lose money, sure. Why? You said it's a profitable business. Haha, I guess. You never know with these things though. In 10 years, who knows how much it would be worth? Are you saying it will go up or down? Blockchain technology will for sure become huge. Coconut coin will be a success too. But Bitcoin? Woo-sung couldn't tell anymore. He has changed so much of the history from his previous life. He wasn't sure of the future. It will be less profitable than coconut coin, so just invest in coconut coin. Alright. Hong Subum, who was also in the room, asked, thanks to the cooperation from Nuri Finances, the preliminary test for international money transfer system via Coconut was a success. It currently takes a few days for such transfer to be processed, but with Coconut, it takes only 10 minutes. Should we make an official announcement? Yes, please. I think Nuri Finances probably already leaked the news anyway. It's such a big project. Jang Guangchul said in frustration, I should have been more active in the coconut coin business when we first started it. Haha, do you remember saying you don't believe in digital currency? Jang Guangchul turned to Hong Subum and asked, you must be happy. You bought into it quite earlier, right? Hong Subum replied after glancing at Woo-sung, yeah, but it still can't compare to our president. I got less than 1 while Woo-sung got 90. Woo-sung added, I guarantee you, coconut coin will be huge. Bitcoin reaches $35. Bitcoin frenzy, which started with President Kang's mention of the concept at the Times Magazine interview, has now reached everyone in the country, including the college students and homemakers. Some believe that President Kang Woo-sung planned this in order to make a huge profit for himself. All the other news articles, including the investigation on Dayang and the Fukushima disaster, started to disappear because of Bitcoin. Jung Jin-sup couldn't focus at work. He invested a total of $1.5 million. He bought them at $20 mark, so his profit was now at $50. Even if he sold it right now, he would still have a gain of $700,000. However, he overheard Woo-sung saying it would go over $50. That would mean a 100 profit. Jung Jin-sup couldn't stop now. Damn it, Choi Gichul would only loan me $500,000. That's nothing. I can't get a loan from the bank. Should he go to a loan shark? It was so dangerous, but he knew a famous loan shark from his Mox days. If he used his assets as collateral, he could probably borrow between $500,000 to $800,000. This is my chance. Jung Jinsup finally decided and picked up his phone. Lender Kim Ji-won. He checked the Bitcoin price again. It was at $37. He had to move fast. He dialed the number. 3 in the morning. Woo-sung was still looking at his monitor. The Bitcoin price was continuing to rise slowly. It was now past $40. 10,020 BTC. Woo-sung had over 10 million Bitcoins now. This was enough to control the price. In fact, it was Woo-sung who was making the price go up to $40. Haha, young Jinsup asked for a week off, which means he is most likely involved in Bitcoins. He is trapped now. Woo-sung would drop the price to $1. That meant whoever bought into it right now would lose. If you put in $100,000, you would end up with only $5,000. $45.10. As soon as the price of Bitcoin reached $45, Woo-sung started to sell his Bitcoins fast. Chapter 175. Two Sides of the Same Coin. Minus 2,000. Jung Jinsup paled. He was shaking violently. Minus 2,000. He gaped. How? He saw it rise to $40 last night before going to bed. He put an order to automatically sell when it reached $50. He expected it to be sold by this morning at $50. He went to bed happy and expectant. $2.5. A Bitcoin was worth $2.5 now. It started at $1 at the very beginning, so whoever bought it at that time would have still made a profit. However, not Jung Jinsup. $132,001.01. $132,000. $2.5 million turned into $132,000. He continued to shake. What should he do? What should he do? He couldn't think straight. He couldn't even think about going to work. Young Jinsup sat down and stared at the wall. Bitcoin prices plummet. Minus 2,000 overnight. Bitcoin is not a good investment option. Woo-sung made an announcement regarding the recent Bitcoin frenzy. He stated what he meant to do was to introduce the blockchain technology through Bitcoin, not to make Bitcoins appear to be an investment opportunity. The news reports on Bitcoins continued to be aired, but Jung Jinsup had no time to watch the news. Knock, knock. Some men were banging on his front door. Jung Jinsup, I know you're in there. Come out. Hey, this isn't funny. Come out right now. Jung Jinsup, open the door. The loan shark's thugs were outside Jung Jinsup's apartment. He stayed in his bedroom and kept staring at his cell phone. He murmured like a crazy person. This can't be. This can't be. How could this be? His eyes were red. Suddenly his phone rang. It was from his loan shark, Kim Ji-won. Jung Jinsup didn't answer. Another call came. It was from Choi Gichul. He didn't answer again. Jung Jinsup didn't answer anyone. Someone from work also called. Again, Jung Jinsup didn't answer. He laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. His consciousness started to drift away. Click. Suddenly, the door opened and people ran into the apartment. The first person to enter was Woo-sung. Woo-sung stared at Jung Jinsup on the bed. No way I will let you die this easy. Woo-sung shook Jung Jinsup and yelled in a worried voice, Hey, get up! Get up! Woo-sung poured cold water on Jung Jinsup's face. Gah! Jung Jinsup opened his eyes. Woo-sung slapped him a few times and asked, Are you awake? Are you okay? Jung Jinsup's cheeks were turning red. He rubbed his cheeks and murmured, Hey, stop hitting me. I'm okay. I'm awake now. Woo-sung sighed deeply. Phew, I thought something happened to you. What's going on? You didn't come to work today, and I saw a couple of thugs waiting outside your door. Where are they now? I sent them away. They left when you asked? Woo-sung smirked. Why wouldn't they? Woo-sung was the richest man in Korea, possibly in the world. When Woo-sung replied confidently, Jung Jinsup murmured, I guess. So what happened? Woo-sung noticed Jung Jinsup's cell phone. On the screen was the Bitmain app. Did you buy bitcoins? Jung Jinsup closed his eyes. He couldn't believe his situation. Choi Gichul $500,000. Loan shark, $1 million. He didn't know how he would pay back $1.5 million. He could sell his house right now and pay back the loan shark. But what about Choi Gichul? Jung Jinsup turned to Woo Sung slowly. $1 million is probably nothing to him. Jung Jinsup asked hesitantly. See, could I borrow some money? As you can guess, I need. Woo Sung smiled kindly and replied, I think we should get you some breakfast first. Woo Sung took Jung Jinsup to an expensive traditional Korean restaurant. When the food came, Jung Jinsup ate hurriedly. He was starving. After the meal, Jung Jinsup sighed deeply. A cup of hot tea was brought to him. Woo Sung said to Jung Jinsup, It's chamomile tea. It will relax you. Jung Jinsup took a sip. His heart started to feel at ease. Thank you. Now, explain yourself. What happened? Jung Jinsup told Woo Sung the whole story except for eavesdropping on Woo Sung about bitcoins. Jung Jinsup murmured, I was wrong to do this. I lost my mind. How could you borrow from a loan shark? Please help me this once, and I will pay back as soon as I can. He begged. When Woo Sung didn't reply, Jung Jinsup asked again, Please just this once, $1 million is nothing to you. I can't lend you money for free. What can I give you? Tell me, I will do anything you ask. When Woo Sung became quiet, Jung Jinsup couldn't hide his desperation. If Woo Sung didn't help, Jung Jinsup would be homeless. If he lost his job because he got involved in bitcoins, he would starve to death. Are you really willing to do anything? Of course. Anything. Woo Sung asked slowly, As you know, I have accomplished a lot in my life. However, there is one thing I don't have, and I really want it. It's Daeang. Jung Jinsup swallowed nervously. This was escalating into dangerous levels. Woo Sung continued, There is something you can do for me. Me? Jung Jinsup's voice trembled. He couldn't imagine what Woo Sung wanted him to do. You borrowed money from Choi Gichul, right? Jung Jinsup nodded. Woo Sung continued, Pay back his money and get him to invest in creating a cryptocurrency dealership. Tell him you made a lot of money from bitcoins. I will take care of the rest. Jung Jinsup was at a loss. I don't understand what you're saying. Tell him you made a lot of money from bitcoins and you plan on making your own dealership using the technology you learned from Bitmain. Get Choi Gichul to invest in this new business. If you do this, I will pay back your debt. Convince him to invest. That's all I have to do? Woo Sung nodded. $700,000. Jung Jinsup paid back the money to Choi Gichul. They met at a bar. Choi Gichul asked with awe, I thought it went down to $1. Did you sell? Jung Jinsup laughed awkwardly and replied, Ha, ha, ha. I have been collecting bitcoins since it was only $2. Really? So if you bought it $1 and sold it $40, you must have made a huge profit. That's why I'm buying today. How much did you invest? Enough. I put everything I had. Then you must have made about $40 million? Jung Jinsup didn't answer. He emptied his glass and asked, Do you want to create a company with me? A business? I'm planning on opening my own dealership. Didn't you say there was something you wanted to learn from President Kong? That was before I made this much money. Now, things are different. I learned all the necessary technologies for cryptocurrency dealership. I just need someone to take care of the marketing and operation. Choi Gichul took a sip of his drink. He was interested in bitcoins. Are you sure you know all the technologies? Of course. Remember, I'm a Seoul University grad, and I have worked in Mox for years. I ran Bitmain for the last few months. I'm ready. I already have the developers hired. All you need to do is run the operation team. Choi Gichul took another sip. He was almost convinced, but he had to be careful. Jung Jinsup added casually, I understand that you can't answer right away. Think about it and let me know. Don't wait too long though. I will be starting very soon. Choi Gichul nodded and grinned mysteriously. Chapter 176. Two Sides of the Same Coin. Korean Business Agency Office. Choi Gichul stood in front of Woo-sung respectfully. Woo-sung tapped his desk with his finger. Tap, 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 tap. So, you're late to work because you were out drinking late last night? Yes, but I was working. I met with a new businessman to explain what our agency does. It was a meeting. Woo-sung nodded for him to continue. I actually met with someone who is planning on creating a business involving blockchain technology. I spent a lot of time with him last night, and that is why I was late today. Choi Gichul was being monitored by Woo-sung's bodyguards, so he already knew this. Woo-sung asked, "Did Jung Jin-sup say he would make a blockchain-related business?" To be exact, he wants to make a dealership using the technologies he learned from Bitmain. Choi Gichul ratted Jung Jin-sup out. He looked expectant as he waited for Woo-sung's praise. Jung Jin-sup said that? Haha, for sure. He wants to steal important technologies from Bitmain. I drank with him last night to find out more about it so I can report back to you. Woo-sung grinned. Earlier that morning, Jung Jin-sup told him Choi Gichul seemed almost convinced. However, it appeared Choi Gichul had a different idea. This was funny. Really? When Woo-sung responded positively, Choi Gichul became excited. He replied, Jung Jin-sup said he made a lot of money on bitcoins and that is why he wants to create his own company. So what do you think? Do you think the dealership business has a future? This industry has a future, but... Choi Gichul looked at Woo-sung. He wondered why Woo-sung was asking him such a question, but he couldn't figure it out. Choi Gichul quickly continued, I think it has a great future. I researched about bitcoins and found that it is an impressive concept. I believe blockchain will be the future of the IT world. Is your opinion based on your instinct or proofs? Was Woo-sung testing him? Choi Gichul wondered. The truth was, Woo-sung was asking these questions to learn about Choi Gichul. He was curious about how Choi Gichul's mind worked. Choi Gichul answered, instinct based on proofs. Woo-sung thought carefully. He had to get Choi Gichul to invest in bitcoins at the highest price. Jung Jin-sup has left Bitmain as of yesterday, so your information isn't new to me. Choi Gichul frowned. Already? Woo-sung continued, so what will you do? Pardon. Even if you go into business with Jung Jin-sup, you can't neglect your duties at this agency. Oh. And your excuse for being late to work is ridiculous. If it was any other office, you would have been reprimanded. Choi Gichul bit his lips, but there was nothing he could do. Woo-sung continued, what would happen if I fire you for being late to work? Choi Gichul didn't reply. Woo-sung repeated in annoyance, did you not hear my question? Choi Gichul replied slowly, it will break the contract with Dayang and you will get my Dayang shares. Woo-sung asked, and? You will refile the lawsuit against Dayang and start airing the TV ads again. And then? Choi Gichul was humiliated, but he had no choice but to answer. Then Dayang will be placed at a difficult position. Dayang will lose many of its subsidiaries. So you understand the situation? Yet you're late for work? Then you give me an excuse that it was for work? Ha ha ha! Ridiculous! Choi Gichul reddened in anger and shame. Woo-sung continued, there is no excuse for a salaryman to be late for work. Do you understand? In his previous life, Choi Gichul treated Woo-sung like this. Woo-sung wanted to give it right back to him. He raised his voice. Did you hear what I said? Do you understand? Yes, sir. Answer me quickly when I ask a question. Why are you so slow? When Choi Gichul tried to answer, Woo-sung added, why aren't you leaving yet? Do you have more to say? Choi Gichul left quickly. Choi Taemin asked, are you sure? Yes. He contacted us that he will open a new dealership with Jung Jin-sup. He will borrow money using his Dayang shares as collateral. Not a bad idea. Maybe they can grow their company and take over Kang Woo-sung's Bitmain. Then I will let him know he can go ahead with it. Choi Taemin nodded. He picked up the report on his desk. I see our smartphone is still doing poorly. The recent situation has affected our sales. Many of our customers are switching to Blue S, so we may have to develop a new line of cheaper phones. Are you kidding me? Cheaper versions. The assistant bit his lips. He was fearful of Choi Taemin and his unpredictable moods. Thankfully, Choi Taemin calmed down. The assistant continued, I will look into improving our designs and functions to increase sales. As you know, Annex took over Dobashida. Our electronics department is at risks. I also heard Kang Woo-sung is hiring the best semiconductor experts from all over the world. Do you know what this means? The assistant couldn't answer. Choi Taemin continued, It means Kang Woo-sung plans on destroying our semiconductor department. You understand, right? Our smartphone business is a failure at this point. We can't lose the semiconductor too. If we do, we can never recover. Choi Taemin had an accurate understanding of the situation. He continued. He is also involved in AI and blockchain. We need to rid of him so we could survive. I will try to find his weaknesses. We don't have a lot of time. We may become the next Nokia. Remember that. The assistant nodded. Yes, sir. Coconut Talk reaches 500,000 users. 30 million Blue S3s sold. Xfeed now owns 30 of the market. Danam Constructions to start Yongsan project. Sungyong Autos to launch a new line of cars named Line. Home Mart to have a new strategy. KND and Coconut stock prices continue to rise. Woo-sung was making tens of millions of dollars daily. Woo-sung wanted to pursue other business projects. He visited England with Jang Gwangchul. Woo-sung inhaled deeply. Air in England feels different than in Korea. Why? It just feels gentler? At Woo-sung's joke, Jang Gwangchul spilled his coffee. What a lame joke. Haha, it's not a joke. As of yesterday, I'm the richest person in the world. Are you happy? Why wouldn't I be? Haha, good job. If we take over ARM, KND will be invincible. Jang Gwangchul didn't argue. Woo-sung was always right. Jang Gwangchul replied, We have a busy schedule. We need to attend the Kang Woo-sung AI Research Center opening ceremony. Then we have to meet with English businessmen. We need to visit France and Germany too. The two entered the ARM headquarters. In Woo-sung's previous life, Chairman Sun Young-gi invested $35 billion in ARM for its potential. Woo-sung would offer $1 billion today. It would be an excellent investment. Chapter 177, Two Sides of the Same Coin. Pangyo. A large sign was being placed on an 8-story building. Bit trading. Jung Jin-sup said to Choi Gi-chul, You made the right decision. This will be a huge success. It better be. I invested a lot into this. Jung Jin-sup quickly glanced at Choi Gi-chul, who couldn't stop staring at his cell phone. Breaking news: Kang Woo-sung purchases ARM. Breaking news: President Kang getting ready for the IoT world. Breaking news: President Kang Woo-sung spreads his wings to the world. Jung Jin-sup murmured quietly. What is he planning now? He was curious. Why did Woo-sung buy ARM? Jung Jin-sup asked Choi Gi-chul, We will deal with not only bitcoins but other cryptocurrencies too. It will run like a hedge fund that trades stocks. We will also make our own cryptocurrency to make an even bigger profit. Woo-sung had prepared Jung Jin-sup on what to say. Choi Gi-chul answered coldly, I will find the way to make money. You just focus on the technology. I will take care of the rest. Hey, all right? Choi Gi-chul turned to his phone again. More news popped up. Breaking news: Kang Woo-sung donates $100 million to Oxford University, opens an AI research center. Breaking news: President Kang donates $1 billion to the AI research. Breaking news: Kang Woo-sung receives an appreciation plaque from England's Prime Minister. What is his plan? Jung Jin-sup asked, But Choi Gichul didn't bother answering. He walked into the office. Everything was ready, including the employees and the equipment. Choi Gichul murmured to himself, "Let's see who wins." At a luxury hotel suite in Paris, Woo Sung was drinking a glass of vintage wine. "This bottle cost me over $3,000, but it tastes mediocre to me. Wine from convenience stores might have suited me better." Jang Guangchul laughed. "Haha, you are the richest man in the world. If people heard you say that, they will think you're crazy." Woo Sung ate a piece of foie gras and replied, "I can't tell the difference between foie gras and cow liver." "How can you compare foie gras to cheap cow liver? You have such poor taste. All you know is how to make money. You need to learn now how to have an expensive palate." Jang Guangchul took a sip and ate a piece of foie gras too. He closed his eyes. "It's heavenly. I can't believe you don't appreciate this." Woo Sung ate another piece. "Does it really taste different?" "For sure. Should we order another plate?" "I'm full. We have a busy schedule tomorrow, so you should go to bed now." "But I want more." "We have a lunch date with the French president. In the afternoon, we have to announce the purchase of Wico. Tomorrow, we have to publicize that Coconut's international transfer system will be cooperating with BNP Paribas." Wico. It was a smartphone company in France. It currently ranked number 2 in the world. Blue S was, of course, number 1. Jang Guangchul grumbled, "Stop nagging me." "Haha, this is how you become a trillion-dollar corporation. You work so hard. It's amazing. We need to be aggressive with our MA. Our stock prices are rising because of our strategy. I'm expecting to reach the trillion-dollar mark in 3 years. But why can't I drink a little bit more right now? I will let you drink your fill after we successfully take over BMW. We will have a big celebration." All right. BMW in Germany. That was Woo Sung's final goal for this trip. The next day, after the lunch with the French president, Woo Sung signed the contract with Wico and appeared at the BNP Paribas office. "We will now test the international money transfer system." Everyone watched expectantly as 1,000 euros were transferred to a Korean Nuri bank. It was completed in a minute. It was even faster than expected, but Woo Sung was not satisfied. "I guess international speed is not as fast as I hoped." Julia, who also attended as a representative of Coconut Bank, replied, "Boss, a minute is beyond successful. It used to take a week. Do you not realize how great this is?" "I know, but why haven't the other banks used this before?" "Because their technology is still at a beginning stage, and their security system is questionable. Look at everyone here. They are all impressed. If it happened within 5 seconds, they would have accepted this system right away." Jang Guangchul replied, "Don't be so hard on yourself. This is good. We can't be happy with just good, or else another company will do better. We need faster transfer to destroy the dollar system." Julia replied, "Boss, as I said before, the dollar is the world currency. If the dollar system goes down, the whole world will be in trouble. Cryptocurrency can't replace the dollar system completely." "You are wrong, Julia. Do you know how the dollar became the international currency?" "I'm just telling you to be realistic." Julia reddened. Woo Sung continued, "If every KND branch in the world starts using the coconut coin, what do you think will happen? People will use coconut coins to shop at Home Mart and electronics from KND. I can also use the right capital to make real estate purchase possible with this currency. What do you think will happen then?" Julia bit her lips. Slowly, the CEO of BNP Paribas approached them. "It looks like the test was a success. We would love to incorporate the coconut system. By the way, what were you guys talking about? It looked interesting." Woo Sung answered, "Something very interesting. Do you want to hear about it?" Julia looked at him in shock. Woo Sung explained, Euro was unable to replace the dollars. China has tried, but its currency couldn't do it either. So should the world continue to be controlled by the dollar system? No one could answer Woo Sung's question. If we go on like this, we will never escape from it. BNP Paribas CEO looked at Wu Sung with interest. Wu Sung continued, but if we change the system completely, it will be possible. Cryptocurrency is the answer. One man asked, "Are you referring to coconut?" Wu Sung nodded and answered, "That's right. As you just saw, international transfer only takes minutes now. Soon, it will become even faster. It will take less than 10 seconds, which will eliminate the transfer fee. Currency exchange will become unnecessary." Wu Sung continued quickly. Most people already don't carry money around. They use credit or debit cards. Soon, there will be a room for cryptocurrency in everyone's life. If BNP Paribas becomes part of Coconut, it will become the leader of the European economy. It will become the only bank in Europe because Coconut will share its technology only with BNP Paribas. The CEO and the other representatives swallowed. It was such a futuristic dream, but it was Kang Woo-sung, who is the richest businessman in the world. It was hard to dismiss him. "I already made a similar offer to JP Morgan and HSBC. You better make a quick decision if you want to survive the coming of the future." Chapter 178. Two Sides of the Same Coin. The group left the BNP Paribas office. Julia grumbled, "You used me just now, didn't you? You wanted me to make a scene to get people interested." Wu Sung grinned. "How could you say that? We are a team." "Damn it. You should have told me about your plan before we went in." Jang Guangchul asked, "Were you serious back there? You want to make coconut coin into the common currency of the world?" "That's right." Julia and Jang Guangchul swallowed. Julia asked, "Do you really believe it's possible?" "The US dollar became the world's currency because America is the strongest country in the world, right?" Julia nodded. Wu Sung continued, "That means if Korea becomes strong, the same thing will happen for whichever currency is being used the most in Korea, right? But the dollar system is well established. Do you really think it will be possible to replace it with a brand new system? Listen, we already have the semiconductors. We will soon take over the oil and agricultural markets too. Once we have all these and involve coconut coins in them, it will happen. Coconut coin transactions are more convenient and safer. There are no reasons why people won't use it." Julia murmured in frustration, "You are dreaming. Do you think US will let it happen? What could they do? Will they come and kill me, destroy Korea? Money is the strongest weapon nowadays, and I have the most of it. $100 billion isn't enough." Wu Sung laughed and replied mysteriously, "Julia, why do you think my wealth is only $100 billion? Only?" Julia stared. Wu Sung continued, $100 billion is only a part of it. If you add all the companies I own, it will obviously be much more." Julia stammered, "But I am going for it. If you're afraid to try, you can give up now." Jang Guangchul shook his head and Julia gaped. Wu Sung asked again, "Are you in or out?" Jang Guangchul answered quickly, "I'm in." Julia answered as well, "Me too." "Then let's get going. We still have more to do today." They visited Italy and finally ended up in Germany. They purchased 3 companies during this trip. 4 companies asked to cooperate with KND. The last meeting of this trip was with BMW in Germany. Jang Guangchul looked up at the BMW building and said to Wu Sung, "Whenever I think of BMW, all I want is buy a BMW." Wu Sung laughed. "What are you talking about? You can afford to buy all the BMWs you want." "Haha, I'm just reminiscing my 20s when I started with nothing." "Were you not always rich?" Jang Guangchul nodded and replied, "I never imagined I would be in a company that buys BMW. Time went by so fast. BMW will be ours soon." Jang Guangchul said to Wu Sung, "You mean it will be yours?" "Haha, I guess." Nuri Finance's headquarters. Shin Semi, Chairman Shin Yongwon, and now Vice President Shin Gungu sat down together. Shin Semi said to the men, "Coconut Bank and BNP Paribas transfer test was a success. It only took 1 minute. It's remarkable." "What did they say in Paris?" They seemed impressed, but Kang Woo-sung was still not satisfied. Shin Gung-gu asked, "There is a rumor he is purchasing BMW. Is this true?" "Nothing's confirmed. KND is very tight-lipped about it. We couldn't find any information on it." "Well, I understand why they would want to keep it a secret. I'm just shocked at how he managed to come up with the funds for it. As far as I know, he hasn't borrowed any money from the banks." Shin Gung-gu suggested, "Perhaps he borrowed from a foreign bank? Maybe BNP Paribas." Shin Semi added, "But $50 billion? If you include ARM, it would be $60 billion. Would a single bank loan that much money?" Shin Gung-gu replied, "There are plenty of companies that want to be on President Kang's side, including us. I'm sure he would have had no problem borrowing any amount." Shin Semi bit her lips. Shin Yongwon said to her, "He is an incredible businessman. We must accept that he is now greater than us. There is no shame in requesting to offer our cooperation." Shin Semi replied slowly, "I'm not worried about that. I can't stop thinking about how we may not survive this." Shin Yongwon said to her patiently, "Finance is the foundation of every business. We are safe." Shin Semi murmured, "Did you see the Coconut Bank's official goal?" No one answered. Shin Semi continued, "Don't be evil. It's the same motto as Google's. Coconut's motto is connect." "So what?" "Coconut Bank is currently acting as a connection between different banks. What if their goal is to connect people with Coconut Coin, make Coconut Coin into an everyday currency?" Both Shin Yongwon and Shin Gung-gu's eyes widened. Shin Semi continued, "Kang Woo-sung's mention of Bitcoin made cryptocurrency into the hottest topic in the world. Currently, we use credit cards more than cash. At this point, money is just a number. That's impossible." "But Kang Woo-sung has made many impossible things happen. He will try, and when he does, what do you think will happen?" The room became quiet. If anyone could do it, it would be Kang Woo-sung. Suddenly the phone rang. Shin Gung-gu answered. After hanging up, he murmured quietly, "He bought BMW. President Kang Woo-sung now forms a tripod of auto, smartphone, and coconut. Electric and self-driving cars to be produced. Korea could be the place where the best cars in the world are created." Korean auto companies were in a panic. Ahyun Auto CEO Young Man-ho called for an emergency meeting. "How did this happen? Sungyoung Autos, and now BMW too. Are we going to let him take over the entire auto market in Korea?" The head of the marketing department replied, "Ahyun Auto still owns 70% of the Korean automobile market. This news shouldn't affect us much. What we can do is lower our price and spend more money on marketing." Did you not see Blue S destroy the One? The recent poll suggests that people will buy BMW if there isn't much price difference. The head of the marketing department cringed at Young Man-ho's anger. Another member suggested, "Why don't we start focusing on the cheaper versions like India's Tata? There is a rumor that Dayang Electronics is showing interest in cheaper versions of smartphones." Someone from the corner murmured sarcastically, "Are you suggesting we just give up on our current model like a coward?" "No, I don't mean that. What I mean is we should become flexible to overcome this situation. The other option would be just to sit still and fail." Jung Man-ho sighed deeply. Was this the end? Jung Man-ho was right. Many Koreans were excited about BMW and planned to switch their cars. The existing auto companies could not find a solution to this problem. Suddenly, Jung Man-ho's cell phone rang. It was from Daeang's Choi Taemin. "Hello, sir. It has been a while." Ha, ha, yes. What's new?" "What do you think will happen to Ahyun Auto?" What? I will be frank. Dayang Electronics isn't doing very well nowadays, and I think Ahyun will experience the same difficulties." Choi Taemin continued quickly. "We need to combine forces." Jung Man-ho sighed. Chapter 179. Two Sides of the Same Coin. When Woo-sung returned to Korea, he didn't hold a press conference. The reporters always asked the same questions anyway. "How do you feel about purchasing such a well-known company? How did you come up with the funds? What is your plan for the future? Woo-sung didn't feel the need to answer such mundane questions. He also didn't want to get awkward questions some reporters often asked. There are many unpleasant rumors on why you changed your mind on moving your headquarters. Please explain. Some think your new relationship with Dae-young is suspicious. What do you think? You are getting involved in so many different businesses, and many think it's not smart. What do you say to that? Jang Guangchul looked at the crowd of reporters and said to Woo-sung, "Wow, you are like a celebrity. I'm handsome and rich, so it's understandable." "Ha, handsome?" Jang Guangchul shook his head and continued, "You think you're so great?" "Haha, obviously. By the way, I think it will be really helpful to own a broadcasting station," Jang Guangchul added to break the ice. "We have enough power over the media already. But it would be different to actually own and control it. Look at Dae-young. Their controversy often gets buried or minimized. That is why the law prevents people like us from owning a broadcasting station. You are so awful." "No, I'm not." "Haha, you sound like you want to become a dictator." "You are worse than me. You want to control the entire world with your currency." "Well, I guess. It's nice to be back in Korea. Are you going to go home first?" "No, I need to go somewhere else." Woo-sung smiled mysteriously. He dropped Jang Guangchul off at work and headed to Sangam. DNK. It took over Mox and owned world-famous games including League of Ancient and Clan Royal. Yu Sona and Lee Ari also belonged to this agency. Alex had the official CEO title, but Moon Young-jun was the one who actually ran the company. Of course, the real owner was Woo-sung, but not many people knew this fact. Moon Young-jun greeted Woo-sung at the entrance and took him to the top floor where his office was. Moon Young-jun explained, "As you ordered, we have named the channel KTBC." Woo-sung nodded. Moon Young-jun continued, "We are currently in the process of poaching famous PDs from different broadcasting stations. As you asked, our priority is hiring PD, Na Young-jun. We were already able to hire writers Kim Mina and Hong Miran. Whatever TV series they write will be DNK's property." Woo-sung previously let Moon Young-jun know which TV personnel to hire. He planned on creating a channel that aired popular TV shows he remembered from his previous life. Moon Young-jun continued, "We have also invested in the movies you mentioned, and we have so far made a 50% profit from them." Woo-sung asked, "How is Yu Sona doing?" "She is very determined. Her English is improving at an astonishing rate. She will start to audition in America by the end of this year." Woo-sung was confused. Moon Young-jun explained quickly, "That's what she wants. She doesn't want us to buy her way into a movie. She wants to accomplish it by herself." Woo-sung nodded. Moon Young-jun sweated heavily. Phew. He always felt nervous in front of Woo-sung. Woo-sung has always been courteous to him, and he wanted to keep it that way. Woo-sung replied, "All right, let her be. Now remember, our goal isn't just to become a channel. We need to become like Netflix and YouTube. Always remember that." Moon Young-jun nodded. "Yes, sir. I won't come here in person anymore. You can report to Alex if any major decision needs to be made. Of course, you will pretty much have full control over this agency." Moon Young-jun nodded. Choi Taemin and Young Man-ho met at a restaurant in Seoul. Choi Taemin emptied his glass and explained, "We learned that Kang Woo-sung has a secret line of funds. He is using this for his aggressive MA." Jung Man-ho was impressed. "Dae-yang has a good source of information. Were you able to find out where he gets his money?" "We don't know yet for sure, but we think Saudi Arabia might be helping him." "So oil money?" Choi Taemin nodded. "And, as you know, the extent of oil money is beyond our imagination. No one really knows the amount. We suspect he has a sponsor in Saudi Arabia." Jung Man-ho murmured, "Oil money? Now, what's really important is what we need to do." You have a suggestion?" "We can't rely on our government anymore." "Then what should we do?" "Banks." "Banks?" There is no way he could have completed this many MA without getting loans. If we can pressure whoever gave him the loan to ask for early repayment, KND will be over. I heard Kang Woo-sung borrowed a lot of money from Nuri Bank. Most likely he borrowed from other banks too. Really? Yes, Vice President Shin Gung-gu told me. Kang Woo-sung may look rich, but he is living on debt. But if he has a rich sponsor in Saudi Arabia, he should be fine no matter what. That's why I need your help. Pressure and track? Choi Tae-min smiled and answered, "That's right. We need to pressure the banks while also tracking the source of Kang Woo-sung's funds. Pressuring banks may be possible, but how can we track? Even if we find out, how will we be able to destroy the relationship between Kang Woo-sung and his sponsor?" Choi Tae-min took another sip of his drink. "We need more companies to join us. TK, Oland, Eugene, and others. We need as many of them as possible. Wouldn't Kang Woo-sung find out about our plan? We just need to work fast. As you know, KND is getting bigger by the minute. If he gets any bigger, this is our chance. We need to do this to survive." Jung Man-ho emptied his glass and replied, "All right." Choi Tae-min smiled in satisfaction. On his way back home, Woo-sung got a call from Nuri Finance's Shin Gung-gu. "I leaked the information to Dae-young about your debts as you requested. I told him you owed Nuri a lot of money." Woo-sung replied quietly, "Good. Continue to cooperate with Dae-young. What if he asks me to demand an early repayment from you? Then do it. So hundreds of millions of dollars is nothing to you? I heard you borrowed money from other banks too. Can you really repay all of them at once? If I can't, then I should go bankrupt. It sounds like you borrowed money, even though you didn't need to. You can think whatever you want." "I don't understand you, President Kang. Just remember, you should pick the right side. Your decision can change the fate of Nuri Finances." Shin Gung-gu remained silent. Chapter 180, Two Sides of the Same Coin. June 2011. Lian's Bank under investigation. Sangho Bank experiences bank run due to uncertainty. Financial corporations experience instability and uncertainty. Many of the secondary financial corporations suffered from customers' bank run. Their provision of payment rate dropped below 3. If it went down to 0, it meant that the institution was unable to return the customers' deposits. The government had to do something. They couldn't let all these organizations go bankrupt. The government started the process of purchasing these institutions, and Right Capital was assigned to be the mediator. Similar things were happening in the world. August. Oh Hoon's new free meals project did not get enough votes to be passed. As he promised, he left the Seoul mayor position. Finally, November. It was the time Woo-sung has been waiting for. The Prime Minister of Greece announces that the public will vote to decide the fate of IMF's bailout plan. European stock market plummets and gave Woo-sung another chance to make money. This time, Woo-sung made $20 billion. Every time they did this, it got easier. Afterward, Alex and Woo-sung popped a bottle of champagne. Alex said to Woo-sung, "Boss, it's $20 billion this time. We did well. Which company will you be buying with this money?" "I will be using part of it for marketing." "Marketing? What kind of marketing would cost so much money?" "I am going to use at least $1 billion to destroy a company." "Are you talking about Dae-young Electronics?" Woo-sung nodded. Alex replied, "Dae-young must have done something terrible to you in your past life." Woo-sung smiled mysteriously. Lee Sung-hyun drank heavily and grumbled, "Bastard. He gave up his position as the mayor of Seoul. How could he? Does he not realize how hard I worked to get him there?" He continued to drink, but his anger couldn't be contained. Mayor of Seoul. If Oh Hoon had done well, Lee Sung-hyun would have entered the next election as a representative of the Liberal Party. However, the party's reputation was in ruins now. An official from Dae-young, Suk Jin-myung, said to him, "You must have a lot of worries." Lee Sung-hyun handed him an envelope. "This is the report on Kang Woo-sung's finances. It's clean, nothing illegal." Choi Tae-min ordered Suk Jin-myung to get this record from Lee Sung-hyun. Suk Jin-myung asked, So this means... That's right. As he claims, he made his money by using data analysis. Suk Jinmyung smiled and replied, but what Dayang found out is a bit different. We found that he has a sponsor. Lee Sung-yoon's eyes widened. He has a sponsor? Do you really believe he can predict the future by analyzing data? Suk Jinmyung stared at Lee Sung-yoon. Lee Sung-yoon's hand trembled. Suk Jinmyung continued quickly. Did you ever consider that perhaps he made things happen and lied that he predicted it? Sponsor. That's right. We suspected it's someone from US, Middle East, or China. We need help from the government for this. You want the government to find out who Kang Woo-sung's sponsor is? Yes. Kang Woo-sung is destroying the Korean economy. Important technologies or companies may end up leaving Korea because of him. Will you let that happen? Lee Sung-hyun rubbed his chin and replied, Of course not. That can't happen. We, Daeng, suspect it must be Saudi Arabia that is helping Kang Woo-sung. Oil money. Lee Sung-yoon nodded. Suk Jinmyung continued, And what if we create a negative image for Kang Woo-sung? Make him look like he will engulf the Korean economy using foreign funds. Lee Sung-hyun's eyes widened. He answered, Let's do this. We came to an understanding. Choi Tae-min smiled when Suk Jinmyung reported back to him. Good. This plan will benefit the government too. They were watching the TV together. Crazy project. If you bring your old the one, K&D will give 50 discount on your new blue S3. This ad is being aired all over the world. It must be costing Kang Woo-sung billions of dollars. Maybe he is using his bank loans on this. Or he did very well with his smartphone sales. So he may be using that profit on this marketing to destroy us. Suk Jinmyung was confused. Why would he go this far? He wants us to give up the cell phone business completely. Our legal team has already filed a complaint against it. That won't be enough. Apple did the same thing against Android phones, and it was all approved to be legal. Suk Jinmyung sighed deeply and murmured, So he is now treating us as his enemy. It's a war, and only one of us will come out alive. Semiconductors, smartphones, and soon other electronics. So many overlaps. He is preparing for the war. Choi Tae-min licked his lips. He needed to relieve his stress. He asked, You said Lee Ari is no longer available? That's right. She now belongs to DNK. Too bad. She was good. I have prepared a new girl for you. She is good too. Choi Tae-min nodded. Julia White held her cup nervously. Julia, why are you so nervous? Boss, we are meeting a great man today. Suddenly, a big man with blonde hair walked in. Haha, nice to meet you. My name is Kang Woo-sung. They shook hands. The man replied, I read your proposal. It was very interesting. I thought you might. Jeremy Disson. He was the current chairman of J.P. Morgan. He replied, a replacement of the current dollar system. Who wouldn't be interested? So did you make a decision? I did a little research on you. You made a lot of money. You made decisions as if you knew the future. I was lucky. You've made a profit every single time. That's not luck. I didn't request this meeting to discuss my past investments. Haha, how can we work together without trust? Trust is for the weak who fears its stronger opponent. You are J.P. Morgan, which means you should fear nothing. Jeremy frowned and replied, You are very forward. I don't know if you're aware, but for me to circulate my cryptocurrency, I don't need all the banks in the world. I just need one famous bank to start, and it will be enough to convince the public. Aren't you too confident about it? You are underestimating the power of dollars. Haha, I think you're underestimating me. As you said before, I have never failed. Jeremy bit his lips. Woo-sung continued, I offered this exact same deal to BNP Paribas. If they accept it, this meeting is pointless anyway. If I get Europe and Asia, the US won't be able to stop me. It sounds like you have China or Japan already. Why would you think I don't? Julia took a sip of her water nervously. Jeremy glared at Woo-sung quietly. Woo-sung continued, China is trying its best to beat America. Japan feels the same way. Money controls the world. After a brief pause, Jeremy replied, So are you really doing this? Yes. Overconfidence can ruin you. I think I deserve to be confident. I am the richest man in the world after all. Jeremy frowned again. Chapter 181, Monopoly. I don't think $100 billion is enough to warrant such confidence. $100 billion is a number the media happened to pick. Do I really need to tell you that I am wealthier than that? Woo-sung looked at his watch. Tick, 2H-E. Woo-sung continued quickly, I just got $10 million richer. How much do you get paid per year? 100 million? Julia laughed quietly at Woo-sung's joke. Jeremy continued to glare at Woo-sung angrily. Woo-sung continued with a smile. Tick-tock, time's running out. I could be making $10 million every second, yet I'm spending this time with you. Why do you think I'm doing this? Jeremy remained silent. Woo-sung continued, It's because I can make even more money with you. I just don't understand why you won't accept such a great opportunity like this. The government will never allow it. Woo-sung laughed loudly. Chairman, I think you don't understand the situation. The government has no power over us. People like us control this world, not the government. Jeremy swallowed. Woo-sung was obviously determined. It was clear that Woo-sung would go through with this plan with whoever that would accept his offer. Woo-sung continued, China has the most to gain by destroying the dollar system. If Korea, China, and Japan decide to designate this cryptocurrency as the common currency of Asia, it will be game over. Like I said before, I am ready. Do you know why I am trying to convince you? Jeremy shook his head. Woo-sung answered, China will be hard to control, but US is at least well-ordered and law-abiding. I can't give you my answer right now. 1 week and no longer. That's the best I can give you. If not, I will continue without JP. Jeremy stood up silently. When he left, Julia sighed deeply and asked Woo-sung, Boss, was that really necessary? He could cause us a lot of damage by getting the Federal Reserve Bank involved. Woo-sung replied calmly, It's something we need to overcome at some point anyway. But the longer we can delay it. Woo-sung laughed. Haha, Julia, you graduated 3 years ago, right? Yes, why? You're so naive. Julia reddened. What do you mean? Woo-sung took a sip of his wine and answered. Do you really think Jeremy and the Federal Reserve Bank don't know about our plan? They already do. They are just doing their own calculations to see which decision would get them the most profit. So they already know? That's right. The problem is, however, something like this has never happened, so it's not possible for them to calculate the outcome accurately. I see. We need to get this done ASAP. We need to take the initiative and be the first to do it. All right. When Julia stammered, Woo-sung teased her, What is this? Are you getting drunk already? You are so red. No, it's not like that. Julia gulped down a glass of wine and glanced at Woo-sung. He stood up to the CEO of JP Morgan. His confidence was very attractive. Woo-sung said to Julia quietly, We will become even busier soon, but it will be worth it. After we accomplish this, you will be world famous. You will also become very rich. Just keep up the good work. Suddenly, Julia kissed him. Woo-sung flinched and stammered, Julia, stop kidding around. Why do you think I'm kidding? Because... Julia got closer to him. Rose perfume. Blue eyes. Beautiful. Woo-sung's heart beat fast. Julia said to him in a husky voice, Boss, don't you think our last night in New York should be special? She took another sip of wine seductively and continued, I'm at room 1302. Don't forget. Julia left the room slowly. Woo-sung took a deep breath. Jeremy made a conference call to the CEOs of Citi and Bank of America. Jeremy said to them, I just met with him. He won't stop. Citi's Michelle Ryan replied, "He is crazy." Bank of America's Sandy Warnick added, "He is just a young pup." Jeremy closed his eyes for a second. He remembered the meeting. "It's not like that. He is more than we expected. He could become dangerous. We need to do something." Michael answered, "You are the only one who met him in person, so I trust your judgment. To be honest, my company already bought about 1,000,000 bitcoins just in case." Sandy added, "I got about 1.5 million of them." Jeremy said to them, "We have about 2 million bitcoins." Sandy asked, "So doesn't this mean we should accept his deal if we miss this chance?" "He is too big to destroy, but it's too risky to work with him." Jeremy suddenly changed the subject. "You all know the Korean company Daeang. It's famous for its semiconductor, yes. I heard Daeang is investigating Kang Woo-sung. They plan to frame him as a national traitor who got a foreign sponsor." Michael murmured evilly, "So perhaps we should help Daeang." Sandy added, "We can also use another company to start a patent lawsuit against him. I will try to get help from the government." "All right. That's our plan then." The conference call ended finally. Jeremy leaned back in his chair. He couldn't stop the feeling of the upcoming doom. New billionaires were born every day, but Kang Woo-sung was different. Where did he come from? How was he able to do what he does? Jeremy sighed deeply. Chapter 182, Monopoly. Choi Tae-min murmured in frustration, "You don't really believe he made all that money just based on his data analysis, right? What do you think?" Choi Gitchell replied, "I didn't get to study him as much as I would have liked, but..." Choi Gitchell remembered Woo-sung's ideas and plans at the Korean business agency. Kang Woo-sung was definitely the smartest person he knew. "One thing I know is that he is a genius." "He's smart?" The word smart doesn't quite describe him. Once I handed him a report, and he managed to find the smallest calculation mistake in minutes, and he was right. With a brain like that, I can understand how he came up with Coconut, Blue S, and AI. Choi Tae-min swallowed and asked, "So he became rich only with his brain?" "Elon Musk became world famous with his intelligence too, so it's possible." "That's different. Elon Musk is talented in the tech department, but Kang Woo-sung succeeded in both business and tech. All I can tell you is, he is very intelligent." Choi Tae-min thought for a second. Did Kang Woo-sung really make his wealth only with his brain? "Did you look into who Kang Woo-sung's mentor is?" I asked Jung Jin-sup again, but he didn't know. Kang Woo-sung only mentioned the existence of his mentor but nothing else. "And that's all we know." "Yes. His plan would be harder than he expected." "How's bit trading going?" "Bitcoin still hasn't recovered fully, so it's not doing well so far." "Was Kang Woo-sung angry at Jung Jin-sup leaving his job?" "No," I asked him, but he said he was fine. Choi Tae-min murmured, "We pre-installed bit trading on the one and offered many prizes for it. Yet this project is still not going well. No wonder Kang Woo-sung doesn't care. I heard that he has found a way to incorporate the cryptocurrency into everyday life." Choi Gitchell's eyes widened. Choi Tae-min continued, "He managed to successfully make international transfer between BNP Paribas and Nuri Finances via Coconut Coin. The next step would be to decrease the time it takes. I also heard he had a meeting with JP. Something big is in the plans." Choi Tae-min bit his lips. Choi Gitchell replied, "If he got any further, we may not be able to do anything to survive. We need to destroy him now." Choi Tae-min thought for a second. Suddenly he asked Choi Gitchell, "Hey, how much is a Bitcoin now?" It reached $10 again. "Collect as many Bitcoins as possible. It will be useful in the future." "Yes, sir." After returning to Korea, Woo-sung enjoyed his days in leisure. KND Park Byung-ki, Coconut Hong Subum, X-Feed Jang Guangchul. His companies were run by his trusted employees. All Woo-sung had to do was to make major decisions. Now, Wusung had the time to focus on destroying Choi Gichul. Wusung met with a government official. "Hello, I'm Kang Wusung. I'm Han Guman." Han Guman was the representative of the Democratic Party. This meeting was arranged by Lee Myungin. Lee Myungin explained, "Kang Wusung would like to talk to you about a new business plan. He can be trusted, so I hope you two have an honest conversation." Han Guman looked at Wusung. "I trust you, Myungin, so I will trust this young man too. So what do you want to talk about?" Wusung replied frankly, "There is one thing Korea is missing as the #1 IT country in the world." Han Guman took a sip of his drink. Wusung continued slowly, "A world-famous software company." "But we have Coconut." Wusung grinned and answered, "Yes, thanks to me we got one, but it's not enough. The software is the future. Korea needs to become a software-focused country. What do you think software is?" "I'm only a politician, so I wouldn't know." "You don't know? Then how do you do politics? How could you lead this country when you don't know the most important future industry?" Han Guman took another sip calmly and replied, "I have great experts like yourself to help me. All I need to know is how to tell if people like you're telling the truth. Being a politician doesn't mean I have to know about everything in the world." "Haha, Lee Myungin said the same thing. And you're right, now, I will tell you something. You try to figure out if I'm telling the truth." Wusung continued. "First step, coconut coin development. Second step, its application into the international transfer system. Third step, deciding the exchanging rate for coconut coin. Fourth step, turning it into the key currency." After Wusung's explanation, Han Guman sighed deeply. He replied, "I agree with you that nowadays, money is only a number you see online. I completely agree, but to control it by software rather than the central bank, I don't understand. In most countries, the central bank commissioners make the currency decisions, but they make their decisions based on data. Do you agree?" Han Guman and Lee Myungin nodded. Wusung continued, "Then how do you think these data are collected?" "They are from the internet. Imperfect humans then interpreted these data. Decisions are made with biased minds in order to increase profits for the country and individuals." Han Guman frowned. "Personal gains. I don't agree. Korean Bank is a completely independent agency that has no connection to the government." "Ideally, yes, but you know better than anyone that it's not what really happens. The government pressures the bank all the time to change the rates. So wouldn't it be better for an objective software to have full control? My first goal is to make international money transfer to be completed only within a few seconds. This will eliminate the inconvenience of the different exchange rates between different countries. For this to happen, we need to have appropriate measures for this new blockchain industry." Han Guman continued to frown and asked, "And what kind of law are you thinking about then?" "To allow the digital coins to be used for national and international money transfers. Also to allow it to be used in the real financial transactions after the government's approval. These are the basic concepts. My Coconut legal team is currently writing down the details of this plan." Han Guman turned to Lee Myungin. "What do you think?" "This is the era of AI. Wusung's new idea isn't strange at all. If his plan works, we can finally escape from the dollar system." Han Guman licked his lips. To be free from the dollar. China and Europe tried and failed. Will a small country like Korea accomplish this? This will be a huge change to the Korean economy. It could be great, or it could be bad. Wusung stared at Han Guman and replied, "We will be gaining control. So how could that be bad? I don't understand." "Economy is not that simple. We are such a small country. This might ruin us. We can do this. We could rule the world. But US won't allow it to happen." "Don't worry about that. I already have the lobbyists in US working hard." "What about the Liberal Party?" "It had already taken care of them. It will happen. I just need your support." Han Guman slowly replied, "If the Liberal Party agreed to it, then there is no reason why my party would reject the idea. Especially with the upcoming election, we should of course support the most popular businessman in the country." Wusung smiled in satisfaction. Things were working out according to his plan. Chapter 183, Monopoly. After Han Guman left, the two had a private conversation. So, according to your analysis, I will lose the next election. That's right, by 4%. 4 isn't very big. Exactly. This means there is a way for you to win. Would this involve an illegal method? We will be entering a gray area. Lee Myung-in looked at Woo-sung and asked, "Tell me. I think it's best you don't know." How could I not know about it when it will affect my career? Whatever happens, it will be my responsibility, and I am willing to accept it. Woo-sung took a sip of his drink. Lee Myung-in was different than other politicians he met. That was probably why in Woo-sung's previous life, Lee Myung-in became the president of Korea. I have some information on the current president and the next strongest liberal candidate, Kim Jong-hee. This information is bad enough that it could ruin them. Lee Myung-in asked firmly, "Did you get this information illegally?" Woo-sung answered without hesitation, "No." It was information Woo-sung knew from his previous life. Lee Myung-in asked, "Will to accomplish this illegally? I see that you value the rules. If I don't, I am no better than them, and what would be the point then? You really believe that the process is more important than the result? You are too idealistic. I think your dream to create a worldwide currency is also idealistic." Woo-sung took a sip of his soju. He replied, "I will do my best. You must follow the law. Even if that means you may lose the election." Lee Myung-in nodded without hesitation. Woo-sung answered, "All right." Lee Myung-in smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Good." Early in the morning, when Woo-sung returned home, he read the report on his desk. BS and JH investigation results. It was the report Woo-sung requested on the current president Lee Park-sung and the leader of the Liberal Party Kim Jong-hee. I knew it. The report confirmed Woo-sung's knowledge of the future. The two politicians' illegal activities filled the pages. Abuse of authority. Accepting bribery. Violation of public election law. During the next election, Woo-sung knew DeYang would support the Liberal Party. By making Lee Myung-in win, Woo-sung would be able to damage DeYang. I know he wants me to find the proofs legally, but I can't keep that promise, Woo-sung murmured. Woo-sung sat in front of his computer and checked the number of bitcoins. 11 million bitcoins. Unfortunately, the rate of mining has decreased recently, but this meant the others probably had an even harder time accumulating them. I now have over half of the available bitcoins in the world. I can use this to destroy Choi Gi-chul by controlling the price. It's a perfect plan. He already did it once recently to Jung Jinsup, and it worked flawlessly. Bitcoin was just a po-oh. Coconut coin will be the true world currency. Woo-sung frowned after studying the screen. He noticed some unknown agencies were accumulating a significant number of bitcoins. Maybe Nakamoto's Satoshi. But it doesn't matter. I will be the ultimate winner in the end. Things were going as he planned. After I accomplish my revenge, I will be able to finally enjoy my life. He would date beauties and travel the world in his private jet. December 19, 2011. North Korea's leader Kim Jong-il died just as he did in Woo-sung's previous life. The government declared a national emergency. KOSP dropped as Woo-sung expected. He made hundreds of millions of dollars once again, but he felt nothing anymore. He had so much money that $1 million were nothing to him. Woo-sung asked Julia, "We can't wait for an answer forever. It's time for us to act. So we will go ahead with BNP Paribas." Woo-sung nodded and replied, "We could now make an international transfer within 10 seconds. We are ready." "How about JP? I called them yesterday and they asked me to wait a little bit longer. I take that as a no." Julia's eyes widened. She asked, "If you do this before they give you an answer, you will no longer have a good relationship with JP. You will piss them off. Who cares? Even if you have the best of the technology, you can't accomplish everything all by yourself. Things can change quickly. If Google or Facebook get involved, it would have been better if we never even asked JP." It took me this long to get where I am with my cryptocurrency. For Google or Facebook to create their own cryptocurrency and make it available, it won't be easy. But if they get cooperation from JP or other big financial companies, it can happen. You are underestimating them. Woo-sung laughed. I think it's you who's underestimating me, Julia. The entire US can try, but I will win in the end. Why? Because I know. Julia shook her head. Woo-sung continued, I will now start promoting the blockchain business. Bitcoin's price will jump. Many developers will get involved to make money. Other cryptocurrencies will appear. Woo-sung saw this happen in his previous life. So, we need to be the first in this cryptocurrency industry. We need to incorporate our coconut coin into BNP Paribas, Chinese and Japanese banks. You mean I need to? That's right. I already arranged the meetings. You need to travel around and get the contract signed. You'll need to go all over Asia. I will become very busy. Woo-sung nodded. I will stay in Korea and continue working on coconut coins and blockchain. Julia nodded. All right. I will get it done. Julia, this is your chance to become famous in the financial world. Do your best. Julia bit her lips and nodded in determination. Chapter 184, Monopoly. Bit Trading Office. Choi Gichul asked Jung Jinsup, You think we should make our own coin too? Jung Jinsup answered quickly. It's called ICO Initial Coin Offering. It's how funds are raised for a new cryptocurrency offering. The only available digital coins now are Bitcoins and Coconut, so we have a good chance to make a lot of money. I even have a specific use for it. We will create our own SNS service, and whenever a user uses it to comment or like it, we will give our coin as a reward. Choi Gichul asked bluntly, Do you really think people will buy it? It will be like tulip mania. People don't think clearly when they speculate. You know this very well. Jung Jinsup glanced at Choi Gichul. Woo-sung ordered Jung Jinsup to convince Choi Gichul on this idea. If he didn't, Jung Jinsup would get in trouble. Choi Gichul thought out loud, I guess. Bitcoin went up from $1 to $40 just because Kang Woo-sung mentioned it. Jung Jinsup waited quietly. It was better to let Choi Gichul think alone. Choi Gichul continued slowly. It's not a bad idea. The government just announced it will be promoting the blockchain business growth. There will be a cryptocurrency boom. Jung Jinsup nodded slightly. Choi Gichul added, Can't we also incorporate the new coin into the international money transfer? Like coconut? Well, not really. Choi Gichul asked sharply, Didn't you say you learned all the necessary technology when you worked at Bitmain? International Transfer System was created by Coconut Development Team. I was responsible for the cryptocurrency trading system. Oh, too bad. But I can look into it. I know a few people in Coconut. What do you think? Do you really believe your idea will work? Jung Jinsup nodded. Right now, what's most important is to be one of the first. This was a huge gamble, but Jung Jinsup sounded sure of himself. He thought perhaps this new coin could be used in Dayang like Coconut Coin was used to buy K&D products. Choi Gichul replied, Let's make some money. I will ask Dayang for help too. Suk Jinmyoung walked into the office and stated, We were right. He has a sponsor in America. Choi Taemin's eyes widened. What? It sounds like it's JP. We learned that Kang Woo-sung met with JP Morgan's CEO. Choi Taemin couldn't believe it. Are you sure it's JP? Positive. It looks like they are helping him. Julia White, who now works for Kang Woo-sung, was also an employee at JP. Suk Jinmyoung was sure of it, but Choi Taemin asked doubtfully, We can't assume that just because he met with someone from JP. I thought so too at first, so I called JP's Korean branch CEO. And he seemed like he was waiting for my call. He said he couldn't give me the details on the phone. He wants to meet with you. Choi Taemin rubbed his chin and replied, Arrange a meeting then. When does he want to meet? He said whenever. Then, let's go now. I thought you might say that. so I already invited him here. The door opened and JP Korean CEO Steve Yu walked in. Steve sat down on the sofa rudely. I can't believe you made me wait. Choi Tae-min's face hardened. Suk Jin-myung started to sweat nervously and replied, Sir, but you promised. I never promised you anything. Suk Jin-myung got even more anxious at Steve's aggressive tone. Choi Tae-min looked calm as he said to him, Let's not get into a power play. I am ready to listen. Steve's expression relaxed. Good. I need this conversation to happen too. I'm glad you are ready. Suk Jin-myung finally sighed in relief. Choi Tae-min asked, Is it true that JP is helping Kang Woo-sung? Steve thought quickly. He already heard about the situation from Suk Jin-myung. He knew Dae-yang was making a wrong assumption, but he didn't plan on correcting them. JP supports many companies in the world. Choi Tae-min frowned. Then why don't JP help Dae-yang? I thought we already are doing that. Choi Tae-min asked loudly, Why did you come here? It sounds like you won't tell me anything. Steve bit his lips. This was important to him too. He couldn't go back empty-handed. I came here so JP can work with Dae-yang on something. We don't need any more money. Dae-yang doesn't need financial help. We already know. Choi Tae-min pointed at the clock. I don't have time for this game. If you don't have anything important to say, this meeting is over. Steve realized he needed to be a bit more honest. He replied, The truth is, JP and Kang Woo-sung aren't on good terms. Kang Woo-sung can't be controlled. We can't let him continue this way. So you will help Dae-yang. Yes, OS will soon sue KND for a patent issue. This will hopefully cause some key members to leave KND. We will get your company to hire them. That's not enough to destroy KND. You are probably aware that Kang Woo-sung spent a lot of money on MA. Not all of this money came from his personal funds. He borrowed most of it from different banks. Billions. I thought President Kang Woo-sung had unlimited funds. That fund comes from a US hedge fund, Right Capital, with a CEO named Alex. We are already talking with Right Capital about this. We will soon be putting pressure on KND. Won't he sell coconut or KND stocks to raise more funds? Coconut stock price will drop very soon, same for KND stock. Steve had answers for all of Choi Tae-min's questions. Choi Tae-min asked again, I thought JP supported Kang Woo-sung. Is that not true? As I said, JP supports companies all over the world. The only thing I can tell you for certain is that this time, JP will help Dae-yang. Is it because of coconut coin? I heard he hopes to replace the dollar system. Steve frowned. Choi Tae-min continued, Some experts think it's possible. Kang Woo-sung probably made an offer to JP, but you obviously didn't accept it. Now you hate Kang Woo-sung, so that is why you are helping Dae-yang. Did I get it right? What's important is the future. If you accept our help, Dae-yang will soon return to its glory days of being the top company in Korea. Choi Tae-min bit his lips. Dae-yang is still at the top of its game. But not for long if this continues. Choi Tae-min frowned angrily. Steve continued, My assistant will provide you with the details of this plan. Steve then walked out. Outside the building, he took out a phone and sent a text. It's done. Chapter 185, Control. Nuri Finances, Coconut, and BNP Paribas sign contracts for international money transfer system. Chinese and Japanese banks to use Coconut cryptocurrency for international money transfer. In the new years, many banks in the world began to announce their contracts with Coconut Bank. It was all thanks to Julia, who has been traveling around the world. Woo-sung arranged all the meetings, but Julia was the one who got the contracts signed. Woo-sung said to Julia, Good job. This is only the beginning. I heard JP is planning something though. Should we be worried? Don't worry. So what's next? It would be better for fewer people to know about it. So I'm not important enough to know about it. I'm saying you should relax and enjoy the show now. You want me to be passive. I hate that. You already know what will happen, Julia. I can guess the final result, but I want to know how we will get there. Do you know how big K&D is? Julia shook her head. She was focused only on Coconut Bank. Woo-sung continued, if we include the Korean business agency's subsidiaries, it's beyond anything in the world. It will get even bigger now. Coconut coin can be used to make purchases at Home Mart. You can even buy cars at Sungyeong and BMW. X-feed fees can be also paid with coconut coins. You have created an empire. That's right. We also now have a transfer system with Nuri Finances and BNP Paribas. Woo-sung continued slowly. It all began in Korea. Cryptocurrency is starting to replace the money system, and it will spread to the rest of the world. How about the rumor that the governments of many countries will stop this from happening? Haha, you mean just the US? Because many other countries are showing interest in destroying the dollar system. So you think it will be the US against the rest of the world? Kind of, but I don't plan on rejecting US completely. If they are willing to work with us, I am all game. Pardon? Money makes everything better. With money, you can turn your enemy into your friend. Do you understand? Julia nodded and replied, yeah. They are the idiots who didn't take this great opportunity to invest. Such idiots shouldn't be allowed to rule the world. Julia stared at Woo-sung. She started to understand what Woo-sung was trying to say. Then you mean, there are some in US who supports your plan. Woo-sung shushed Julia. Shh, that's all I can say. Julia nodded slowly. KND releases Blue S4 and the world's first AMOLED TV. KND plans to produce other home appliances as well. Annex share price goes up 10 thanks to Blue S4 sales. Woo-sung quickly pushed Daeyang out of the market. Daeyang's stock price continued to decline. Choi Tae-min gritted his teeth and asked Suk Jin-myung, any news from JP? Not yet. Just what are those key developers doing? We paid millions to poach them, yet they haven't done anything. It is a little strange. Our own people told me these developers have minimal skills and knowledge. Did we just get duped? I don't think so. I know for a fact that they have been treated like the top developers at KND. I see. Phew! How are the banks reacting? Suk Jin-myung flinched. He was afraid to give Choi Tae-min the bad news, but he had no choice. The thing is, when the banks asked Kang Woo-sung for repayments, he apparently did so immediately. Choi Tae-min sighed deeply. He was afraid this would happen. Money makes more money. KND products were being sold out quickly. Kang Woo-sung was making so much money. Did you hear anything from Ah-hyun? Ah-hyun isn't doing well either. With Kang Woo-sung's new BMW. Choi Tae-min swallowed nervously. Suk Jin-myung continued, Ah-hyun is currently letting go of many of its high-ranking officials to make ends meet. That's bad. So they are not in a position to help us. Suk Jin-myung glanced at Choi Tae-min nervously. Choi Tae-min asked, what? The thing is, we may need to do the same in our company. At Daeyang? Suk Jin-myung nodded and replied, yes. We might be doing fine now, but our future is so uncertain. If we continue like this, we may start having net losses. Loss? Choi Tae-min sighed deeply. His hands and feet were shaking. His lips started to bleed from biting down so hard. He was angry. He asked, you're telling me that there is nothing we can do to destroy KND? We are doing everything JP suggested, but we haven't had any success. How about the government? We contacted Lee Sung-yoon, but he replied back asking for election funds instead. Choi Tae-min breathed hard. He couldn't calm down. So Ah-hyun, the government, and JP are all no helping us. Kang Woo-sung is becoming even stronger. He is destroying Daeyang. Suk Jin-myung nodded in fear. How about our subsidiaries? Not great. So this could be the end for us. Choi Tae-min's eyes looked crazy. He ordered he needs to die. Kill Kang Woo-sung if necessary. Or else, I will kill you. Korean Business Agency meeting. Many of the big companies in Korea gathered here. He made us come. Yet, where is he? How could he make us wait? One CEO complained. Another CEO replied, I know. No respect at all. However, a CEO of K&D's subsidiary company added, the meeting time hasn't started yet, so why are you guys in such a hurry? We should be thankful to Kang Woo-sung. Remember how Dayang used to treat us? Dayang wouldn't even pay us on time for our materials and products. The two CEOs who were complaining replied grudgingly, I guess. And look around here. We are only small fishes in this room. Indeed, many bigger companies' CEOs were waiting patiently. They owned companies that directly worked with K&D. Even they are waiting quietly, so we must do the same. A few minutes later, Julia walked into the conference room. She explained how coconut coins will be used to make payments from now on. These coins can be converted to cash at Nuri Finances and Bitmain, or you can use it directly at any K&D companies to make purchases and services. Some CEOs couldn't understand. They raised their hands. It sounds like this will replace the money as a currency, am I correct? Think of it as a reward point system. Woo-sung added, we will make sure this currency can be used as real money. Many frowned. Woo-sung continued quickly. I'm sure many of you are curious why we are doing this, but those who work with international companies will understand the reasoning. I am planning to create a universal currency. One by one, people started to nod. Chapter 186. Control. Woo-sung continued, to accomplish this dream, many companies have agreed to participate in this project. I have over 50 companies that have already signed the contract, and I expect this number to grow fast. Woo-sung took a sip of water and continued. Very soon, the majority of the stores in Korea will be using this cryptocurrency. Korea is now one of the top 10 trade countries in the world. If we get this transaction system going, I guarantee you that Korea will be on top of the world. When this happens, can you imagine what kind of advantages you would have as a Korean businessman? Some raised their hands. Woo-sung pointed at one person for a question. It sounds like you just want to eliminate the exchange rate issue. Even with the coconut coins, you can't completely eliminate different exchange rates between different countries. What do you say to that? Woo-sung replied, imagine, Korean won, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, and euros. All these and the dollar will disappear. Only one currency will exist. What do you think would happen when this is accomplished? None of the CEOs have thought about it, so they couldn't answer, but one thing was for sure. It would be easier to run their businesses. Woo-sung continued, coconut coin can already be used on POS manufactured by Coconut Company. The system is now fully functional. That is all I need to say. No one left the room. Woo-sung looked around and added, any more questions? A few raised their hands. The QA period continued. Even after the session, people didn't leave. It was as if they were waiting for Woo-sung to leave first. Jang Guangchul finally announced, that's the end of this meeting. You are all free to go. Some stood, but most kept glancing at Woo-sung. One CEO raised his hand and asked, could we get some private time with President Kang? Unfortunately, no. We have no plans to have any more meetings like this in the near future. Many sighed in disappointment. Another CEO asked, may I suggest arranging a conference? This time, we can include all the subsidiary companies. Another CEO added, we should also include any other companies that would like to join. I would also appreciate more of your opinions on different business matters. President Kang. Many nodded in agreement. A bald-headed CEO added, most people here attended this meeting in hopes to see you and talk to you in person. Am I right? Most people nodded. My understanding is you created this agency to help businessmen like us. If you just have one meeting, you would be no better than any other agencies. Woo-sung nodded. I understand. It's too late for that today, but I will make sure to arrange another event very soon. Finally, people stood up and left. When they returned to their office, Jang Guangchul sat down and said to Woo-sung, you are so popular. Everyone wants to meet you. It's because I'm rich. I guess you are the richest person in the world. but not compared to the Saudi Arabian oil tycoons. Is that why you are going ahead with this project? Not exactly. Zhang Guangchul said worriedly, I think it's too dangerous to publicly talk about replacing the dollar system. Wusung laughed. Haha, I'm not that bold. I'm just working to make this world a little more convenient. I get a lot of information. You have no idea how much money I spent on the US government. So the rumor is true that you have a strong connection in the American government. Not just there. I have some in Japan too, and China, everywhere. Zhang Guangchul swallowed and asked, shouldn't I know about these things? As I've said before, it would be better to have the least number of people to know about these unsavory businesses. The Bitcoin price continued to go up again at the news of Wusung's involvement in the cryptocurrency industry. Bitcoin reaches $50.10. How high will it go? Kang Wusung's cryptocurrency to engulf the world? Choi Gichul wondered, I can't believe it really reached over $50. How could this happen? Jung Jinsup looked at the screen in disbelief. He remembered how he lost all his money. People can get crazy. Crazy. I was like that too. Thank goodness I got out when I did. He sounded fearful. Choi Gichul nodded in agreement. I guess. It only took 5 hours for the price to go from $40 to $1 last time. It was actually 2 hours and 30 minutes. Should he buy? Choi Gichul wondered. Choi Taemin ordered him to collect bitcoins, but if he lost money on it, he knew he would be blamed. Jung Jinsup asked, why? Are you interested? Of course, it would be the quickest way to make a lot of money. But you are so rich already. Do you still need more? What are you talking about? You and I both know the more you have, the better. So what do you think? Should I go ahead? It's a huge gamble. You could lose everything, but you could also gain an amazing profit. It was like that for me. If you get in with hundreds of millions of dollars, you probably could actually control the price. Choi Gichul's eyes widened. The government allows and promotes the use of blockchain. Bitmain and Bit Trading make huge profits. KND announces to make every kind of payments in its own cryptocurrency. Companies belonging to Korean business agencies agree to participate in the new cryptocurrency project. The price of bitcoins rose even higher. $76.20. Choi Gichul couldn't hide his disappointment. He still hasn't purchased any bitcoins in fear of losing money. And finally, it reached $100. Should I buy? Choi Gichul wondered. Chapter 187. Control. As people invested in cryptocurrencies, the stock market declined thereafter. Kopsi index plunged and Daewang Electronics were in a debacle. From $300, it dropped to $100. It wasn't just Daewang Electronics. The same thing was happening to Daewang Construction, Daewang Life, and other Daewang departments. The 1.3's sales have dropped to 60 since last month. The cheaper versions we launched in India isn't faring well either because of Chinese phones. At Suk Jinmyoung's report, Choi Taemin frowned. So what does that mean for our company? If this goes on, we will have to close down at least one of our smartphone factories. We will have to pull back our investments in Brazil and India too. Did you say our debt ratio is at 90? Yes, it's the worst it has ever been since IMF. Choi Taemin bit his lips. Suk Jinmyoung continued anxiously. The problem is the debt ratio still rises. Choi Taemin screamed, why did you let this happen? I already included this fact in the last report for the chairman, but he said we needed to continue making aggressive investments to survive. Choi Taemin rubbed his temples. That stupid old man. He knew the situation was dire. Choi Taemin continued. What kind of loss are we looking at if we discontinue all our investment projects? I will report back to you with the calculation. Choi Taemin clenched his teeth and replied, you should have come today with the calculations ready. I apologize. Idiot. Suk Jinmyoung reddened. A meeting with JP's Steve was arranged. Choi Tae-min asked Steve, who came to his office, "Didn't you say it will be KND's stock that will drop?" Choi Tae-min couldn't help his aggressive tone. JP Steve remained silent. Choi Tae-min continued angrily, "How can this happen? Weeks have passed and the situation has gotten worse. Daeang's stock price is at its lowest. JP is doing the best it can, but President Kang Woo-sung is better prepared than we expected. Things didn't work out as we planned." "What happened to the patent lawsuit?" "We filed it, but it will take years for the result." "What about the anti-monopoly law you were perusing?" "We are working on it, but Kang Woo-sung has spent hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying himself in the US government, so—" Choi Tae-min fumed with fury. He replied rudely, "Those key developers you got us to hire are the worst. We spent millions on them as you recommended, and they are useless. What the hell?" Steve remained silent. Choi Tae-min asked, "Say something." "Once JP announces its investment plan for Daeang, your stock price will recover quickly. JP is prepared to invest billions of dollars." "Assistant Suk, how much do we need right now?" "About $10 billion, sir." Choi Tae-min smiled sarcastically and turned to Steve. "We came up with the number. Can you invest $10 billion on us?" Surprisingly, Steve nodded. "No problem, but Daeang's stock has declined so much, JP won't be paying premium." Choi Tae-min's eyes widened. He was expecting a flat-out rejection. He planned to negotiate, and he would have been happy with $3 billion. He asked politely, "Are you sure JP can invest $10 billion on Daeang? If it's necessary, we can go higher. The request you made has also been approved by our headquarters." "You mean the report that President Kang Woo-sung has a foreign fund sponsor?" Steve nodded. "You can leak it to the media. You can even mention the initial J as the foreign sponsor. Release the news that Kang Woo-sung was funded by a hedge fund J and the actual money came from Japan. When the media asks, JP Morgan will remain silent and make no comments." Choi Tae-min rubbed his chin. It is a well-known fact that the Korean public has a negative feeling towards Japan. If you paint a picture of Kang Woo-sung allowing Japan to take over the Korean economy, it will surely destroy him." Choi Tae-min nodded in agreement. Moon Young-jun frowned angrily. "Does he think this is a brothel?" Daeang was still untouchable. Whenever it asked for something, there was no option other than following its order. Moon Young-jun's assistant replied, "Daeang requested another girl for Choi Tae-min with a promise of a possible contract for the cell phone commercial." Bang! Moon Young-jun slapped the table. Daeang. They ruined so many actresses. A high entertainment CEO actually contacted us for help. Apparently, Choi Tae-min also asked for a specific actress from that agency, and they want to protect her. Moon Young-jun's power in the entertainment industry was minimal, but it improved recently with Woo-sung's help. "Stop him!" Moon Young-jun murmured, but he knew he couldn't stop Daeang alone. The assistant asked, "What should I tell the high entertainment CEO?" "Tell him I will take care of it." "But sir, it's too risky for you. Lee Ari has a contract with Daeang Construction and this could be ruined." "It doesn't matter. We can't let this continue." After the assistant left, Moon Young-jun made a call. Suk Jin-myung's face darkened. "What? You are refusing me?" The voice on the other side of the phone answered apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but she isn't feeling well today." "Who cares? Do you want to disappear from the entertainment industry? Don't you know what happens if you don't do what I say?" "That is, I'm sorry, but not today." "Are you crazy?" "I'm sorry." Afterward, the conversation was over. Suk Jin-myung couldn't believe what had happened. As a representative of Daeang, he was never refused like this. Suk Jin-myung quickly texted the 3 major TV station directors. Daeang requests that High Entertainment's Shin Amin excluded from any TV appearances. He then quickly tried to come up with another female celebrity for Choi Tae-min. Suddenly, he got replies from the 3 directors. "MBD Director Choi, sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. SBC Director Park. I'm sorry. ITT Director Kim. I can't fulfill your request. Suk Jin-myung stared at his phone. He murmured angrily, "What the hell? Did they all go insane?" Suk Jin-myung called his connection in the Korea Communications Commission, which controlled all TV stations, but he was denied again. Just who is behind Shin Amin? Suk Jin-myung contacted many of his sources, but he came up with nothing. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a number he didn't recognize. When he answered, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Chun Gi-soo? I heard you are having a hellish time with the vice president. You traitor. Chun Gi-soo laughed and replied, "We are only pawns in this dangerous game." Suk Jin-myung answered sharply, "What do you want? Just how long are you planning to remain as Choi Tae-min's slave?" Suk Jin-myung swallowed hard. He could guess what Chun Gi-soo would offer. Suk Jin-myung replied firmly, "I am not interested." "So you choose to be a slave?" Suk Jin-myung reddened. Another text message arrived on his phone. "I'm sorry, but that female actress is not available for Choi Tae-min today." Suk Jin-myung was being rejected by everyone he contacted. He could imagine how Choi Tae-min would react. He started sweating. Chapter 188. Control. Woo-sung frowned in disgust. He murmured, "Dirty bastard." He got a call from Moon Young-jun for help. "Please stop Choi Tae-min from continuing to assault innocent female celebrities." Woo-sung already knew about Choi Tae-min. He was famous in the business world. Woo-sung called around to inform every major agency and TV stations that they should no longer obey Dae-young. It took a while, but Woo-sung was successful in convincing everyone. "I think it's time to leak that video." Dae-young Electronics was now worth only $40 billion. Just a little while longer, and Woo-sung was sure he could destroy it. "I just need to get Suk Jin-myung on my side," Woo-sung murmured in disappointment. He asked Chun Gi-soo to contact Suk Jin-myung, but nothing came out of the call. However, one positive thing happened recently. JP finally called. Woo-sung grinned. "Is KND being funded by Japan?" KND rumored to be sponsored by a hedge fund, J. Will Japan take over the Korean economy? The rumors were starting to surface. Woo-sung laughed at them. "It's the opposite. I own Japan, not the other way around." Jang Guangchul walked into the office. "This must be Dae-young's doing." Woo-sung nodded. "Probably. They are becoming so desperate." "It's true. Many people think Dae-young will slowly disappear." Woo-sung nodded again. The news channels continued to air the rumors. "Japan may take over the Korean industries. The government needs to do something to stop it. President Kang Woo-sung needs to be investigated." These were all planned by Dae-young. Jang Guangchul asked, "So will you do something about it?" "I'm waiting for the right time." "When?" "When it gets huge. At that time, I will reveal the truth about Dae-young and the government, which will end them. It will be devastating for them. I already have information on Choi Tae-min bad enough to send him to jail." Jang Guangchul's eyes widened. "Jail? I just need to wait for the perfect time." At the top floor of Dae-young building, Suk Jin-myung looked at Choi Tae-min in fear. Choi Tae-min said to him, "Jin-myung." "Yes, sir." "You've been working at Dae-young for 10 years now, right?" "Yes, sir." "Why do you think you survived this long?" Suk Jin-myung tried to think of the right answer, but he couldn't come up with anything. He answered honestly, "It's because I worked very hard." "Wrong." "It's because you got things done, but I am starting to doubt your ability. I apologize." Choi Tae-min leaned back and replied, "You didn't get the girl I wanted. You got someone else." "I apologize. I am so stressed. I need a way to relieve it. Remember?" Choi Tae-min threw his cell phone at Suk Jin-myung. Smack. "Answer me." "I'm sorry." "What is wrong with you?" "I'm sorry." "Get that girl now." I want her. Got it? Bit trading office. Choi Gichul called a few times, but there was no answer. Why the heck isn't he answering? Bitcoin, $176. The price was continuing to rise. It now almost reached $200. Some people believed it would reach $1,000. Choi Gichul bit his nails and murmured, I need to buy right now. He already spent 30 of his wealth on buying bitcoins. He bought them for $150. He already made over 10 profit. Jung Jinsup asked, So you really bought them? Choi Gichul nodded. Jung Jinsup asked, How much? I bought at $150. Won't you go in too? Jung Jinsup laughed. I will wait a little while longer. In truth, Jung Jinsup wanted to buy too, but he had no money. He only had debts, something Woo-sung would handle. Choi Gichul asked, When will you go in? When it goes over $200. If it does, I think it will reach $1,000. I will buy in bulks when it reaches $200. I see. It's just my guess, but it's a little different if someone like you gets involved. You could control the price. You have about $400 million available, right? Much less now because of Dayang's stock price. I don't know the specifics. I guess. But you're saying I could be the force that can influence the Bitcoin price? Yeah. Choi Gichul's eyes shined. Suk Jinmyung called different entertainment agencies, but all of them rejected him again. Chun Gisu called him. The fact that you answered means you might be interested in what I offer. Shut up. I'll bet this call has already been reported to Choi Taemin. You know how controlling he is. When Suk Jinmyung couldn't answer, Chun Gisu continued. Do you really want to wait and see what happens when Choi Taemin goes after you? Suk Jinmyung listened silently. Chun Gisu continued. He killed his own father. Remember that. $217.50. Choi Gichul glanced at Jung Jinsup. It could reach $1,000 quickly if I get involved. Choi Gichul had up to $300 million in cash. It was the money he received for giving the Daeang shares to Woo-sung as collateral. With this money, he could buy about 10 of the bitcoins in the world. It might not be enough with only $300 million, but he had Daeang. He could form a group with other companies. With his Daeang background, there would be many companies who would be interested. With these companies' money, he knew he could really control the price of bitcoins. Why isn't Suk Jinmyung answering my call anyway? He had to ask Suk Jinmyung to see how much money he could get from Daeang. Chapter 189, Control. Suk Jinmyung clenched his teeth in pain as Choi Gichul kicked him. Choi Gichul screamed, Do you think you're better than me? Is that why you've been ignoring my calls? No, it's not like that. I've been very busy. Busy? That's your excuse? Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. Damn it! Do you think I'm not busy myself? Do you know how much money I lost because of you? It's an amount you will never see in your lifetime. Suk Jinmyung lowered his face. Choi Gichul continued to scream. It's over $30 million. Should I tell this to my brother? Suk Jinmyung continued to apologize. I'm sorry. You think apologizing is enough? Because of you, I was unable to make a purchase at the right time. How will you compensate me for this? Suk Jinmyung remained silent. He glared at the floor. He was furious, but he couldn't express his anger. He finally replied, I was too busy with the vice president's orders. I apologize. I will confirm the fund and transfer it to your account right away. Did you not hear what I just said? Because of you, I lost my chance. Do you know how much a Bitcoin is now? It's 314.40. And how much was it when I asked for the funds? It was 215.10. So you do know. The price went up by $100. What do you think will happen when I tell the vice president? The bigger problem is that the price is continuing to rise, even as we speak. By the time you make the transfer, it would be even more expensive. How much money do you think I would lose? Choi Gichul pushed Suk Jinmyung and yelled, Are you a mute? Why can't you answer? Suk Jinyoung's face turned bright red. He trembled in anger. Choi Gichul continued, to make up for it, you need to transfer at least $100 million instead of $50 million like my brothers ordered. Got it? Yes, sir. Choi Gichul left without a word. Suk Jinmyoung sank into his chair. How did he get here? He stood up and grabbed his coat. Strong whiskey burned his throat. Suk Jinmyoung continued to drink fast. He sighed deeply. He tried to figure out the situation. What should he do? Should he continue to work for Dayang? Or should he leave and find another work? Should he accept Chun Gisu's offer and take Kang Woo-sung's side? There was so much to consider. Suddenly, someone sat next to him. I heard they have a great whiskey here. Suk Jinmyoung saw who it was and gasped. Woo-sung called for a bartender and ordered, "Please get me a bottle of whatever he is having." What the? Suk Jinmyoung stared at Woo-sung. Woo-sung replied quickly, "We are just having a drink here." I don't think we have that kind of relationship. Suk Jinmyoung tried to stand up and leave. Woo-sung replied, "No one will ever know about this meeting. There is no reason to let anyone know. I made sure of it." Suk Jinmyoung sat down again. "I don't have a lot of time." Woo-sung replied, "I wasn't planning on staying long either." Woo-sung turned to the bartender and ordered, "Please close down the shop." The bartender nodded. When Suk Jinmyoung looked around, the place was empty. Woo-sung said to him, "I heard a lot about you from Chun Gisu. He said you're a decent guy, talented but happened to work for the wrong men." "You're sugarcoating his words. I bet he said I'm the man who will get anything done." Woo-sung flinched and paused. That was almost exactly what Chun Gisu said. Well, that's pretty close. This meeting, Choi Taemin will find out, and that means it's over for me at Dayang. Don't worry about that. I can make sure that doesn't happen. Suk Jinmyoung's eyes widened. He asked, "How long have you had spies in Dayang?" "That's not important." "Then what is?" "Your life, your future. Your decision today can change everything." "What do you think will happen in my future?" Woo-sung emptied his glass. Suk Jinmyoung did the same. Woo-sung turned to him and replied, "You will go to jail." Suk Jinmyoung stared. What did Woo-sung know? Suk Jinmyoung did so many vile things in his life. Any of them could get him in prison. Suk Jinmyoung replied, "You're being rude, sir. Can you deny it? What if I cooperate with you? Then I will help you as much as possible. I can give you one or two of Dayang's subsidiary companies." "Did you make the same promise to Chun Gisu?" Woo-sung laughed. "Of course I promised him something even bigger. Subsidiary companies, not bad. Only because you're worth it." They talked for a while. After an hour their bottles were empty. They were both becoming drunk and dizzy. Suk Jinmyoung asked, "Can you prove you are different than Choi Taemin?" "Unless you convince me of that, I will never work for you." Suk Jinmyoung left. Late night. After returning home, Woo-sung looked out the window. The beautiful view of the Han River greeted him. He was now living at a new penthouse in Seoul. Phew. His new home cost him $4 million, and he paid it full in cash. Millions of dollars didn't feel like money anymore. Woo-sung sighed. He wants a proof. Was Suk Jinmyoung worth the trouble? Yes, he knew many secrets about Dayang. Woo-sung needed him. What could I do? Woo-sung drank a bottle of energy drink and sat in front of his computer. 13,240,321 BTC. 1 BTC $357.00. Woo-sung now had full control over the Bitcoin price. Choi Gichul got in at $150 and will go in further in the near future. When it reaches $1,000, he will go crazy. In the end, though, his account will be zero. Woo-sung clicked a few times to put an order for automatic transactions. In about a month, the price would reach $1,000. Woo-sung grinned darkly. Chapter 190, Control. A protest started in front of the KND headquarters. We need to get rid of this Japan-loving company. Kang Woo-sung is a traitor. Apologize. This company was funded by Japan. It needs to be destroyed. The securities tried to calm them down, but it was no use. Many protesters were in their 60s, and they screamed whenever restrained. Ow, these young men are trying to hurt this old man. I'm a frail old man. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. You're hurting me. Your parents would be ashamed of you. The securities couldn't do much. The KND employees frowned and complained as they watched the protest. Why isn't our CEO making an announcement? Was he really funded by Japan? Another staff replied, "No way. I think it must be Dae Yang's doing again like the last time." But this time, JP was mentioned. Don't you know our CEO met with JP's CEO recently? But President Kang meets a lot of people. Do you really think he got funded by Japan through JP? If it's not true, why would our CEO remain silent? I don't know. Since Kang Woo-sung remained quiet, people started to believe the rumor. Jang Guangchul was frustrated. How long do we need to remain silent? As long as possible. The bigger this gets, the better it will be when we reveal the truth. Are things going well? It's going nice and slow. Can you tell me what they are? Woo-sung chose to not answer. He instead changed the subject. I looked into Suk Jinmyung's past and learned he was a good student. He went to the best schools with scholarships. These scholarships were funded by Daeyang, though. I guess he felt grateful to Daeyang all his life. He had an unfortunate childhood. His parents were very poor. Daeyang helped his entire family with their living expenses. I guess it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Daeyang. But not hard either, Woo-sung replied with a grin. Last night, he managed to come up with a plan. He didn't have to convince Suk Jinmyung. He just had to make a situation where Suk Jinmyung had no choice but to leave Daeyang. Choi Gichul grabbed the mouse. It was 547.00 just a minute ago. It has to go up. After getting $70 million from Daeyang through Suk Jinmyung, he purchased the bitcoins at $555. He was losing money. Choi Gichul panted nervously. He stared at the screen. He was able to get other companies involved. As a group, they got in at $570. Again, he was at loss with this money too. Should I go in a little bit more? Choi Gichul murmured. Jung Jinsup asked, Are you in deep? Choi Gichul nodded. Jung Jinsup continued, It doesn't look like it's going well. Because of Kang Woo-sung's rumor, the Bitcoin price dropped a little. It appears Kang Woo-sung and Bitcoin are connected. Jung Jinsup glanced at Choi Gichul and asked nervously, Do you know what a cage technique is? What we can do is to pause the Bitcoin trading briefly at our Bit trading website. This can pump the price. Choi Gichul's eyes widened. This will make the public traders want to buy more. We pause it, then sell some of our Bitcoins at the highest price, then resume trading. Choi Gichul smiled in satisfaction. We will make an easy profit and also increase the number of transactions at our dealership, which means our company will make money too. Amazing. How did you think of this idea? It just came to me. It was actually an idea given to Jung Jinsup by Woo-sung. Choi Gichul urged him, Great. Let's make an announcement today. That night, a notice was made at Bit Trading. Notice. Due to the expansion of network infra, Bitcoin trading will pause briefly. We will resume all transactions as soon as possible. That was the signal. As soon as the notice came up, the Bitcoin price jumped from $550 to $700. Quickly, it went up even higher to $1,000. Only at Bit Trading. Choi Gichul grinned widely. With this method, he managed to make $300 million in a very short period of time. This is so easy. How much did you make? Enough. I will buy you a drink soon. Then I will put up the resumption notice. Okay. Woo-sung saw the notice at Bit Trading. Perfect. Whatever bitcoins Choi Gi-chul sold, Woo-sung purchased them. Woo-sung got over 1 million bitcoins. He had some loss from these transactions, but it was minimal. Now, I will make him go crazy. The current Bitcoin price at BitTrading was $700. Should I pump the price again? Woo-sung grinned. A Bitcoin was worth $560 at Bitmain. He would pump the price so it could reach the BitTrading Bitcoin price. Choi Gi-chul entered Daeyang confidently. $70 million from the company turned into $130 million. Choi Gi-chul expected Choi Tae-min's shock at his success. Choi Gi-chul got into the elevator and went up to the top floor. Inside the office, Choi Tae-min was screaming at Suk Jin-myung. Choi Tae-min saw Choi Gi-chul and asked, "You have my bitcoins, right? I made a profit of $60 million with your money." Choi Gi-chul replied confidently, but Choi Tae-min's reaction was cold. "Did you sell them?" "I sold at the highest price. If I sold any later, you would have lost money." Choi Tae-min lowered his voice. "At what price did you buy?" "If Suk Jin-myung did his job, I could have bought at under $200. I already heard about it. Just tell me the numbers." "I bought at $550 and sold at $1,000. Choi Tae-min turned his computer screen and showed it to Choi Gi-chul. "Do you see this?" Choi Gi-chul nodded. Choi Tae-min asked, "How much is it now?" $1,200. "Who told you to sell my bitcoins?" You told me to buy." "I told you to buy, but I didn't tell you to sell, did I? You sold my bitcoins without my permission?" Suddenly, the screen beeped. 1 BTC $1403.21. The price jumped $200 again. Choi Gi-chul became rigid, and Choi Tae-min sighed deeply. "What do you think will happen?" Choi Gi-chul hesitated. Choi Tae-min answered instead. "It will probably go to up to $2,000, maybe even $5,000. This means you basically made me lose money. How will you fix this?" Choi Gi-chul couldn't believe this situation. He stuttered, I will invest again and make up the difference." Choi Gi-chul left the office. Suk Jin-myung looked at his cell phone in despair. He had no power in the entertainment industry anymore. The only place now for him to find a girl was in brothels. Damn it! Choi Tae-min would be angry again. But Suk Jin-myung had no choice. He called a few prostitute madams with high-end call girls. Shockingly, he was rejected again. "Sorry, sir, but my girls aren't available today. We are too busy today. Please call me later. We are at capacity." No one would help him. Damn it! Suk Jin-myung could guess who was behind this. He now had no choice but to call Kang Woo-sung. Chapter 191 Control. Suk Jin-myung sighed and said to Woo-sung on the phone, "You can't do this." Woo-sung laughed lightly and replied, "I just wanted to show you that I'm different. Don't you think I'm different?" Suk Jin-myung sighed, "This isn't the time to joke around. I made sure Choi Tae-min can never abuse another girl in this country. You can call around, but no one will help you. The only thing you could do now would be to find someone from another country." Suk Jin-myung's hands trembled. He asked, "Are you really going to be like this?" "What else can I do? What did you think I was going to do? I told you last time, if you continue this path, there is only one possible future for you." "You mean I'll end up in prison?" "Yes." "Do you think you can convince me like this? Don't you think this will make me resist you even more? Do you still feel loyal to Daeyang?" Suk Jin-myung didn't answer. Woo-sung continued, "You have already repaid the scholarships you received from Daeyang. I don't understand why you are still there when you're being treated so horribly." Suk Jin-myung replied sarcastically, "I see you have done your research on me. It's readily available information. I wouldn't call it research." Suk Jin-myung sighed again. "The main thing now is that I will have to inform my Vice President Choi about this." "If you tell him the truth, you know what will happen to you?" Suk Jin-myung couldn't reply. He was fearful for his life. Woo-sung continued slowly, "Think carefully. Your future depends on it." 1 BTC $2,530. Wusung was controlling the price. 1 BTC $1,810. The price fluctuated heavily. People found this to be an attractive investment chance. If you got in at the right time, you could become rich. 1 BTC $781. Many people got in, including Choi Gichul. Damn it, it's rising again. As the price went up and down, Choi Gichul became anxious. Damn it, why is it that when I buy, the price goes down and when I sell, it goes up? Choi Gichul didn't trust bitcoins. He expected it to plummet to zero someday, which meant he couldn't hold it for more than 2 days. If I lose money, Choi Taemin won't let it go. Since it was so expensive now, Choi Gichul and his group could no longer have a significant effect on the price. Choi Gichul wanted to escape from Choi Taemin, but unless he gave up everything, it was not possible. Would he do to me what he did to Choi Gi-tae? Choi Gi-tae was in the hospital in a coma. Choi Gichul was afraid. When Choi Gichul walked out of the office, Chun Gisu was waiting for him. He knew he was now Kang Wusung's man. Choi Gichul asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" "You haven't changed. I no longer work for Dayang, so you can't talk to me like this." Choi Gichul sneered. "Huh? So what? I heard you are running a dealership. How's that going?" "I don't have to tell you. Listen, we both have something in common. We both want to escape from Choi Taemin's power." Choi Gichul paled. "President Kang is a decent man. You probably know that already," Chun Gisu continued quickly. "He is intelligent, talented, and knows how to take care of his own people, unlike someone we know. This is the only way." "Did Kang Wusung get Suk Jinmyung too?" Chun Gisu laughed. "Unfortunately, no. As you know, President Kang Wusung is aware of all your phone calls and activities. He makes decisions based on this information. He asked me to come and see you today." "So what do you want?" "He told me to tell you that you need to make the right decision or else you will end up like your brother Choi Gi-tae." Choi Gichul visited Choi Taemin. "I will only keep $10 million for myself and give everything else to you, so please let me go." "Ha! I've never stopped you from leaving. This isn't a joke." "I'm not joking. No matter what happens, you will always belong to Dayang." "I want to be my own man. I will give up my shares of Dayang." Choi Taemin laughed. "You know too much about me in this company. Don't you think so? There are only 2 ways for you to leave. Either become mute or brain dead. What do you think?" Choi Gichul bit his lips. He finally realized he could never escape Choi Taemin. April 11, 2012. 2 days before the 19th general election. The media released the rumors on the current president Lee Park-sung and the leader of Liberal Party Kim Jong-hee. Quickly, the rumors turned out to be facts as proofs were released as well. A representative of the Democratic Party held a press conference. "With these proofs, you can be sure that President Lee Park-sung has lied so many times even before he became president. You can also see how Kim Jong-il has done many illegal deeds. How can we let these people run this country?" Lee Sung-hyun turned the TV off and sighed deeply. Those proofs shown on the TV were supposed to be hidden in a safe place. It must have been an insider who got to them and released them. Lee Sung-hyun tried, but he couldn't unravel the person behind all of this. "By the way, why aren't these people answering my calls?" Waejung Law Firm's attorney Park Chang-sun. Joseon Law Firm's attorney Jo Namgi. Daryuk Law Firm's attorney An Soo-yoon. He needed the best lawyers to defend his father, but no one was answering his calls. Lee Sung-hyun asked a liberal member who was sitting next to him, "So what is the party doing to resolve this situation?" The Liberal Party member stammered, We plan on making it look like the opposition is plotting against us with lies, but we may still lose this election. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. But the situation is very serious. This could be bad. Damn it. What happened to the request we made to Daeong for election funds?" They said they aren't doing well themselves, so they only sent $500,000. That's nothing. We were told that if we give up more information on Kang Wusung, they will give another $500,000. But we have no more information. Then what should we do? We need to meet him. Who? The man who owns all the best lawyers in the country. Chapter 192. Control. Wusung said on the phone harshly, "All of my lawyers are tied up at the moment with patent lawsuits." Lee Sung-hyun replied angrily, "Are you really going to be like this? Everyone knows you hired all the best lawyers available in the country. There isn't anyone left." "I'm just telling you the truth. I have many ongoing patent lawsuits with different companies like Apple and Daeyang. Are you telling me I should just lose? Were we always on such bad terms like this?" "Not at first, but that was the past. I did my best to help you, yet you are the one who betrayed me. You sided with Daeyang. Are you still on that? I have a very good memory." When Lee Sung-hyun didn't reply, Wusung continued, "It's not that I want our relationship to continue like this. I would like to be on good terms with you. Tell me. I heard Daeyang was recently rumored to be involved in an illegal split accounting, but the government let it go. I keep asking for fair treatments, yet the government keeps doing things like this. Are you asking me to suspend Daeyang, a $40 billion company?" Wusung laughed. "Haha, no. How would I accomplish something like that? All I'm asking is if an illegal deed was done, whoever did it must be punished. Fairness is all I ask, as always. I will consider it. You can do whatever you want. I will continue to do whatever I want too." Lee Sung-hyun couldn't say anything despite Wusung's rudeness. He was now afraid of Wusung. The general election results. Democrats won by a landslide. Lee Park-sung moaned, "How did they find out about our past? Did you find out who's behind this?" Lee Sung-hyun couldn't say anything. Lee Park-sung grimaced. "Damn it. You're a disappointment. Why can't you do better?" Lee Sung-hyun bit his lips without answering. Lee Park-sung asked, "And you still haven't found a decent lawyer?" "No, Kang Wusung has most of them." "Then did you get someone to take the blame?" "Not yet." "Can't you do anything?" "I'm sorry. That's not good enough. This is serious. The prosecutors have the proofs. All we can do now is fight for the legality of it, and to do that, we need an amazing lawyer." Lee Sung-hyun bit his lips. Lee Park-sung continued quickly, "If you can't do it, I will take care of it. We don't have the time to be lazy. We need to resolve this now." "I will try." Lee Park-sung looked at his son doubtfully. He said to Lee Sung-hyun, "I will give you 3 days. If you don't accomplish something big by then, you are off the case." "Yes, sir." Lee Sung-hyun bowed and left. A restaurant in Seoul. Democratic Party leader Han Mingu couldn't help smiling. "Ha ha ha ha. We won. We got 167 seats. The most we've ever had in history." Lee Myung-in took a sip of his drink and replied, "I still feel uncomfortable." "Are you still thinking about that?" "We owe him now. We can pay him back slowly. If this continues, we can take over the government." Lee Myung-in emptied his glass. "I'm just afraid this debt to him will cause trouble in the future." "Don't worry. I took care of it." Suddenly, Wusung talked in. "Haha, you two have nothing to worry about. I took care of everything." Han Mingu stood up and greeted Wusung. "Oh, you're finally here." He grabbed Wusung's hands. Wusung smiled brightly. "Congratulations." "Haha, it's all thanks to you, President Kang. I will never forget this. Everyone worked very hard. It wasn't just me." Lee Myung-in put down his glass and asked, "What happened? Did you forget what I said to you before?" Wusung replied, "I remember. Remembering isn't enough." "I know what you mean. It's you who don't understand." Lee Myung-in glared at Wusung and asked, "Are you kidding me?" "I'm telling you that you just need to do your job faithfully." Han Minggu watched the two men uncomfortably. He poured a drink for Lee Myungin and said to him, "Come on, don't be angry." Woo-sung picked up his glass and asked with a smile, "Could you pour me one too?" "Haha, of course. It's my honor to be drinking with the world-famous Kang Woo-sung." Woo-sung emptied his glass and replied, "I don't want much. I just want fairness and transparency. That is why I chose the Democratic Party. If you can accomplish that, then it would be enough for me." Woo-sung was suggesting that the Democrats won because he made it happen. Both politicians understood immediately. Han Minggu laughed. "Haha, I know." Woo-sung took another sip and continued. "There is a rumor that Daeyang was involved in an illegal split accounting. The government let it slide without even an investigation. KND was investigated so many times in the last 2 years. Please look into it. That is all I have to say." Woo-sung left quickly. The two men looked at each other rigidly. Woo-sung's empire continued to grow quickly. Jang Guangchul announced, "This quarter's sales reached over $60 billion. Earnings surprise." Woo-sung nodded calmly. Jang Guangchul continued, "And you know what else? Coconut sales reached over $2 billion. That's right, it's higher than Facebook. We will soon become the best SNS service in the world." "I already knew that." "With these numbers, do you know what this means with respect to Korean GDP? Our companies now makes up over half of it." "Exactly. It means we now control the Korean economy." "Haha, I like that. It could be even better since this quarter's result didn't include Sungyeong and BMW performances. On top of that, we are doing an amazing job in China too. Our Chinese sales have reached over $10 billion. We are growing at a 40 rate. In 5 years, we should be reaching $100 billion. That would mean at some point, we will make up over 70 of the GDP. Haha. Now, what's next? First, we need to destroy Daeyang and take over their sales. That will make our own sales to reach $700 billion. Jang Guangchul's eyes shined brightly. 1 BTC, $3,210. The Bitcoin frenzy reached the entire world. Choi Gichul stared at the screen and murmured, "It could really reach $10,000. Did you buy more?" "Yeah, about $70 million. Jung Jinsup's eyes widened. He asked, "At what price?" "Between $1,500 to $2,000. You?" This meant Choi Gichul made a lot of money. He murmured, "You were wrong. It reached $300. Will it reach $10,000? I don't know anymore. It could. What do you think?" "I think $10,000 seems too high." "I disagree. If this continues, it will reach $10,000, but what's really important is to escape from Choi Taemin." Choi Gichul wondered if this cryptocurrency could allow him to accomplish that dream. Chapter 193, Control. Choi Gichul asked Jung Jinsup, "Can we pause the trading again on bit trading?" "Technically, we can do it whenever we want, but if we do it too often, we will get complaints from the users. So we shouldn't use it too often." "Exactly." Choi Gichul rubbed his chin. After the conversation with Choi Taemin, he hasn't been able to sleep. Should he run to Kang Woo-sung and ask for help? Or should he try to save himself? Choi Gichul knew he had to do it on his own or else it could backfire. "I will use all the funds from Daeyang and make money by investing in bitcoins. I will then transfer the profits into my personal Bitmain account." Choi Gichul continued to think. "But then what? I could convince Suk Jinmyung to give me some proofs on Choi Taemin. I will send Choi Taemin to jail. That's probably what Kang Woo-sung wants too. That must be why he sent Chun Gi-soo to me." Choi Gichul's breath became shallow. Jung Jinsup stared at him, but Choi Gichul didn't notice and continued to think. "Kang Woo-sung could probably send Choi Taemin to prison easier and faster than I can. Does this mean I need to ask him for help after all? Phew! Yes, I think that's for the best." Choi Gichul called Woo-sung. He was shocked when he heard the message. "This phone number does not exist anymore. Please dial the correct number. This phone number does not exist anymore. Please dial the correct number. He changed his phone number? Now, there was no way for him to contact Woo-sung. After thinking, he headed towards the Korean business agency building. He had to meet with Woo-sung and resolve this situation. When he entered the office, Choi Gi-chul was met with Chun Gi-soo instead of Woo-sung. Chun Gi-soo explained, "President Kang is busy. I am taking care of his business for now. So Kang Woo-sung won't even meet with me in person." Chun Gi-soo stretched his arms and replied, "You are not as important anymore." Choi Gi-chul gritted his teeth. His pride was hurt, but there was nothing he could do. It was true, Kang Woo-sung was now beyond his reach. Chun Gi-soo said to him, "Did you decide to leave Dayang?" Chun Gi-soo asked slowly, "Can you really protect me?" "Haha, of course." Chun Gi-soo pushed the interphone button on his desk. Beep. Several men in black walked in. Chun Gi-soo explained, "We will double your bodyguards and install security systems in your house. We will monitor everything you do. What about my assistant from Choi Taemin who follows me around everywhere? What do you want us to do? We can shut him up or we can get rid of him." Choi Gi-chul swallowed. He hadn't realized how powerful Woo-sung was. Chun Gi-soo continued, "All you have to do is bring us the smoking gun. That's all we ask of you." Choi Gi-chul was furious at Chun Gi-soo's disrespect, but he had no choice but to leave. When he left, Chun Gi-soo murmured quietly, "Did you hear all that?" His cell phone was turned on the whole time. A voice answered, "I see that a lot has changed. I can't believe I used to work for that idiot. You must know by now that the faster you make your decision, the better treatment you will receive from us." "I know. If you stay at Dayang, you will be used as a scapegoat. You have already done more than you needed to for Dayang." "I understand what you're saying. So what is your decision?" "I'm just not sure if Kang Woo-sung is someone I can trust. I could end up in a worse situation." Suk Jin-myung couldn't trust anyone easily. He couldn't believe Chun Gi-soo either. Chun Gi-soo replied, "I understand what you're feeling. We have never been close. I understand you would be worried and afraid. But think of it this way. You already know what will happen if you stay at Dayang, and it's not pretty." Suk Jin-myung had never regretted working for Dayang until now. Chun Gi-soo continued technically, "Wasn't it Chairman Choi Gun-won who gave you the scholarships? What happened to him?" Suk Jin-myung's heartbeat started to hasten. He felt thirsty. Chun Gi-soo raised his voice. "He harmed his own father. What are you expecting from him?" After a quick hesitation, Suk Jin-myung finally gave his answer. Dark night. Lee Sung-hyun was brought to Woo-sung to a secret place in Sungbuk-dong. When he walked in, Woo-sung didn't even stand up. He asked, "Have a seat." Lee Sung-hyun sat down nervously. Woo-sung was being rude, but it was clear who was the boss in this room. Woo-sung continued, "I heard you have something to say to me. These are the documents on Dayang. The prosecutors have been keeping these a secret." Woo-sung's lawyer approached them and took the envelope from Lee Sung-hyun. He examined them quickly. The lawyer was someone Lee Sung-hyun knew. "Prosecutor Go, what are you doing here?" He didn't get an answer. Woo-sung also remained silent. Lee Sung-hyun continued, "I see that you hired many people. Tell me what you came to say." You have been invited to the Blue House as soon as possible. You will get everything you want. We could give you an award. We can help you with your business any way you want." "I don't need any help with my business." "I wasn't planning on saying this, but..." "Then you shouldn't." Lee Sung-hyun reddened. He yelled, "I can destroy both of us." "I don't understand what you're saying." "If you continue to be like this, I will let people know that you bribed me. I am done for anyway, and I can drag you down with me." Woo-sung laughed loudly. "Ha ha, is that it? You're really going to threaten me with that? I will do anything to fix this situation." "Ha ha! This is why you can never trust a politician. Good thing I never trusted you." Lee Sung-hyun paled. Woo-sung leaned back into the sofa and continued, "You must have not understood this situation. The government will always change, but the rich and powerful will always remain the same." Lee Sung-hyun couldn't deny this fact. Woo-sung added, "Money rules the world, and who has the most money? That would be me. No one can touch me, so if you're threatening me with our past bribery, go ahead. Do it. You will see who gets destroyed." Lee Sung-hyun stammered, I didn't mean it like that. I meant we should try to get along." "I heard it as a threat. You are a lawyer, you know what it sounds like." Lee Sung-hyun couldn't hide his anxiety. He has never been treated his way, especially since his father became the president of Korea. As the tension rose, Woo-sung's lawyer said to him, "Sir, the documents are legit. With them, we should be able to carry out our plan." "Good." Lee Sung-hyun asked hopefully, "Does this mean you'll help me?" "I am willing to talk to you, but that's it. Of course, you did just threaten me, so I'm not sure if I should help you." Lee Sung-hyun gritted his teeth. Chapter 194, Control. Woo-sung asked Lee Sung-hyun bluntly, "How can I trust you after that threat you just gave me?" Lee Sung-hyun had difficulty controlling his anger, but as he looked into Woo-sung's eyes, Lee Sung-hyun knew there was nothing he could do. $400 billion in sales last year. $600 billion expected this year. Woo-sung was the biggest businessman in the world. Compared to him, Lee Sung-hyun was a nobody. Lee Sung-hyun replied, "What can I do to gain your trust?" "You must have more information on Daeyang." "You mean?" "I want everything the government has on Daeyang. You know, my goal is to destroy Daeyang completely. If I give you everything, will you make my problems go away?" Woo-sung grinned. "Think about it. If a huge company like Daeyang gets exposed, will the media and the public even remember the current political scandal?" Lee Sung-hyun's eyes widened. Woo-sung continued, "You bury a scandal with another scandal. It's a common technique in politics. As you said, I have the majority of this country's lawyers on my side. I can provide you with a few. The trial will end quickly and quietly as if nothing happened. People will focus on Daeyang. All of this can be accomplished if you give me what I want." Lee Sung-hyun swallowed. It was an attractive offer. Lee Sung-hyun asked, "Do you promise? If I bring you everything, you will make this go away?" When Woo-sung nodded, Lee Sung-hyun sighed in relief. After Lee Sung-hyun left, Woo-sung asked his lawyer, "How long do you think Choi Tae-min will remain in prison with these proofs?" Attorney Go Gi-hoon. "He used to be one of the main prosecutors in the government." "I think about 2 years." "On probation?" "Go!" Gi-hoon nodded. Woo-sung wasn't satisfied. It wasn't enough. Go Gi-hoon continued, "At most, he would get 5 years, but he will be let go on probation soon after. So we need much more. If Lee Sung-hyun provides something really good." Woo-sung's eyes shined. "Suk Jin-myung. Choi Gichul. If these 2 men brought him more proofs." Woo-sung replied, "I understand." When he was left alone, Woo-sung turned on his computer. "I got the price of Bitcoin to reach $4,301. Some companies are trying to accumulate them, but they can never compare to me. I will pump the price to its highest and sell everything. Then, I will launch Coconut Coin as an official cryptocurrency." Bitcoin's price would plummet. The key was to make sure Choi Gichul and Choi Tae-min hold a significant number of Bitcoins when it does. "I can't wait to see Choi Gichul's face when he loses everything." According to Young Jinsup, Choi Gichul continued to buy Bitcoins. Woo-sung looked at his watch. It was midnight, which meant it was around 2 p.m. in New York. As expected, Woo-sung's cell phone rang. It was JP's Jeremy. "Did you make a decision? How much did you spend on the lobbyists?" "Billions." Woo-sung continued, "I'm not asking people to give up dollars. I'm just planning to replace it." "Isn't that the same thing?" "Haha, giving up is different than replacing. But with the new replacement, US will lose its control." Woo-sung laughed and replied, I don't expect this project to succeed without America's cooperation. If you decide to side with me, I will try to make sure you retain your control and value. Try? Haha. All right. I will make sure no other country will be above you. However, Wusung will still be on the top. Jeremy asked, what will happen if JP refuses? What if the US government and banks refuse as well? Wusung replied calmly, the US government has already partially accepted my project. In addition, many of the old and new companies in Silicon Valley are already using this currency. Will America give up on all these companies? Wusung laughed and continued, I am the one who saved Silicon Valley after the financial crisis. I was the one who invested over $10 billion on the manufacturing factories in Silicon Valley. I also own the most shares of the startup companies there. Jeremy remained silent. Wusung continued, and it is also me who can move all these from Silicon Valley to Israel. Do you know how will this affect the US? I think you do. Also, do you know who the biggest trader in NASDAQ is? Jeremy didn't say anything he knew now. He also realized that Wusung owned Right Capital too. Wusung added, I own a huge part of the American economy. If I take all of it and move to somewhere else, JP will be damaged big time. You know all this already. Isn't that why you called me? After a long pause, Jeremy finally answered, I want to talk to you about some details. Dayang Hospital. Chairman Choi Gunwon and Choi Gitae were both in a coma. Choi Gichul visited them. Looking at his father, Choi Gichul murmured, Did you really not expect something like this to happen? Beep! Beep! Hook up to various machines. Choi Gunwon remained still. Choi Gichul bit his lips. You are the one who made us the way we are. Why did you do it? Again, Choi Gichul got no answer. He continued quietly. I plan to go a different way now. I won't follow your path anymore, even if it means I destroy everything you built. Choi Gichul glared at his father with resentment. Beep! Beep! The machines continued to beep regularly. Choi Gichul moved to the next room where Choi Gitae was in a similar state. Choi Gichul murmured, Crazy idiot. Looking at his helpless brother, Choi Gichul didn't feel sympathetic. He just felt relieved that he was free from his abusive brother. Choi Gichul continued to murmur, Someone like you should have died. Choi Gichul remembered being beaten up by Choi Gitae as a child. He used to pray for Choi Gitae's death. His wish was finally about to come true. I will take everything you have. Beep! Beep! Choi Gichul walked out of the room. Chapter 195. Control. After leaving the hospital, Choi Gichul headed towards a place in Sungbuk-dong. It was the same place where Lee Sung-hyun visited Wusung recently. Someone guided Choi Gichul to the living room where Wusung was sitting on a sofa. Wusung ordered sit. When Choi Gichul sat down quietly, Wusung asked, So you have something to tell me? Chun Gisu arranged this meeting. Choi Gichul asked, If I give you Choi Taemin's weakness, what can you give me in return? Oh, so you want to trade with me? Choi Gichul nodded. He took out his phone and showed Wusung a photo. It was a picture of Choi Gunwon in the hospital. How about this? It can't be proven. There is no solid proof. I will get you the proof. In return, protect me and my wealth. Wusung laughed. Haha, but there is one problem. I'm not interested in your offer. Choi Gichul paled. He begged Chun Gisu for this meeting, yet Wusung seemed unwilling to help him. Wusung suddenly pressed a button on the table. If I give you Choi Taemin's weakness, what can you give me in return? It was Choi Gichul's own voice from a recording device. Wusung asked, If I take this recording to Choi Taemin, what do you think will happen? Choi Gichul stood up and screamed, You bastard! Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Choi Gichul's shoulder from behind. It was one of Wusung's bodyguards. Choi Gichul was thrown back onto the sofa. Wusung said to him, Be careful. He is a very scary man. He used to be in the special forces. Choi Gichul swallowed. He was sweating. He glanced around the room nervously. Choi Gichul stammered, What do you think you're doing? Do you not know who I am? I know very well, but do you know who I am? President Kang Woo-sung. Every Korean knows who you are. Not that. Woo-sung wanted to say it, but this wasn't the time. Choi Gichul replied, the richest man in the world. Woo-sung grinned, and Choi Gichul finally realized that Woo-sung was making fun of him. Choi Gichul frowned and replied, this isn't the time for jokes. That's your problem. You know how it is, when you reach a certain status, everything becomes boring. You need to seek fun wherever you can. Of course, I'm not saying I reject your deal completely. I will think about it. Now leave and wait for me. Daewang Electronics 103.10. Daewang's stock price plummeted further. Unsurprisingly, KND's stock continued to soar. Then, breaking news flashed on the television. JP Jeremy announces an investment of billions of dollars in Daewang Electronics. Breaking news: JP takes over 20 of Daewang Electronics. Over $10 billion invested. Suddenly, Daewang's stock started to go up quickly. Choi Tae-min finally smiled. We are finally out of the woods. Yes, sir, but it's only a temporary solution. If we don't launch a successful cell phone and improve our semiconductor department, we will return to our earlier situation quickly. Our next cell phone line will be a success, which will help our semiconductor department. Suk Jin-myung frowned and replied, but the problem is whether or not we can survive till then. In addition, 70 of Daewang Electronics now belongs to foreign companies. We are basically a foreign company at this point. What if one or two of them give up on us? Choi Tae-min glared at him. It sounds like you want me to fail. It's not like that. It's my job to get prepared for the worst scenario. Your most important job is to relieve my stress, and you're doing a very poor job nowadays. Suk Jin-myung breathed deeply. He needed to calm down. He replied, I apologize. If you're sorry, then do a better job. I need to not be stressed out so I can do a better job to save Daewang. Now leave me and find me someone. It better be someone good. Choi Gichul was waiting for him when Suk Jin-myung returned to his office. He had his legs up on the desk. He said to Suk Jin-myung, I see that you got lectured by my brother again. What are you doing here? You must have a lot of worries nowadays. It must be hard working for that bastard. I thought perhaps I should help you from becoming his biggest victim. Suk Jin-myung's face paled. Choi Gichul threw an envelope at him. Have a look. Suk Jin-myung's hands trembled as he read the report. It was a plan in case Daewang was implicated for an illegal account splitting. The key to this plan was Suk Jin-myung. The plan is for you to be the whistleblower, and I can be your savior. Choi Gichul stood up and continued. Get me Choi Tae-min's secret funds in Switzerland and Virgin Island. I will make big profits from them. He will never know. Then what will happen to me? You will become rich. How will you survive Choi Tae-min's anger? Choi Gichul lowered his voice. I have a way. You know President Kang, right? Suk Jin-myung nodded. Choi Gichul continued. He promised to protect me. Choi Gichul grinned. Suk Jin-myung lowered his eyes and thought. Just how many people did Kang Woo-sung ask? When Suk Jin-myung remained silent, Choi Gichul asked, You're in, right? What if I say no? Choi Gichul handed him another envelope. As Suk Jin-myung read the documents, his eyes widened once again. But this time in shock. It contained all the illegal things he did for Daewang over the years. Choi Gichul explained, My father always said we need to have a good record of everything just in case. He gave this to me before he became ill. Suk Jin-myung slowly replied, I understand. Choi Gichul grinned brightly. Good. You can expect to be rewarded a huge amount of cash for your cooperation. Let's work together. Choi Gichul left. Suk Jin-myung sat down. It was over. He knew what he had to do. Suk Jin-myung opened his cabinet drawer. 1 BTC 631 Sten dollars. November 2017. Jang Guangchul checked the Bitcoin price on his phone and asked Woo-sung, Tell me the truth. How many bitcoins do you actually have? Probably the most in the world. What? You asked me to tell you the truth. So, how many would that be? 1,000,000? Wu Sung shook his head. Zhang Guangchul asked again, then 5 million? Wu Sung shook his head again. You mean 10 million? Haha, it's not important. It's time to attend Korea's first civilian satellite launch. Chapter 196, Control. 4 black helicopters flew from Seoul to South Jeolla Province where the Space Launch Center was located. Riding in one of the helicopters, Zhang Guangchul asked Wu Sung, isn't this a little too much? Haha, our safety is always my priority. We need to be careful. We are responsible for so many employees. But 4 helicopters seem too much. 3 just for our security. This is Korea after all. This is how the president flies. This way, whoever may attack us won't know which one holds us. But 4 Black Hawks seem way too much. Wu Sung smiled. This is also to show off to someone. Who? The president of Korea is coming to this event. I'm showing him I'm not someone he can play with. To show him who's the boss? Wu Sung nodded. Narrow, Space Center. The 4 helicopters arrived. President Lee Park-sung, who was waiting in the VIP room, saw this and asked, "Those are all for Kang Woo-sung?" His head of security answered, "Yes. One holds him, and the others hold all his bodyguards." Is he that important of a figure? Recently, President Kang Woo-sung has been busy meeting with leaders of different countries and financial institutions to discuss the application of cryptocurrency. The US has been unhappy about this, and that must be why Kang Woo-sung reinforced his security team. Lee Park-sung smirked. Who does he think he is? According to our research, Kang Woo-sung knows the direct phone number to the President of the United States. Just the fact that he plans to replace the dollar system. His financial power is greater than those of many of the businessmen from different countries. According to IMF, President Kang Woo-sung's value is... The president's secretary was interrupted by Lee Park-sung. Stop. Lee Park-sung glared at him. Woo-sung and Zhang Guangchul got off the helicopter. Zhang Guangchul looked around awkwardly. I don't think I will ever get used to this. Haha, you are the CEO of XFeed and the vice president of KND. You're worth it. But this is... 10 intimidating bodyguards surrounded them. Woo-sung replied, This just means we are important. The president's secretary approached them. Woo-sung's bodyguards stopped him and only let him pass after Woo-sung nodded. The secretary asked, Sir, the president would like to speak with you. Woo-sung nodded and said to Zhang Guangchul, Go ahead without me. I will see you soon. Zhang Guangchul nodded slowly. Lee Park-sung said to Woo-sung coldly, I see that you like to show off. I'm only doing what suits my current status. You need to remember the importance of modesty. I'm not like you. Lee Park-sung frowned and replied, It feels like every time we meet you become more and more stubborn. Woo-sung grinned, Probably because I'm on my way up and you're going down, President. Lee Park-sung glared at Woo-sung. You better watch it. Woo-sung glared back at him and replied, Did you bring me here to insult me? If so, this conversation is over. Being seen with a president who is known for corruption and has only a 30 approval rating is not good for my reputation. Lee Park-sung clenched his fists, but that was all he could do. He relaxed and replied, I didn't mean to upset you. I wanted to confirm you had an understanding with my son, Attorney Lee. Yes, I'll let him know what I need. You will get what you asked for. The government will also be rewarding you with an award for your good business ethics and space research. Woo-sung nodded indifferently. Lee Park-sung frowned and asked, What do you think? This should be enough to convince you to help us. Your secretary already explained this to me. You want me to announce an increase in employment and investments? Lee Park-sung nodded. Woo-sung continued, I was going to do that anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Haha, good, let's forget our past and become friends again. Woo-sung shook his head. This doesn't mean I want to be your friend. Lee Park-sung's face darkened. Woo-sung continued quickly, I need to get going now. Narrow Space Center Conference Hall. It was filled with countless reporters. Some TV stations were airing the event live. Hello, this is MBD's reporter, Lee Sung-hyun. I'm at Korea's very first civilian satellite Tiger X's launch. This satellite was created by President Kang Woo-sung's company Spacestream. With the help from SpaceX, the reporter continued quickly. In 10 minutes, the satellite will be launched. This place is filled with tension and anticipation. President Kang Woo-sung is currently in the VIP room, watching the event with President Lee Park-sung. Lee Park-sung asked Woo-sung, what do you think? Will it be a success? I hear the technology is very complicated. It will work? The technology will also be applicable to communications and military fields. We'll see. Finally, the countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. With a loud noise and vibration, the rocket lifted off to the skies. KND-130. KND was currently worth over $310 billion. With the recent satellite success, its stock price rose at an unprecedented rate. 1 BTC 7501.N. Bitcoin prices also continued to increase. Choi Gichul sighed as he logged on to his Bit trading account. 110 BTC. He purchased bitcoins with the money Suk Jinmyoung stole from Choi Tae-min. Choi Gichul spent a lot of time money laundering through purchasing and selling of bitcoins. If I can keep this up, I will end up with billions of dollars. He felt hopeful. He also felt grateful to Young Jin-sup, who was sitting next to him. If it wasn't for Young Jin-sup creating this dealership, this would have never been possible. I'll buy him a drink. That should be enough. Choi Gichul clicked to a coin information website. He had been thinking about the cryptocurrency mining machines. Instead of collecting bitcoins, Choi Gichul was thinking about mining himself. Should I create a mining company? Choi Gichul wondered in all seriousness. Chapter 197, Control. Choi Gichul asked Young Jin-sup, hey, do you know about cryptocurrency mining? Young Jin-sup nodded. Of course, it's really popular nowadays. I heard mining graphic cards have been sold out. What if we use the mining machine Ant 7 from Bitline? As you know, many people got into mining recently. It won't be easy. What do you know about cloud mining? Choi Gichul had a lot of questions. Young Jin-sup opened the Bitline website on the computer and explained, I bought hash power from this website and used it myself. I have been getting a decent profit so far, but I made more with bitcoins. So you're saying it's legit? Money always gets deposited on time, so I guess so. I see. Why are you interested? I was wondering how to expand our business, and I think this might be the way. I guess it's not a bad idea. When Choi Gichul nodded, Young Jin-sup asked, but where will we get the money for it? The initial cost will be significant. We'll find a way. Choi Gichul smiled confidently. He had plenty of money now. Young Jin-sup pointed at the TV where Woo-sung's speech was being aired. Well, Kang Woo-sung is deep in this industry, so I'm sure it's safe. The faster we get started, the better. On the stage, Woo-sung said to the crowd calmly, I would like to first thank my Spacestream team for making this launch into a huge success. The audience applauded. And I would like to also thank the government officials who stood behind me in this project. Woo-sung sighed lightly and continued, I thought I would take this opportunity to talk about something disappointing. The experts said, with respect to space research, the US is 10 years ahead of Korea and at least 5 years ahead of China. Korea initially put a lot of money into space research, but when the result wasn't significant, the government reduced the budget as of recent years. With less money, many of the important researchers end up leaving the Korean space program. This, of course, negatively affected our chance to catch up to our foreign counterparts, such as America and China. Lee Park-sung's face had a sudden sour turn. Woo-sung was clearly criticizing the government. He continued, it's a vicious cycle. I think the government should focus on making a good environment for relevant businesses to thrive. What I mean by that are transparency and fairness. Laws need to be obeyed. This should be applied to everyone. I beg our government to accomplish this goal. When Wu Sung returned to the private room, Zhang Guangchul said to him, "You are creating more controversy. There will be people who will disagree with me, but some will understand and support my idea. We might get investigated again. We will be found innocent again, so it doesn't matter. If we really get investigated again, it will give me ammunition to fight back." "You mean the impartial business audit team?" Wu Sung nodded. Instead of the current National Business Investigation Department, which is biased as it is funded by businesses themselves, this new impartial business audit team will be able to carry out a fair and objective inquiry. It will consist of foreign accountants and investigators. And at the end of this nationwide investigation, our company will be the only one proven to be clean. Wu Sung nodded. Most, if not all, CEOs of major companies will end up in trials for their corruptions. And we will take over these companies, which will be devalued. We will rule Korea. Zhang Guangchul inhaled deeply. "Do you think the government will really investigate us again?" "I expect so." When Zhang Guangchul sighed again deeply, Wu Sung said to him, "Don't worry, things will work out." 1 BTC, 10,400.00. Bitcoin finally reached $10,000. Choi Gichul stood up. This was the first time ever for him to accomplish something by himself, without Dayang. He felt proud. With the current price of Bitcoin, Choi Gichul's wealth reached $2 billion. $2 billion. With this, he could do anything he wanted. He had nothing to fear anymore. Choi Gichul looked at the monitor and laughed. Jung Jinsup saw this and looked at him worriedly. "Hey, are you okay?" "Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life." What are you talking about?" "Without you, I wouldn't have known about Bitcoins." Suddenly, Jung Jinsup's eyes turned cold. It was time. He put his hand in his pocket and pressed a button. Via Bluetooth, a message was sent from his cell phone to a pre-designated person. Suddenly, Choi Gichul yelled, "Huh? What's happening?" He paled as he watched the monitor. 1 BTC 9442.00, 1 BTC 9140, 1 BTC 8501.00, 1 BTC 7910.70. It happened so fast. Choi Gichul started to click quickly, but the price continued to drop so fast. "There are too many orders at the moment. Your transaction has failed. Please try again." "There are too many orders at the moment. Your transaction has failed. Please try again." "There are too many orders at the moment. Your transaction has failed. Please try again." Damn it. Choi Gichul started to swear loudly. What the hell? Why is this system so slow? Choi Gichul turned to Jung Jinsup angrily. "You better hope I sell my coins quickly." "What are you talking about? Our computer system keeps failing, so I can't sell my coins." Choi Gichul screamed as he threw away his mouse in anger. The price continued to drop. 1 BTC 6132.00, 1 BTC 5372.00, 1 BTC 455100. In less than an hour, the price dropped from $10,000 to $400. Minus 60. Choi Gichul stared at the screen in shock. The media was surprisingly quiet about it. Choi Gichul got his mouse back and logged onto his Bitmain and Bit trading accounts. Damn it. His balance was now only about $700 million. From $2 billion. He put $200 million from Choi Taemin and his entire $300 million. He still made money, but it wasn't the same as $2 billion. Huh? Suddenly, the Bitcoin price started to go up again. 1 BTC 5142.0. Choi Gichul clicked the buy button by reflex. After he purchased thousands of the coins, The price suddenly dropped to $2,000. Choi Gichul continued to stare at the screen. Chapter 198, Control. Woo-sung murmured as he stared at the screen. Little fishes can't win against the whale. Woo-sung raised the Bitcoin price to $10,000, then sold off quickly, which dropped the price to $3,000. He then purchased them back at $3,000. Woo-sung made a $7,000 profit per coin and accumulated even more Bitcoins. He now owned 70 of the Bitcoins in the world, but no one knew about it. All his coins were divided into countless different wallets. Woo-sung logged onto the CCTVs at Bit Trading. These CCTVs were originally installed to monitor workers, but for Woo-sung, it was to monitor Choi Gichul. Woo-sung murmured, "He is in shock." Choi Gichul was staring at the screen with his mouth wide open. Woo-sung loved this situation. "Bastard, this is only the beginning for you." Woo-sung knew Choi Gichul will ask Young Jinsup again to pause Bit Trading transactions to make up for the losses. However, Woo-sung planned on stopping it from happening. He would make Choi Gichul lose all his money. Woo-sung also planned to make Choi Gichul borrow from his rich friends. Woo-sung grabbed his coat. It was time to attend the KYLO meeting. People stared as Woo-sung entered. Shin Semi was no exception. She waved at him, but Woo-sung was not looking her way. As usual, Woo-sung was swarmed by everyone. Woo-sung talked to the group with an easy manner. "Haha, I'm investing in Bitcoins too." "So you think it has a good outlook?" "Well, I guess so." People listened carefully to Woo-sung's every word. They started to talk among themselves. "Hey, didn't Choi Gichul ask us to invest in Bitcoins with him?" "That's right." "Did you do it?" "No, I just told him I'll think about it." "I invested only a little. I wonder if I should go in more." Choi Gichul must have asked everyone in the room. One man asked Woo-sung, "Does this mean you will go ahead with investing in relevant businesses?" "Cryptocurrency's growth rate will slow down at some point, so I am focusing more on other financial sectors." Suddenly, Shin Semi grabbed Woo-sung's arm. "Can we talk in private? Is it something you can't talk about here?" Shin Semi whispered to him. Then, "Can you tell everyone why you're talking about Bitcoins out of the blue?" Woo-sung frowned and followed her. The others who tried to follow them were stopped by Woo-sung's bodyguards. The Kylo rules stated no individual could bring his or her personal bodyguards, but no one complained. In a private room, Shin Semi said to Woo-sung, "I see that you came here today to talk about Bitcoins." Woo-sung stared at Shin Semi. Shin Semi continued, "You don't do anything without a clear purpose." Woo-sung was shocked at Shin Semi's keen observation, but he hid his surprise. He asked instead, "What is it that you want to tell me? What can you promise for Nuri Finance's future? What kind of guarantees can you provide?" "Nuri will probably have a decent future. BNP, Nomura, ICBC, and now JP. You're partnering with everyone." Shin Semi bit her lips and continued, "I realize that these institutions are bigger and better than my company. That is why I need to know. Is Nuri Finances over?" Woo-sung smirked and asked, "And if I say yes, will you leave KND's circle?" "No, the company will remain under your power. It would be better to be under your thumb than be alone and exposed in this industry." "Did your father approve this as well?" "Yes, he wanted to let you know in person, but your phone number has changed." Woo-sung sat down and replied, 010XXXXX. "It's my new number. He can call me anytime." Shin Semi sighed deeply. Woo-sung continued, "Is that it? Why are you telling people to invest in Bitcoins?" Thankfully, it seemed Shin Semi didn't realize Woo-sung's connection to Choi Gichul. Woo-sung stood up. "Let's talk about that later. I still have a few things to do right now." Shin Semi stood up as well. She realized Woo-sung was too far gone from her. He was also too big now, big enough to close down Nuri Finances if he wanted. After leaving the Kylo party, Woo-sung met with various deans from world-famous colleges: Harvard, Stanford, MIT. The deans sat around Wusung. Wusung said to them, "Let's start with $100 million. The deans glanced at each other. $500 million. The men flinched. $1 billion. The donation amount reached $1 billion. The dean of Stanford University said to Wusung nervously, "Sir, we cannot accept a student based on donations alone, even if it is a large sum of money." Wusung replied, $2 billion. The three deans trembled. It was more than the three schools received in a year. The deans kept glancing at each other. They all seemed to want to raise their hands. Wusung continued slowly, "And I will donate this amount every year for the next 5 years." MIT's dean quickly raised his hand first. The other two deans did the same, but it was too late. Wusung turned to MIT's dean and shook his hand. "Thank you." "No, thank you. Let's work together to make MIT the best school in the world." The other two deans frowned unhappily. "Yes, sir. I will create the new school policy so your students can be accepted to our school ASAP." Wusung met with Suk Jinmyung. MIT has agreed to accept them. Full scholarships for the next 4 years plus postgraduate program for free. The only thing left is for your children to work hard. Suk Jinmyung nodded. "Thank you. And until they graduate, I will provide them with a 24/7 security team, though it won't be necessary once Daeang gets destroyed." Suk Jinmyung said again, "Thank you. Then the only thing left for us to do is to destroy Choi Taemin." Suk Jinmyung nodded. Wusung continued, "I read over the documents you brought. They were filled with clear proofs enough to send Choi Taemin to jail." Suk Jinmyung lowered his voice and replied, "You need to always be careful. Choi Taemin is crazy. You never know what he'll do, even if Daeang goes down. He will try to do something." Wusung didn't seem worried. He answered, "Where do you think his power comes from?" "Money." "Exactly, I agree. That is why we will take away all his money. I'm sure you'll do great, but I can't help but be worried." "Don't worry, I will take care of him." Choi Taemin was unhappy. He could feel something bad was going to happen. When he arrived at his office, there was an envelope on his desk. Resignation letter? It was from Suk Jinmyung. That bastard! Choi Taemin couldn't believe it. He called the head of the security team. The explanation he got was unacceptable. "What? He's not home. Then find him." Suddenly, Choi Taemin realized something. It can't be. He unlocked his safe and checked his accounts for his secret funds. Thankfully, everything was there. But what if he copied these? Chapter 199. Control. Choi Gitchell's phone rang early in the morning. He arose quickly and checked the caller's ID. He was worried it was Choi Taemin, but thankfully, it was an acquaintance from the KYLO meeting. "Hey, you run a Bitcoin dealership, right? Why? Are you interested in investing?" "I heard investing directly in Bitcoin can be very risky, but it seems like cloud mining is at an early stage and a better option. Is your offer still available?" "How much can you invest?" "My company is actually in the process of expanding into that field, but we need more fund." "Then let's meet in person. I will meet you at your office." When Choi Gitchell hung up, his phone rang again. It was from another man he knew in KYLO. Choi Gitchell got multiple calls inquiring about the investment opportunity. He arranged a meeting with them quickly. When he asked why they suddenly were interested, they all said it was because Kang Wusung told them the cryptocurrency industry had a bright future. Choi Gitchell's next step was cloud mining. In Wusung's previous life, cloud mining became popular in 2018. It was a business where people paid to get bitcoins mined. In the end, however, due to many scams and unfair contracts, many ended up losing a lot of money. "Once Choi Taemin goes to jail, I will use my profits to buy Daeang shares." Choi Gitchell thought out loud. After getting the investment contracts signed with the KYLO members, Choi Gitchell returned to his room in the office and turned on his computer. "Let's see what happened to the price." Before he went to bed last night, the price rose to $4,000. Choi Gichul smiled happily. When he checked that, the price was a little over $4,000, he murmured, "I should go in even more." He now had more money from the KYLO members as deposits. Choi Gichul believed the Bitcoin price would reach $20,000. He could use these deposit money to make profits for himself. They would never know. Choi Tae-min asked his head of the security team, "You can't find him?" "No, sir. We suspect someone is hiding him. No one seems to know where he is or when he left his house. It would have required a lot of preparation. It's not something an individual can do alone." "So what are you saying?" "We are continuing our search, but unless he reveals himself, there is a good chance we may never find him." Choi Tae-min threw his cell phone to the wall. Crack! "Did you not understand when I told you to bring him to me, no matter what?" "I apologize." Suddenly, Choi Tae-min flinched. "I apologize." Suk Jin-young used to say this to him all the time before he disappeared. Choi Tae-min believed Suk Jin-young was probably hiding somewhere, waiting for a chance to destroy him. Choi Tae-min turned his attention towards his head of security. He couldn't find the will to trust anyone now. Could he also? Daeyang's security team was the best in the country. Some even said it was better than the government's. The fact that his head of security told him he couldn't find Suk Jin-myung could mean, this man is a traitor too. Betrayal. Choi Tae-min was becoming paranoid. He started to believe everyone was out to get him. Choi Tae-min said calmly, "Fine. Get out. As soon as I find him, I will let you know." "I get it. Now, get out." When he left, Choi Tae-min made a call. He could trust no one. It was time for Plan B. President Kang Woo-sung made an official announcement. "Today, we make history. A reformation of the financial world. I am happy to announce this great news. I would like to introduce the new digital currency RE. RE was created with the cooperation from various international banks. RE will allow international transactions to take place within a few seconds and eliminate the exchange rate problems companies experience every day. RE is a new and improved cryptocurrency, especially compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an old news now. RE is our future." After his announcement, the price of Bitcoin started to drop from $8,000. 1 BTC 2531400. Choi Gichul at first thought it was a glitch in the system. 1 BTC 531.00. He then realized that this was real. 1 BTC 331.00. He had no time to take any actions. It was happening too fast. 1 BTC 94.00. It was finally below $100. Choi Gichul couldn't think. 1 BTC 51.00. He stared at his computer screen, unmoving and mute. "What is happening?" he murmured quietly. "Is it because of Kang Woo-sung's announcement? Because he said RE was a better cryptocurrency?" Choi Gichul walked up to Young Jinsup. "Hey, you said we can pause the trading system anytime, right?" When Jung Jinsup nodded, Choi Gichul ordered, "Do it today." "Today, but we need time to prepare." "Just do it. We can do it early in the morning," Choi Gichul said in desperation. Jung Jinsup asked, "What happened? If we act unprepared, it could be problematic." Choi Gichul bit his fingernail and replied, "But what about my money?" You made me invest in bitcoins and now I lost everything. How will you fix this?" Jung Jinsup asked in shock, "How can you blame me? I didn't make you do anything. Do you know how much I lost? I even used other people's money. Hundreds of millions of dollars. If we can't recover from this, we are doomed." Jung Jinsup replied in disbelief, I never borrowed money from anyone. Besides, because of the drop in Bitcoin price, the number of transactions increased exponentially, which means our company made a huge profit. But you promised if we pause the system, we can make money." "What are you talking about? I never borrowed money from anyone. You are the one who borrowed. You lost other people's money. Why are you keep saying we?" Jung Jinsup said coldly, but Choi Gichul wasn't listening. He lost his mind. He kept murmuring, "You promised. It's your responsibility to fix this. Do it today." "Why? Do you have to pay back all the money by the end of today?" "Today. It has to be today, remember." Jung Jinsup sighed deeply. "It could be very problematic if we try to rush it. It might not work at all, or something might go wrong." Jung Jinsup sighed again and asked, "Do you still want to do it?" Choi Gichul nodded. His eyes were red. Chapter 200. What Goes Around Comes Around. Smoke surrounded Choi Gichul as he inhaled a cigarette outside the office. He tried to calm down, but his hands continued to tremble. Damn it! Damn it! I should have sold earlier. Even if I sold when it was at $5,000, I would have been safe. He regretted his decision, but it was too late. Choi Gichul took out his cell phone and logged on to his bit trading account. 1 BTC 31.60. 1 BTC 30.40. 1 BTC 29.90. The price continued to drop. It was believed that Kang Woo-sung's recent announcement was the reason. However, Choi Gichul couldn't understand. Why do people think that bastard is so great? Why does everyone listen to him? He tried to think of an answer, but there was none. He got angrier and angrier. He threw away his cigarette to the ground. I will make up for it by the end of the day. There is still a chance. The price dropped quickly, which means it can go up just as quickly too. After his speech, Woo-sung returned to his hotel room and turned on his laptop. Time to drop it to $1. I will make sure it can never recover again. Woo-sung remote controlled into his home computer and adjusted the program parameters. He put the numbers 90 and 70 cents. The system started to activate Woo-sung's servers all over the world. His bitcoins were quickly sold and the price started to drop. Woo-sung imagined what Choi Gichul would look like when he realized what was happening. He couldn't help but laugh. Choi Gichul would lose all his money. "Ha, I can't wait. I will send you to jail. Jung Jinsup too." 1 BTC 25.50. 1 BTC 28.0. 1 BTC 16.0. 1 BTC 20.w Zen. Woo-sung turned off his computer and left the room. A luncheon was prepared for him and other officials from the world's major financial institutions. When Choi Gichul returned to the office and checked his computer, he was in shock again. Before he went for a smoke, it was 31.60, but now it was even lower. Within 20 minutes, the price dropped to $5. As he watched, the price went down again to $3. $3. His account at one point boasted of $2 billion, but now it had only $7.3 million. Choi Gichul had one last chance. He moved all his coins from Bitmain account and foreign wallets into his bit trading account. If he put all his money one last time, he could pump the price. Late night in the office. Jung Jinsup placed a notice online. Title: Server check due to a sudden increase in transactions. Main, hello. We will be carrying out emergency maintenance of our system due to the sudden increase in Bitcoin trading. All transactions will pause briefly. Thank you for your patience and understanding. As soon as this notice came up, different online coin forums became filled with negative comments. Bit trading is going to pump the Bitcoin price again. I call 500 this time. What a bad management team. I suspect that they are trying to recover from the recent loss. This is our chance too. Go to bit trading now and buy. The price will rise. People remembered what happened last time. Bitcoin's price went up sharply at bit trading after the halt. Jung Jinsup checked the numbers and said to Choi Gichul, "A lot of money is coming in right now into our system, 10 times more than usual. This way, we should be able to jump the price tenfold." That's not enough. It has to be at least 100-fold. That would give them a 10,000 profit. Jung Jinsup swallowed. He hasn't been investing since he lost everything. But this was his chance. Woo-sung warned him not to get involved. He said he won't pay his debt back for him if Jung Jinsup gambled in Bitcoin again. However, this was such a good chance. Oh well, he will never find out. I need to make some money for myself. It's a rigged game and I can't let it pass. Jung Jinsup placed $500,000 of his money into the system. It's done. As soon as Jung Jinsup gave him a go, Choi Gichul made a call quickly. He had a group of experts ready this time. After the call, the chart started to move. Choi Gichul waited for the price to jump. Huh? Jung Jinsup asked, "What's wrong?" Wait a minute. Choi Gichul picked up his phone again. Woo-sung grinned as he watched his monitor. Ha! He was going to fix the price with only a few millions of dollars? Woo-sung had previously moved his bitcoins to Bit Trading account. Woo-sung started to sell them off quickly. I have over 1 million bitcoins here. Choi Gichul's team tried to increase the price, but Woo-sung stunted their attempts every time. After 12 hours, the price could not even reach $1,000. Chapter 201. What goes around comes around. Choi Gichul screamed into the phone. Hey, what the hell? I am sorry. So many bitcoins are being sold constantly. We did not anticipate it. How many? 20 more bitcoins are involved than we expected. Who would do that? Who would have known our plan? We can't tell. It could be that many of the Bitcoin owners got together. We are doing our best to find out, but we have no answer so far. Choi Gichul asked desperately, what will happen if things continue like this? We won't be able to do anything, and the price will drop at least 40 below what we hoped. Then how much more money do you need to make it happen? About $30 million. Choi Gichul sighed deeply and hung up. Jung Jinsup asked, what's happening? Is it not going well? Choi Gichul didn't answer. He left the room and went down to the first floor. Jung Jinsup turned to the monitor and checked the price again. Should I sell now? Choi Gichul bit his lips. Damn it! Did my own team betray me? Choi Gichul has worked with this team of experts several times in the past, and it was a success every time. This has never happened before. Could they be working against me? Could it be? His paranoia started to take over his mind. But they know what Daeyang will do to them if they betray me. Choi Gichul made a call to Daeyang's security team. The report he got was clean. Choi Gichul asked, so everything looks normal? Yes, it's no different than any other time. They are using only our phones, and they are being monitored closely. Choi Gichul relaxed a little but suddenly tensed again. What if the security team is also in on it? Choi Gichul gritted his teeth. It made sense. Choi Gichul knew what he had to do. 1 BTC 700 point farads. 1 BTC 621.00. 1 BTC 341.00. The price continued to drop. Choi Gichul's paranoia won over his logic. These bastards are all working against me. He now felt like he only had one option left. Kang Woo-sung. Choi Gichul believed Kang Woo-sung could fix everything for him. He called Kang Woo-sung. Woo-sung answered, I was just about to call you. There is something you need to do for me. Tell me. Choi Gichul told Woo-sung a partial truth. He didn't say anything about the Bitcoin situation. He told Woo-sung he was in the process of collecting proofs against Choi Tae-min, but it appeared that Daeyang's security team has betrayed him. Choi Gichul asked Woo-sung to do something about it. Woo-sung smirked. Is that so? Yes, so I need you to confirm my theory. Exactly. What do you want me to confirm? First, I need to know if they are working for Choi Tae-min secretly, but this needs to be done without Choi Tae-min finding out. Is that so? Yes, please do it right now. It is a very urgent matter. 1 BTC 126.00. Bitcoin price continued to dip. Choi Gichul was desperate. Woo-sung replied calmly, I see. So this is an emergency. How soon will you be able to find out? 1 BTC 85.10. I don't know. Probably a week or so. You need to do it now. There is no time. 1 BTC 71.20. At Choi Gichul's scream, Woo-sung replied bluntly, "This isn't my problem. If you don't act now, you may not get the information you need about Choi Tae-min." "I already have enough information." "Pardon? I don't have to tell you the details." What? Hello? 1 BTC 3520. How could this happen? His team was pumping the price, yet it was still going down. Woo-sung replied, "I will think about what you asked." Woo-sung hung up. Choi Gichul paled. Jung Jinsup found him and asked, "Hey, what's going on? The price won't stop decreasing." Choi Gichul didn't answer. Instead, he called his team. "Please leave a message after the beep." Choi Gichul tried calling again. "Please leave a message after the beep." Those bastards. "Please leave a message after the beep." He tried to call a few more times, but no one answered. Choi Gichul threw the phone on the ground. Jung Jinsup asked in shock, "Hey, what's happening?" Jung Jinsup was anxious too. He stole from the company and gambled with it. He betted everything on this night. This was his last hope. An even bigger problem was he broke the promise he made with Woo-sung. Woo-sung probably already knew about it. "Shut up." What? Choi Gichul said again, "Just shut the hell up. What are you?" Without another word, Choi Gichul left the office. The next day at KND headquarters, Woo-sung stood in front of the reporters. "Is it true that your MA funds came from Japan?" "No." "Then is it from US?" "No." "So you are saying you were able to purchase companies worth billions of dollars with your own money alone?" Woo-sung nodded. "I made my money based on data analysis of the future trading. It was an honest and legal investment method." "You're saying you made billions of dollars from the future market?" "Yes." The reporters gaped in shock. One reporter asked, "Could we get the details?" Woo-sung smiled. "It started with the financial crisis. A crisis can be a chance for a financial gain, and I didn't miss my chance. I was able to make a lot of money. With it, I created my company. Later, I made even more money during the Greece situation and the Japanese earthquake." Before anyone could ask him another question, Woo-sung continued quickly, "I made my money with only one thing. Data analysis. I worked smart and hard. That is how I did it." However, people still didn't believe Woo-sung. Making billions by investing in the market? Even world-famous investors couldn't accomplish this in such a short period of time. Woo-sung continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, it doesn't change the fact that it's the truth." Many reporters raised their hands, but Woo-sung continued, "I'm telling you that I created my corporate empire fair and square. I realize many of the companies in Korea became successful illegally and unethically. That is why the public probably doesn't trust my words. I understand, so I suggest a nationwide audit by an unbiased team. I am willing to pay for this investigation myself. Any company that doesn't volunteer for this inquiry would be admitting their guilt." Chapter 202. What goes around comes around. Because of Woo-sung's announcement, the drop in Bitcoin price didn't even reach the media. 1 BTC 75 cents. Jung Jinsup got drunk and Choi Gichul just stared at the monitor in shock. He looked at the price over and over again, but it still remained the same. The Bit trading office was dark and silent. Then, all of a sudden, rich men from the Kylo meeting stormed in. The employees looked shocked. "What's going on? I heard the Bitcoin dropped to less than $1. Is it all over then?" "My money. What about my money?" Choi Gichul remained silent. "Hey, say something." "Choi Gichul, don't you know how much money you borrowed from me? Tell us what's happening." When he didn't answer, one of the men grabbed Choi Gichul. "You bastard." Choi Gichul finally opened his mouth. He replied in a condescending voice, "Are you crazy? I'm Choi Gichul. Dayang's Choi Gichul. Who do you think you are?" The man sneered. Dayang is no more. You're a nobody now. Don't you watch the news?" The man took out his phone and showed Choi Gichul the news articles. Breaking news: prosecutors raid Dayang headquarters. Breaking news: Dayang accused of at least 12 crimes. Breaking news: Choi Tae-min arrested for assault, embezzlement, and attempted murder. Choi Gichul has been busy with the Bitcoin situation. He hadn't realized what was happening. The man growled at him. Now, do you see? All the men glared at him. You better pay us back our money, or else you will end up in a ditch just like your brother. The man pushed Choi Gichul to the ground. Choi Gichul couldn't think straight, but he knew one thing. There was only one man who could save him. 1 BTC 9 cents. It was now less than 10 cents. Bitcoin at one point was worth $10,000, but no one cared. The public and the media's focus was now on Woosung's new digital currency, RE. President Lee Park-sung was also under an investigation. Jang Guangchul's days were busy. Based on my calculation, it will cost $1 billion to carry out the nationwide audit. Woosung replied, "That's not bad. I expected it to be much more expensive." How are the public reacting? Most supports the idea. Of course, the other companies hate us now. Some are even calling us communists. Haha. We need to use the media wisely. We need to make any companies that refuse look like a corrupt business. It's a perfect plan. It could really work. We will destroy everything. Then we will take all of them. Jang Guangchul sighed deeply. Wow, it's so exciting. The public is already on the edge because of the Dayang situation, and this will be helpful for our plan. We need to continue revealing how corrupt the large companies are. At some point, those corporations will not have any options other than to cooperate with the audit. Guangchul, what you need to do is to have a detailed plan for this. And you don't care how much it costs? Haha, of course. I made a lot of money recently, so we're all set. Jang Guangchul could guess what it was from. Bitcoin? The price plummeted, so how could I have made money from it? You could have sold everything you had, which would explain why the price dropped so much. Do you really think I had that many coins? Jang Guangchul nodded and replied, If anybody could, it would be you. Woosung laughed in delight. Well, you're pretty much bang on. So you probably made billions again? You got it. Then please work on the plan. I would prefer to start with Dayang. It should be a piece of cake at this point. Woosung arrived at the Bit trading office. It was late, and the office was empty except for young Jinsup and Choi Gichul, who were sitting quietly. This was arranged by Woosung. He called ahead and asked them to wait for him. It was time for revenge. Woosung walked in with a smile. Haha, hello there. Jung Jinsup greeted him. President Kang. Jinsup, why are you so pale? Choi Gichul turned to Woosung. He asked him weakly, What happened to the request I made to you? I'm working on it. Choi Gichul was truly powerless now. Dayang was over. Choi Tae-min was under investigation. Choi Gichul replied meekly. I see. You must have worked really hard. You look so sickly. I feel bad. Jung Jinsup asked, President Kang, Woosung interrupted him. I already know. You broke our promise and got involved in the Bitcoin trading. Unfortunately, you lost. You know then. Let's get out of here. Both of you, let's go for a drink. 1 BTC 50 cents. Woosung was the only hope these men had left. Choi Gichul replied, all right. Expensive steak restaurant. A meal started at $30 per person. Woosung watched them eat. Choi Gichul and Jung Jinsup must have been starving as they ate silently. Afterward, Jung Jinsup tapped his stomach. It was a great meal. Have some more. I'm too full. Woosung turned to Choi Gichul. How are you doing, President Choi? I had enough as well. When will we be able to talk business? Haha, what's the hurry? The night is still young. Let's go to the next place. I made a reservation. An expensive bar. It was completely empty. Woo-sung explained, I bought this place for the night. The two men were confused. Why was Woo-sung being so nice to them? Woo-sung called the hostess. Please bring your best drinks and girls. Beautiful women walked in one after another. Choi Gichul and Jung Jinsup stared in awe. Woo-sung said to them, pick whoever you like. You can pick as many as you want. Jung Jinsup hesitated for a second before he chose two women. Choi Gichul did the same. The rest of whom they did not pick left the room. The women poured whiskey in the men's glass. Woo-sung raised his glass. Cheers! It's a great day! The men drank. When they finally turned red, Woo-sung slowly opened his mouth. Now, it's time to talk! Chapter 203. What goes around comes around the end. A long time ago, there was a poor developer. Choi Gichul and Jung Jinsup's eyes widened at Woo-sung's words. One day, that developer took his chances and left his job for a new opportunity. Choi Gichul interrupted him. Sir, everyone knows the story of how you started. It's a famous story. Woo-sung ignored him and continued. He then got into the cryptocurrency business. He worked night and day. It was hard, but he could endure all the hardships because of his hope and goal to become successful. Woo-sung took a sip of his drink. Jung Jinsup asked anxiously, President Kang, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the past. Past? Whose past? Choi Gichul signaled Jung Jinsup to be quiet. He wanted to hear this. However, Jung Jinsup ignored him and continued. I am innocent. Choi Gichul made me do it. You know me, Woo-sung. I am very loyal to you. Choi Gichul frowned. You bastard! What are you talking about? I am really innocent. I only followed your instructions, Woo-sung. Choi Gichul's expression turned ugly at Jung Jinsup's confession. You. Choi Gichul turned to Woo-sung, who was drinking silently. Woo-sung continued. Where was I? Oh yes, that developer worked very hard for his goal. Then one day, he realized the company he worked for had a problem. This was the beginning of the tragedy. He wondered if he should ignore it or report it. Choi Gichul asked, President, is Jung Jinsup telling the truth? Woo-sung again ignored it and continued. When asked, his bosses told him to let it go. The developer felt anxious, nervous, and angry. He was anxious he wouldn't be able to accomplish his goal. He was angry that he has worked so hard for nothing. Choi Gichul screamed, President, I am asking you if you really ordered Jung Jinsup to do those things. Woo-sung took another sip and murmured, Great whiskey. I won't let you get away with it. At Choi Gichul's threat, Woo-sung grinned. He continued, there was nothing the developer could do. One night, he attended a company party. The first part was at the steak restaurant. This sounded very similar to the night they were having. Choi Gichul stood up in anger. Sit down. At Woo-sung's quiet order, Choi Gichul had no choice but to sit. He knew who was in charge. After the restaurant, the party continued at a bar. The developer drank so much there. Do you know what happened after? Obviously, they didn't know. They just stared at Woo-sung silently. Woo-sung took another sip and replied. Haha, of course, you wouldn't know. It makes sense. It would be strange if you knew. Jung Jinsup asked anxiously, President Kang, what are you talking about? Was Kang Woo-sung going crazy? Woo-sung continued, it's just a story about a long time ago. Just listen. Jung Jinsup quieted. Choi Gichul just looked at Woo-sung without a word. The developer promised to let it go. All he asked was for his bosses to fix the situation. The developer wanted any embezzled money to be returned as if nothing happened. At the end of the night, it was finally time for the developer to go back home. However, the problem starts here. What would be the right thing for these bosses to do? Think carefully before you answer. It's a multiple choice question. Woo-sung raised his finger. Number 1. Kill the developer since he knows the company secret. Number 2. Do as the developer asked. Now you answer. Jung Jinsup said quickly, Oh, of course, the answer is number 2. How about you, President Choi? Choi Gichul answered carefully. Shouldn't it be number 2? Woo-sung raised his voice. You're wrong. Come on, guys. Several men came in and started to hook up Choi Gichul and Young Jin-sup to wires. Afterward, Woo-sung asked, Is your name Choi Gichul? Yes. True. The word appeared on the screen in front of them. Do you belong to Dayang? Yes. True. What did you do at bit trading? Operations. True. Woo-sung finally asked the same question again. Now, what would you do to that developer who knows the company's secret? Number 2. Beep. Fall. Woo-sung laughed. The machine says you're lying. What do you think? The machine is lying. You called me recently and told me that one of the men from Dayang security team lied to you. When Woo-sung ordered, a man was dragged into the room. Choi Gichul's eyes widened. Please save me. I just followed orders. The man was begging. Choi Gichul glared at him. Dayang's, or perhaps your personal cleanup member, right? Woo-sung ordered again and another man walked in. And this is the leader of the Dayang security team. I knew him from the past. It was the man who was supposed to drive Woo-sung home but didn't. Woo-sung continued. Such a loyal employee who would kill for you. I can't believe you doubted him. Choi Gichul stammered. Kill? What are you talking about? Choi Gunwon and Choi Gitae. I have clear proofs. Do you still deny it? Choi Gichul stood up quickly. That is, You will be found guilty of at least a second-degree murder or an accomplice to a murder. Choi Gichul lowered his voice and asked, What do you want? Why are you doing this to me? What I want? Woo-sung stared at Choi Gichul. Revenge. Was this enough? Woo-sung asked himself. He asked Choi Gichul, What I want is an honest answer. If you answer honestly, it might help your situation. What do you want to know? Do you really think that developer must have died? Choi Gichul nodded. Woo-sung asked, Why? Because he knew the boss's weakness. But was it really necessary? Dayang was so powerful. One developer wouldn't have been able to do much damage against such a huge corporation. Woo-sung shook his head. Choi Gichul murmured, Ironically, Dayang lost everything now. True. Will you let me go now? It's a different world now. Everyone is on my side. I will let you go today, but the prosecutors will be visiting you soon. Choi Gichul closed his eyes. Woo-sung turned to Young Jin-sup. As for you, you will have to deal with the loan sharks. But President Kang? You broke our promise. Jung Jin-sup became red as he yelled. I won't let you get away with this. Woo-sung's bodyguards frowned. Woo-sung continued, You do whatever you want. It will only make things worse for you. Woo-sung threw an envelope at Jung Jin-sup. Inside were photos of Jung Jin-sup with various women. These are... Woo-sung said to him coldly, I have much more on you, so think carefully before you do anything stupid. Then he left. Woo-sung couldn't sleep. He watched the sunset. Am I almost there? He was the CEO of a giant business empire. Choi Gichul was being investigated while Young Jin-sup was in trouble with the loan sharks. Everything happened all in 4 years. Woo-sung was so tired. He felt weak. Phew! He sighed deeply. He felt relieved. When he tried to get some sleep, there was a loud noise outside the door. Hey, open the door! This is the vice president. Nope. Hey, Woo-sung! Woo-sung, why won't you answer my calls? Open the door. What happened? It was Jang Guangchul. It had been already a week since he met with Choi Gichul and Young Jin-sup that night. Woo-sung hadn't left his house since then. He needed time to think. Woo-sung raised his hand and got his bodyguard to open the door. Jang Guangchul burst in. Hey, why won't you answer my calls? I thought something bad happened. Woo-sung smiled. I just needed time to think. About what? This and that. Didn't you say to take time off from time to time? But you need to answer my calls. Haha, I'm fine, it's all good. Zhang Guangchul sighed. This isn't the time to be lazy. The government accepted your proposal. The top 30 companies in the country will be audited. Alright, let's go. We begin again. Wu Sung stood up. Zhang Guangchul and the bodyguards followed him. It looked like the march of a king.